Andrew Gillespie. Preface. Welcome to what is essentially the third edition of Business Economics. We were delighted with the response to the first two editions, but rather than simply refresh the case studies for this edition, we decided to look again at what you really needed. We talked extensively to lecturers about their courses and what students wanted, and it was clear that what was needed was an even greater focus on how economic theory is of value to people in business. Rather than having an economics book adapted for business, you wanted a book written about business using relevant economic concepts and theory. The result is that we decided not just to update the second edition but to develop the book significantly so that it can meet your needs more effectively. We have looked at economics through the eyes of someone in business and considered how economic thought might affect business decisions. We have restructured the book and rewritten it significantly so that it is fully tailored to your needs. We think you will find it even more relevant and engaging than the earlier editions. Two key aims of this book have always been to show why understanding economics is important in business, and to make studying economics accessible. We have continued with this approach and hope that when reading this book you will see why economics is relevant to you, even if you don't want to be an economist, and how economic theory would be important to managers. A variety of learning features, many of them new to this edition, are supplied in each chapter to help you master the material. Why do I need to know about? At the start of every chapter we have created a scenario to help you appreciate why this topic is important in business. Business case. These cases are real-life business situations that raise a number of issues related to the topic in the chapter. We put the case at the start of the chapter, with some questions so that you can appreciate what it is you are trying to understand in this chapter. As the chapter progresses you gain the knowledge and skills to answer the questions given at the start. We also have extension questions at the end of the chapter to take your understanding of this issue even further, now you have studied it. Management task. In this feature we give you examples of the decisions that managers might have to make using the theory we have covered, and we ask for your view of what should be done in the given situation. This feature helps you to relate what you are studying to the types of decision you might make in business. Business insight. This feature includes insights into real business situations and gives you the opportunity to analyze this using the theory you have been learning. Analyzing the business data provides you with economic data in a variety of forms, such as tables and charts, and allows you to analyze these with the skills you have developed. Key concepts. The key issues covered in the chapter are clearly defined and flagged for you throughout the chapter. Doing the business maths allows you to apply your quantitative skills. Answers to the problems are supplied at the end of the book. Quick check. Questions allow you to review what you have been reading and quickly test your understanding, for example, through multiple choice or true/false questions. The answers are supplied at the end of the book. Read more. Gives you details of sources you might find interesting to take your learning further. Key learning points. At the end of the chapter summarize what you have learned. Quick questions. Give you an opportunity to review the whole chapter through some short questions. Contents. Detailed contents 9. How to use this book 16. Online resources 18. Acknowledgements XX. Dedication XXI. List of business insight features XXII. 1. What is a business? 1. 2. Mission and objectives 20. 3. Managing demand 41. 4. Managing costs 78. 5. How markets work 119. 6. Labor market 141. 7. Do markets work? 175. 8. Different market forms 198. 9. Strategic planning and the economy 234. 10. Strategies for growth 257. 11. Analyzing the macroeconomic environment 275. 12. Government macroeconomic policy and business 303. 13. Global business 335. Answers to questions 358. Data sources 375. Index 379. Detailed contents. How to use this book 16. Online resources 18. Acknowledgements XX. Dedication XXI. List of business insight features XXII. 1. What is a business? 1. Business case. 1. Managing a business. 2. What are your employees busy doing? 3. Legal forms of business. 4. Managing the transformation process. 7. What do managers do? 8. The economy and the transformation process. 10. The roles of a manager. 13. Why managers and economists have a lot in common. 14. How might economists and managers approach problems differently? 17. Summary. 18. Key learning points. 18. Business case extension questions. 18. Quick questions. 19. 2. Mission and objectives. 20. Business case. 20. Mission. 22. Objectives. 23. Profit as an objective. 24. Other objectives. 28. Will managers really maximize profits? 33. Ownership and objectives. 35. Corporate social responsibility. 37. Summary. 39. Key learning points. 39. Business case extension questions. 40. Quick questions. 40. X. 3. Managing demand. 41. Business case. 41. What is demand? 43. A demand curve. 45. The price elasticity of demand and pricing. 50. What determines the price elasticity of demand? 56. The impact of technology on price sensitivity. 60. Shifts in demand. 61. The marketing mix. 73. Summary. 75. Key learning points. 75. Business case extension questions. 75. Quick questions. 77. 4. Managing costs. 78. Business case. 78. Introduction. 79. Fixed and variable costs. 83. Labor productivity. 92. Total, marginal, and average costs. 100. Controlling costs in a business. 106. Economies of scale. 109. Summary. 116. Key learning points. 117. Business case extension questions. 117. Quick questions. 118. 5. How markets work. 119. Business case. 120. Introduction. 120. Market forces. 121. A demand curve. 123. A supply curve. 124. Changes in market conditions. 129. How much will the equilibrium price and quantity change with a change in market conditions? 134. Detailed contents. 11. Does the price mechanism work? 135. Secondary markets. 136. Summary. 139. Key learning points. 139. Business case extension questions. 139. Quick questions. 140. 6. Labor market. 141. Business case. 141. Labor. 142. How much should you pay your employees? 143. The demand for labor. 146. Employment decisions. 146. Productivity and pay. 148. How to increase labor productivity. 148. The supply of labor. 150. The reservation wage. 151. Market forces. 153. Changes in market conditions. 154. Monopoly and monopsony. 156. Why do labor costs matter? 158. Employment and costs. 159. Why does productivity matter? 161. Trade unions. 161. Gender equality. 167. The earnings of senior staff. 168. Minimum wage. 170. The effect of a minimum wage. 170. Government influences on pay. 171. Summary. 173. Key learning points. 173. Business case extension questions. 173. Quick questions. 174. 12. 7. Do markets work? 175. Business case. 175. Competitive markets. 177. Can markets be trusted? 178. Buffer stocks. 180. Externalities. 182. The effect of externalities. 183. Public goods. 188. Asymmetric information. 189. Too big to fail. 189. What actions can governments take to intervene in markets? 191. How might government intervention affect your business? 194. Should the government intervene in markets? 195 Summary 196 Key Learning Points 197 Business Case Extension Questions 197 Quick Questions 197 8 Different Market Forms 198 Business Case 199 Understanding Markets 201 Competitive Markets 204 Who is your competition? 205 Business Case 206 Perfect Competition 207 Short Run and Long Run Equilibrium in Perfectly Competitive Markets 209 How to Prevent Entry into a Market 210 Monopoly 214 Oligopoly 219 Monopolistic Competition 225 Contestable Markets 227 Niche Markets 228 Pricing Strategies 228 Summary 232 Key Learning Points 232 Business Case Extension Questions 232 Quick Questions 233 Detailed Contents 13 9 Strategic Planning and the Economy 234 Business Case 235 What is meant by strategy? 236 Features of Strategic Decisions 237 Forms of Strategy 238 Strategies and Risk 240 How you might choose a strategy 241 Strategic Planning 242 The Economy and the Macroeconomic Environment 246 SWOT Analysis 247 Strategic Positioning 250 Strategic Decision Makers 251 Why does the strategy of a business matter? 253 Strategic Planning and Economic Forecasting 253 Emergent Strategy versus Plan 254 Summary 255 Key Learning Points 255 Business Case Extension Questions 256 Quick Questions 256 10 Strategies for Growth 257 Business Case 257 How do we measure the growth of a business? 259 Why do businesses want to grow? 261 Forms of Business Growth 262 Franchising 266 Taking over another business 267 External versus internal growth 268 Growth and Profit 270 Stages of Growth 271 Summary 273 Key Learning Points 274 Business Case Extension Questions 274 Quick Questions 274 14 11 Analyzing the Macroeconomic Environment 275 Business Case 276 Introduction to the Macroeconomic Environment 277 Gross Domestic Product, GDP, 278 Inflation 283 Interest Rates 290 Unemployment 294 Exchange Rate 296 Summary 301 Key Learning Points 301 Business Case Extension Questions 301 Quick Questions 302 12 Government Macroeconomic Policy and Business 303 Business Case 304 Government Objectives and Policies 305 Government Fiscal Policy 306 The Government's Budget Position 306 The Multiplier 308 Taxation 310 Paying Benefits 311 Deficit and Debt 315 Government Policy and Business 316 What can businesses do to influence government policy? 317 What is meant by monetary policy? 319 What determines the actions the Bank of England will take? 319 Quantitative easing 322 Exchange rate policy 324 Supply side policies 325 What determines how the government intervenes? 330 Summary 331 Key Learning Points 333 Business Case Extension Questions 334 Quick Questions 334 Detailed Contents 15 13 Global Business 335 Business Case 335 Global Business 337 Entering Overseas Markets 338 Managing Global Supply Chains 340 The Benefits of Trade to Your Business 343 UK Trade 345 The Exchange Rate and Your Business 347 What is Protectionism? 350 Why do some countries restrict trade? 351 What is the impact on a business facing protectionist measures? 353 Why do countries join trade agreements? 354 Brexit 354 Summary 356 Key learning points 356 Business case extension questions 357 Quick questions 357 Answers to questions 358 Data sources 375 Index 379 How to use this book. Why do I need to know about? Each chapter opens with a typical scenario you might face in the world of work, which demonstrates why this topic is important and relevant to your future career. Learning objectives. A bulleted list of the learning outcomes contextualizes the chapter's main objectives. This feature can help you plan your revision to ensure you identify and cover all of the key concepts. Business case. A topical, real-life business situation which raises a number of key issues relevant to the chapter is included at the beginning of each chapter, with accompanying questions so that you can identify what it is you are trying to understand in the chapter, and see how it applies in practice. Key concepts are flagged and clearly defined where they first appear in the text, providing a practical way for you to check your understanding. Business insight. Frequent insights into real business situations are included throughout the book to illustrate how theory works in practice. Accompanying questions encourage you to develop your analytical skills. Management task. In this feature we give you examples of the decisions that managers might have to make using the theory we have covered, and we ask for your view of what should be done in the given situation. This feature helps you to relate what you are studying to the types of decisions you might make in business. Why do I need to know what a business is? You have been asked to invest in a business. You would become rent. Share price is £2.50. You are not sure whether to invest at how much to spend. Can you take the risk? Is it worth getting in? Will you able to influence anything anyway? By the end of this chapter you will be able. B. Explain the role of a manager. B. Distinguish between different business legal forms. B. Distinguish between a private limited company, Ltd, and a public business case. The priorities and targets of a business, and the way that things is its culture, can depend on who owns it. Changes in ownership decisions are made and what managers and employees value. BRE to a business may raise finance, but the objectives and values of key concepts. The primary sector refers to extractive industries, the secondary falls into finished products, and the tertiary sector refers to serve. 2.6 Business insight, smartphones and Yun. Some of Apple's biggest investors have asked the company to do how long children can use its smartphones. The demands have meant groups that hold $2 billion, £1.48 billion, of Apple shares between represents the pensions of Canadian teachers. These investor management task. B. You have become the manager of a company that produces couture appointed you to improve profits within the next year. WH you can take to boost short-term profits. B. You are the chief executive of a large but still relatively young. How to use this book. 17. Business case questions. Can you now answer? As the chapter progresses, you gain the knowledge and skills you need to confidently answer the business case questions included throughout the chapter. These questions refer back to the opening case to consistently reinforce the main concepts. Analyzing the business data. We provide you with the type of data you will come across in your business career, and this supports you in analyzing this information with the skills you have developed. Doing the business maths. Each chapter provides opportunities for you to practice and apply your quantitative skills to common business situations. Answers to the problems are supplied at the end of the book. Read more. This feature points you to sources of further information which allow you to take your learning further. Quick check. These multiple choice and true/false questions allow you to review what you have been reading and quickly test your understanding as you go along. Key learning points. A bulleted list at the end of each chapter enables you to check your progress against the learning outcomes for each chapter. Business case extension questions. Each chapter ends with extension questions to the opening business case, allowing you to take your understanding of the topic even further, now you have studied it. Quick questions. Give you an opportunity to review and quickly assess your understanding of the whole chapter. Business case questions, can you now answer? 1. Why do you think Amazon has set an objective of growth? 2. How might this objective affect its decisions within the business? Year return on capital 2017 0.55%. 2016 0.67%. 2015 26.13%. 2014 7.85%. 2.2 Doing the business maths. To an accountant, the costs incurred by a business means the VA up in a given period. Often this requires assumptions to be made have been used. These assumptions are stated in the company AC. Assumptions will affect the profits declared for any given period. Read more. Milton Friedman was a very well-known writer about the benefits. Famously wrote that the business of business is business. You see benefits of the free market here. 6.4 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If men get paid more than women, this means there must be DB. Labor productivity will affect the demand for labor. Key learning points. B. Competitive markets can lead to efficiency and innovation. B. Markets can lead to many failures and imperfections. B. Some products may be over or underproduced in a free market. B. Governments may intervene in several ways, such as legislation. Business case extension questions. 1. Visit the Amazon website, find Amazon's annual report and read the company's activities by the chief executive. What does she issues in the business environment that have influenced AMA? Quick questions. 1. What is meant by a public good? 2. How does a negative production externality affect a market? 3. How does information asymmetry distort a market? 4. How might monopoly power distort a market? 5. HDTBFFTKTT Billy I. Online resources. This book is accompanied by a wealth of online resources, providing students and registered lecturers with ready-to-use teaching and learning resources. www.oup.com/uk/gillespie-busecon. For students. Additional short cases. Extra case studies help highlight how economic concepts can be applied to real business situations. Sample essays. Essay questions and suggested answers provide you with guidance on how to tackle essay writing. Self-test questions. Provide a quick and easy way to test your understanding, with instant feedback. Library of video and podcast links. A curated list of links to topical videos and podcasts from key academics and practitioners. Visual walkthroughs. Many tutorials by Andrew Gillespie on some of the trickier concepts discussed in the book. Online resources 19. Job Watch. Annotated job adverts which identify the key skills you will require for a particular job, and how to demonstrate them. For registered lecturers. PowerPoint slides. A suite of customizable PowerPoint slides which can be used in lectures or printed as handouts, and can be easily adapted to suit your teaching style. Case study teaching notes. Notes and guide answers for each chapter's opening case. Group exercises. A range of more detailed, workshop-based activities that students can complete prior to and during tutorials. Test bank. A wealth of additional multiple-choice questions that can be customized to meet your teaching needs. Seth, Romalie, Clemency. You shine. Business Insight features. 1.1 Locating in Frankfurt 11. 2.1 Missions of Google and Uber 22. 2.2 Dividend payouts in the UK 27. 2.3 The John Lewis Partnerships Constitution 35. 2.4 Building Societies 36. 2.5 Puma's Environmental Accounts 38. 2.6 Smartphones and Young People 38. 3.1 Bowman's Strategy Clock 43. 3.2 Analyzing Revenue 45. 3.3 Top Line and Bottom Line 46. 3.4 Amazon and Whole Foods 56. 3.5 Price and Benefit 57. 3.6 Population and Demand 67. 3.7 Richer Sounds 69. 3.8 Substitute 72. 3.9 Influences on Demand 73. 4.1 House of Fraser Premises 85. 4.2 Managing Costs 91. 4.3 Labor Productivity in the UK 94. 4.4 Airbus Costs and Profit 105. 4.5 Fast Fashion 107. 4.6 Airlines Reduce Costs 107. 4.7 Airlines Generate Revenue 108. 4.8 Reducing Costs on the Emma Maersk 111. 5.1 Snap Shares 128. 5.2 Limited Supply 128. 5.3 Sugar Production in the UK 131. 5.4 The CO2 Shortage 133. 5.5 Share Prices 136. 5.6 Bitcoin 138. 6.1 Real Earnings 144. 6.2 Slow Productivity Growth 149. 6.3 Seasonal Workers 152. 6.4 Net Migration 157. 6.5 The Gig Economy 159. 6.6 Trade Unions 164. 6.7 Ryanair 165. 6.8 Wages and Rankings in the Premier League 166. 6.9 The Gender Pay Gap in the UK 168. Business Insight Features XXIII. 6.10 Executive and Employee Pay 169. 6.11 Ben and Jerry's and Economic Justice 171. 7.1 Is Capitalism Delivering? 180. 7.2 Disposable Cups 185. 7.3 A Circular Economy 186. 7.4 Benefits and Problems of the Free Market 190. 7.5 Nationalization 193. 7.6 Hotel Booking Sites 195. 7.7 Limits on Energy Prices 196. 8.1 Food Delivery 205. 8.2 Uber 212. 8.3 Airbnb 213. 8.4 Zildjian 214. 8.5 Google's Dominance 218. 8.6 Government and Monopolies 227. 8.7 Price Comparison Sites 228. 9.1 Coca-Cola's Brands 239. 9.2 Electric Cars 240. 9.3 Toys R Us 245. 9.4 Risks and Uncertainties 246. 9.5 SWOT Analysis of Next 247. 9.6 Travel and Tourism 249. 9.7 The Co-op 252. 10.1 Cineworld and Regal 264. 10.2 Changes in Snacking Habits 265. 10.3 Royal Bank of Scotland 268. 10.4 Tesco and Booker 269. 10.5 Purple Bricks 271. 11.1 National Productivity Investment Fund 282. 11.2 Slow Wage Growth in the UK 289. 11.3 Carillion 292. 12.1 The Treasury 311. 12.2 Taxes and the Demand for Cars 314. 12.3 The Government and the Railways 316. 12.4 Tax Cuts in the USA 318. 12.5 Increasing Interest Rates in the USA 321. 12.6 Slack in the Economy 321. 12.7 Infrastructure 326. 12.8 Corruption Index 327. 12.9 Ease of Doing Business 328. 12.10 Broadband Speed in the UK 329. 13.1 Production of the Mini in China 339. 13.2 Apple Suppliers 340. XXIV. 13.3 The Food Supply Chain 341. 13.4 Outsourcing at McDonald's 342. 13.5 Sanctions against North Korea 352. 13.6 Bombardier 353. 13.7 JLR and the Single Market 355. 1. What is a business? Chapter 1. Business Case. The priorities and targets of a business, and the way that things are done within it, which is its culture, can depend on who owns it. Changes in ownership can affect the way that decisions are made and what managers and employees value. Bringing outside investors to a business may raise finance, but the objectives and values of these investors may be different from those of the original owners of the business. Facebook, the social media company, is known for its hacker culture: build things, try them, and if they don't work, just start again. One of the company's favorite sayings is, if you're not breaking things, you're probably not moving fast enough. The founder, Mark Zuckerberg, created the company to make the world more open and connected. Its headquarters in Menlo Park, California, looks and feels like a large university campus. On site there you will find small team-based projects, frequent hackathons. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain the role of a manager, distinguish between different business legal forms, distinguish between a private limited company, Ltd, and a public limited company, PLC. Why do I need to know what a business is? You have been asked to invest in a business. You would become a shareholder. The current share price is £2.50. You are not sure whether to invest at all, or, if you do go ahead, how much to spend. Can you take the risk? Is it worth getting involved in the first place? Will you able to influence anything anyway? The company is a social media business. It is only a few years old and is already going public and opening up to outside investors. It has been very high profile, and some have called it the new Snapchat. This is what caught your eye, plus the fact one of your friend's relations is a manager in the business, although you have no idea what she actually does. You are not quite sure why the company has gone public or what differences it might make. Is it a good sign or a bad one? There are several different forms of business, including public limited companies. These have different forms of legal structure and ownership. In this chapter we examine these different forms and also consider the role of managers within these organizations. 2. Managing a business. You have just been appointed as the managing director of a business. So, what does your new job actually involve? The answer is that you are managing a collection of individuals that you hope to direct towards a shared goal, the goal you were appointed to achieve. Typically, the overall goal of a business is linked to profit. You want the people who work for you to work together and help the business to achieve this. This means you want the revenue from your business to be greater than the costs. You need to control the employees' efforts and performance to ensure that goal that has been set is achieved. According to Rosemary Stewart, management is about getting things done through others. Read more. Stewart, R. 2012, The Reality of Management, Hoboken, New Jersey, Taylor and Francis. Key concept. Profit is measured by revenue minus costs. Open bars, and free food. The idea is to create an environment where employees are more likely to collaborate and come up with innovative ideas. In 2012, Facebook became a public limited company, bringing in outside investors. Some analysts worried that Facebook would not be able to retain its hacker culture. However, Zuckerberg retained 57% of the votes, which meant he kept a tight control on the development of the business. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. What is the difference between a company and other forms of business? 2. What is the difference between a private and a public limited company? 3. Why would a business want to become a public limited company? 4. How does Facebook create value for its customers? 5. What do you think the managers of Facebook do? The features of a business are therefore that it involves a group of individuals working together, shared goals, managed performance. 1. What is a business? 3. What are your employees busy doing? Although the precise shapes and forms of businesses can be very different, as can the precise nature of the work that employees do, there are certain activities that occur within any form of business. See Figure 1.1. Marketing activities. The marketing function forms the link between the business and customers. It enables the business to understand the needs and wants of the market, to decide which customers to target, and to develop an offering that is competitive. Marketing will also involve decisions about the communication of information about the product, its pricing, and its distribution. Operations activities. These involve managing the actual process of providing the goods and services. For example, operations might involve ordering stock, managing the production process, maintaining quality, and investing in research and development of new products. Financial activities. These will be monitoring and recording the value of all transactions. They will be helping managers assess the financial implications of any decision made and decide on which investments to make in the future. Human resource activities. These will involve recruiting and training staff, rewarding them appropriately, and managing their role in the operations process. These different functions may be separate specialist departments in some organizations, or in the case of a one-person business they may all be undertaken by the owner. Figure 1.1. The functions of a business. Operations. Human resources. Marketing. Financial. 4. Legal forms of business. There are several different legal forms that a business might have. The principal ones are a sole proprietor, a partnership, and a company. Sole proprietor. This is where an individual runs a business for themselves. The sole proprietor, also called a sole trader, owns the business and is legally responsible for its activities. This is an attractive form of business in that it does not need to be registered in order to be established and does not require specific legal documents to create the business. As a sole proprietor, you are the owner and the manager. Partnership. This is where two or more people share ownership and profits of a business. They generally have unlimited liability, although limited liability partnerships do exist. The value of this form of business over a sole trader arrangement is that the partners can share ideas, finance, and workload. In some cases, different partners will specialize in different parts of the business, for example, legal partners who are experts in different areas of the law. The disadvantage is that you are relying on others and are legally responsible for their actions. Both sole proprietors and standard partnerships have unlimited liability. This means there is no difference in law between your personal assets and those of the business. If used, for example, all your own assets are at risk. By comparison, the owners of a company have limited liability. Company. A company has its own legal identity. Individuals set up a company and are its shareholders, investors. Typically, there is one vote per share held, but the key concept. The functions of a business are the different activities within it, such as marketing, finance, operations, and human resource management. Management task. You have organized your staff into specialist departments. Explain why you think this is a good idea. One danger of having specialist functions is that they may operate in silos. What do you think this means? What actions would you take to avoid this? 1. What is a business? 5. Precise rights and powers attached to each share may be defined in the company's rules. The appeal of setting up a company is that shareholders have limited liability. This means that there is a limit to their risk. If, for example, You invest £100 into a company, this money could be lost but all the rest of your personal assets are safe. The company's funds are at risk, but these are different from the personal assets of the investors. Limited liability is essential to business. It enables businesses to raise funds from selling shares. Investors are willing to put money into a company, even if they are not entirely sure about every aspect of its operations, because they know there is a limit to the risk. To be registered and to operate as company, the owners must produce annual accounts that are audited by independent accountants. This, in theory, provides some protection for investors. There are different forms of companies. Some are private, which means that their shares are not traded to the general public. In a public limited company, the shares are widely available and bought and sold each day. Private limited companies in the UK have Ltd after their name. Restrictions can be made on who owns these shares and who they are sold to. Family companies, for example, might be private limited companies, and the rules of the company might ensure that shares stay within the family. By comparison, restrictions cannot be placed on the sale of shares of public limited companies. These shares can be advertised and sold easily to others. They are often traded on a stock exchange. By creating a company, it is possible to have specialist managers who run the business, financed by investors who do not necessarily get involved day to day. This allows great managers to raise the finance to run an organization, while those with money who might not be great managers let others control the business on their behalf. This has many benefits. Without limited liability, investors would not dare to invest because they would be risking all their personal assets, and without limited liability we would need people with money to also be great managers for businesses to be successful. With limited liability, people can specialize in the area that plays to their strengths. However, it may create problems that those running the business are not the same people as the owners. This is known as the principal-agent problem. The principal is the owners and the managers are their agents. The danger arises from the fact that the managers know far more about the day-to-day business than the owners. The managers may therefore keep some information from the owners that they do not want them to know or may pursue their own objectives rather than the objectives of the owners. For example, managers may argue that a particular acquisition of a competitor is critical to the business when in fact it is driven by their own ego. Owners must therefore set in place systems to oversee the management of what is their business. The process of managing the managers is known as corporate governance. There are often thousands of investors in a public limited company. They elect the board of directors to represent them, typically 10 or 12 people, and oversee the senior managers. This is part of the process of corporate governance, and the board of directors are responsible for managers' actions. 6. Key concepts. Corporate governance refers to the systems by which companies are directed and controlled. Boards of directors are ultimately responsible for the governance of their companies. Limited liability means that the risk for investors is limited to the amount invested, their personal assets are separate from the assets of the business. Analyzing the business data. Sole proprietorships are the most common legal form in the UK. Companies account for around a third of private sector businesses. Figure 1.2 shows the proportions of businesses with and without employees at the start of 2017. Management task. You have been running your own cleaning business from home for the last few years. It has gone well, and you are now about to rent storage units and office space. You want to expand your business. Is now the time to set up a company, do you think? 1.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. The owners of a private and a public company have limited liability. B. A sole trader has unlimited liability. C. The owners of a company must be the managers. Business case questions, can you now answer? 1. What is the difference between a company and other forms of business? 2. What is the difference between a private and a public limited company? 3. Why would a business want to become a public limited company? 4. Why, and how, Might the culture of Facebook have changed with more outside investors? 1. What is a business? 7. Management task. You have been running your own management consultancy business as a sole proprietor for the last few years. You are considering creating a private limited company. What factors might you take into account before deciding whether this is the right decision? Managing the transformation process. As a manager, you are overseeing the transformation of inputs into outputs. Your aim is to create value while doing this, that is, to ensure the value of the final products is greater than the value of the inputs used up. The transformation can take many different forms. For example, you may be moving items or people from A to B, e.g. a haulage business or airline creating beauty, e.g. a hairdresser or cosmetic surgeon producing entertainment, e.g. for TV, a theater company, or a music label helping others do what they do better, e.g. a consultant or financial advisor. 1. Approximately what proportion of businesses in the UK at the start of 2017 were sole proprietorships? 2. Why do you think such a large proportion of businesses are sole proprietors? Research task. Research a business that is going public. This is sometimes called an initial public offering, an IPO. Analyze the reasons for this IPO. Source: www.ons.gov.uk/business-industry-and-trade/business/activities and location/bulletins business activities and location/2017. Number of businesses, millions. Sole proprietorships. Ordinary partnerships. 00.511.522.533.5. No employees with employees. 4. Companies. Figure 1.2 Number of businesses in the UK private sector with and without employees, by legal status, start of 2017. 8. If the transformation is in the extractive industries, such as farming and oil extraction, you are operating in the primary sector. If the process produces manufactured items, you are in the secondary sector. If you produce services, intangibles, you are in the tertiary sector. Most of UK business is in the tertiary sector, such as financial services and education. Key concepts. The primary sector refers to extractive industries, the secondary sector turns raw materials into finished products, and the tertiary sector refers to services. Management task. You are the chancellor of a university. You are being interviewed tomorrow and have to justify your government funding. A. Explain how your organization creates value and how you might measure this. B. Explain the benefits your university brings to the economy. Managing the transformation process involves management of the supply chain as well as the actual process. Controlling the supply chain means, for example, choosing whether to produce items yourself or buy them in, where to source supplies from, which suppliers to use, and what terms and conditions to negotiate for payment. These types of decisions will determine whether you get the supplies you need when you need them. Managing the process itself means, for example, deciding where to produce, what systems and processes to use, and how to organize what is done when. Business case questions: can you now answer? How does Facebook create value for its customers? What do managers do? The role of a manager has many aspects to it, summed up in figure 1.3. She should be scanning the environment now and, more importantly, anticipating possible future changes, in order to plan what is to be done next. Planning is key to provide a focus for people on what they should be doing. Getting the right plan is vital to the success of the business. Turn left when you should have turned right and you have a problem. This is particularly true with major decisions, because they can be difficult to reverse once implemented. 1. What is a business? 9. Part of this scanning should cover the business environment. This can be divided into two components. The micro or immediate environment includes individuals and organizations that a business has direct and regular interaction with, such as rivals, suppliers, and distributors. The macro environment includes factors which affect a business but which it cannot easily influence, such as government legislation, social changes, and developments in technology. One important set of factors in the macro environment is economic. Economic factors that influence the success of a business include the value of the country's currency, exchange rate, the cost of borrowing money, interest rate, and the average income of citizens in the country. Changes in these economic factors will influence the costs and availability of resources, the likely target markets, and the prices that can be charged. Managers must analyze the business environment to determine the strategy or direction the organization is heading in and how it would best compete. As well as setting the overall direction, business managers need to organize the resources required, such as the staff, physical space, equipment, and supplies. This process is not necessarily sequential, in that the resources available will clearly influence the plan in the first place. Once the resources are organized, such as the right people employed and trained, the right equipment and systems in place, managers need to coordinate the implementation of the plan. As work continues, managers need to review the progress of the plan. They will have set key indicators of performance and will need to assess whether everything is on target, and what actions to take next. They will review whether what has. Figure 1.3. What does a manager do? Coordinate, review, plan, organize. 10. Happened was what was intended, and what targets to set next time around. Future plans will be affected by past experiences. 1.2 Quick check. Which of the following would you say are in the micro environment of a business, and which in the macro environment? A. Suppliers. B. Demographic factors. C. Customers. D. New legislation. E. Changes in the exchange rate. F. Competitors. The precise activities of a manager will depend on which area of the business they are focused on and the level they are at. For example, junior managers may concentrate on supervising and controlling subordinates and getting a job done. More senior managers may be more concerned with strategic planning. The economy and the transformation process. As a business, you are one part of the economy as a whole. The chances are that you are a global business buying materials from abroad and trading overseas. This means you are a small part of the global economy. The decisions you make will have a ripple effect throughout your local economy, the national economy, and the global economy. For example, your decision to use one supplier rather than another will affect the supplier's business, the staff who work for them, and the businesses who in turn supply them. Your decisions to locate in one area rather than another will affect the regions involved, their economies, and the businesses linked to them. At the same time, you will be affected by the decisions of other businesses. Their decisions will affect the demand in your markets, the costs of your resources, and the availability of supplies. You will also be affected by decisions of the government, which will influence factors such as the ease of trade, the conditions of trade, and market conditions. As a manager, you need to understand the economy because it will affect the market for your inputs and the market for your outputs. The economy may be analyzed in terms of what is happening locally, nationally, and globally. Locally, for example, in your city or region there may be specific issues such as labor shortages or high land prices. Nationally, there are factors that affect the UK as a whole, such as the government's policy on taxation. 1. What is a business? 11. You, the manager. You have scheduled a meeting with your senior managers later this week to discuss the position of your business and the opportunities and threats it faces. Explain the 3 key issues that businesses are facing at the moment in A. the local economy, B. the UK economy, and C. the global economy. 1.1 Business Insight, locating in Frankfurt. Political and economic conditions will affect business decisions. For example, in recent years the UK has been negotiating to leave the European Union, EU. Trade between the UK and EU member countries could become more difficult as a result. This possibility has led to some businesses considering where they want to be based. A number of firms have moved offices, or are threatening to move from the UK, to be based in countries that are staying in the EU. Frankfurt has been home to around 1 million citizens for many years, but the number is now growing as several UK banks have announced they are relocating there from the City of London. These banks, concerned about what would happen if the UK left the EU, decided they needed to plan for an unfavorable outcome and relocate some of their operations to within the EU. According to a BBC report from August 2017, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, and Standard Chartered are among those who have chosen Frankfurt as their new European base, while others such as Goldman Sachs and UBS have promised to move thousands of jobs to the German hub. Predictions for the number of bankers set to descend on Frankfurt vary wildly, from tens of thousands, up to 100,000. This has led to significant building of office space in Frankfurt, with plans to build 20 more skyscrapers. Frankfurt is appealing for many reasons. It has a large English-speaking population. It has good transport connections and is a safe and attractive city for those looking to move. Its time zone is favorable to bankers, allowing contact with Asian markets in the morning and the US in the evening. And the appeal also lies in the price. Office space in Frankfurt costs about €38.50, £35, per square meter per month, roughly half the cost of London office space. A final factor is convenience. Many banks already have a presence in Frankfurt and can simply expand. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-410265575. Question: what factors do you think might prevent businesses from relocating from London to Frankfurt? Globally, there are factors affecting the world economy, such as trading agreements between countries. 12. Analyzing the business data. What factors do you think might affect the density of businesses in different parts of the UK, shown in Figure 1.4? North. East. 657. Scotland. 771. England 1119. UK 1069. Wales. 818. Yorkshire and the Humber. 953. North. West. 905. Business density rate 849 or less, 850 to 1149, 1150 to 1449, 1500 or more. Northern Ireland. 894. East Midlands. 962. East of England 1155. West Midlands. 964. Southwest 1170. London 1519. Southeast 1272. Source: Business Population Estimates, www.gov.uk/government/upload/system/uploads attachment_data/file/663235/bpe_2017_statistical_release.pdf. Contains public sector information licensed under the Open Government License v3.0. Figure 1.4 Number of businesses in the UK private sector per 10,000 adults, UK region and country, start of 2017. 1. What is a business? 13. The roles of a manager. Although each individual management job may have its specific demands, objectives, and areas of control, there are some aspects that management jobs may have in common to some degree. According to the management writer Henry Mintzberg, a manager has several roles. Figure 1.5. A manager is a source of information. For example, she will gather information on the work being done, she will communicate information to those within the organization, and she will act as a spokesperson representing the business. Analyzing the business data. Table 1.1 shows the total number of business enterprises in 9 countries in 2015, Analyzed by number of employees. Question 1. Why do you think the total number of businesses varies between countries? 2. Discuss the significance of the data in terms of numbers of employees, A, within countries and, B, between countries. Research task. Research the number of recent startups in your economy. Produce a report on the factors that are likely to influence the number of startups and their chances of survival. Table 1.1 Number of business enterprises per country, total and by number of employees. Country total No of enterprises. Breakdown by No of employees. 0 to 9 10 to 19 20 to 49 50 to 249 over 250 Germany 205,028 131,323 36,624 16,281 16,464 4,336 Greece 63,890 59,886 2,150 51,180 563 111 Italy 389,317 321,837 39,159 18,771 8,338 1,212 Luxembourg 786 481 99 99 83 24 Norway 17,141 13,915 1,354 1,089 663 120 Poland 187,374 164,535 7,768 7,289 6,193 1,589 Turkey 335,311 305,768 0 18,037 9,665 1,841 USA 341,912 229,045 46,635 37,495 23,065 5,672 Romania 48,405 34,974 5,014 4,495 3,147 775. Source: data.oecd.org/entrepreneurs/enterprises-by-business-size.htm number sign indicator-chart. 14. A manager works with others. This is an interpersonal role. She will be regarded as the figurehead of the business, she will be the leader setting out the vision and strategy, and she will liaise between different groups within the organization. A manager is a decision maker. She will solve disputes, identify new opportunities, allocate resources, and negotiate to defend the interests of the business. The relative importance of these roles will vary from time to time, and according to the level of management and the precise job of the manager being considered. Read more. If you would like to learn more about the role of a manager, you can read Mintzberg, H. 1973, The Nature of Managerial Work, New York, Harper & Row. Management task. You have worked your way up from being the team manager of a particular shift in a retail outlet to regional sales manager and now chief executive. Although you have always been a manager, your role has changed as you have been promoted. Explain how you think the relative balance of your different roles, as named in Mintzberg's model, have changed as you have been promoted. Why managers and economists have a lot in common: problem solving. Managers have to assess the best way of solving problems. For example, in order to boost profits, should the focus be on increasing revenue or cutting costs? Managers will have to weigh up the alternatives and make a judgment on what is right for the business. Economists also have to make decisions. If we think people are drinking too much alcohol, should we tax alcohol? Subsidize non-alcoholic drinks? Or invest more in education? Economists will consider how best to resolve an issue given the resources they have. Economic policy involves developing ways of solving. Figure 1.5 Mintzberg's model. Informational interpersonal. Decision maker. Manager. 1. What is a business? 15. Economic problems. Politicians who decide on what economic policy to pursue will be judged via the ballot box. Managers will be judged on the performance of their company, which will affect their rewards and whether they keep their jobs. Data analysis. In terms of how managers make decisions, there are again similarities with economists. To make decisions, managers will need data. They will gather information to understand the possible causes of any problem and ways in which it might be solved. Economists also analyze data to understand how different elements of the economy work and are related to each in order to come up with better policy decisions. Limited resources. Economics is about analyzing how the limited resources in an economy, such as land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, are allocated given the unlimited demands of consumers. Given the scarcity of resources but the unlimited wants, choices have to be made. For example, an economy cannot produce more of everything given the resources available. The government, on behalf of the people, must decide how best to use these resources, for example, how much resource to direct to health, education, or defense. Even within an area such as healthcare, decisions have to be made about how to use scarce resources. Should the focus be on mental health? Cancer. Our resources are limited. Managers also have limited resources, for example, limited time, limited staff, and limited equipment, and have to decide how best to allocate these. What is the priority? In what order should tasks be completed? Managers, like economists, have to understand that choices must be made and have to consider how best to make those choices. Key concept. Resources are factors of production such as land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship that are used in the transformation process. Short and long-term demands. Managers will be juggling short and long-term demands. A common issue in the UK is that business owners often push for short-term rewards, and this means there are insufficient funds for the long term. However, managers themselves may be guilty of a short-termist view. This is because they may be looking to advance their own careers. Given that managers may change their jobs fairly frequently, this means they are particularly interested in projects that generate fairly quick returns. Longer investments may be less appealing because the returns may arrive after the manager has moved on to a new role. 16. Model building. Managers have to anticipate demand and costs. To do this, they build models in which they make various assumptions, notably about relationships such as the link between income changes and demand. Economists also build models of the economy. These models also make a variety of assumptions, for example, about the ease of entry and exit into a market and the impact of price on quantity demanded and supplied. Using these models, economists can predict the effect of changes in the economy. For example, they can predict the effect on price and quantity of a change in demand. The model may not exactly reflect reality but may help to anticipate the outcomes that occur. Of course, economists will argue about the nature of their models and the assumptions made. If the outcomes that occur do not match those predicted by the model, economists will review and debate why the model was wrong and try and adjust it accordingly. Models provide useful simplifications of the real world. However, they do need to be reviewed because there may be changes in behavior or in the environment that mean the model needs to be adjusted. Similarly, managers will continually review the outcomes of the business relative to the plan, and will adjust policies if the business is not meeting targets. Economists are also very interested in the time period being considered. Conditions in the short term may be very different from conditions in the long term. For example, in economics we often look at the short term in markets where there are an existing number of providers and compare this to the long term, when we assume it is possible for businesses to enter or leave. This means the structure of the industry can change over time. Short and long-term issues also arise in considerations about how resources in an economy should, or could, be allocated. For example, there is a danger that individuals will focus on consuming as much as they can now and not plan enough for the future. This may mean that the government will want to intervene to ensure that more resources are allocated to investment for the future rather than being consumed today. Read more. Peter Drucker was one of the great writers on management. To find out more about what managers actually do, you might want to read Drucker, P.F. 1954, The Practice of Management, New York, Harper. Management Task. Your shareholders want more of the profits paid out now in dividends. You want to retain more of them, believing this is in the shareholders' best interests. Explain to your investors why you believe this. 1. What is a business? 17. How might economists and managers approach problems differently? Managers will be juggling many constraints when making a decision. They will have many different stakeholders involved, such as employees, customers, suppliers, investors, and the local community. To keep all these groups happy, a manager may not be able to focus purely on profit. Managers' decisions may focus on financial factors but are also likely to include a range of other factors less easy to quantify, such as the impact of a decision on employee morale or on the company's brand. Economists are likely to concentrate on the measurable costs and revenues. The economist will want to identify the likely returns on any project. She will want all aspects of a project measured in financial terms. Read more. If you want to know more about how economists can help managers make better decisions, you could read Kasson, J.J. 1996, The Role of Business Economists in Business Planning, Business Economics Volume 31, Number 3, July, pages 45-9. This article highlights the value that economists can add to decision-making but also the fact that their skills are often not fully utilized. 1.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. There are unlimited resources in an economy. B. Economic models fully reflect reality. C. The resources of business are goods and services. D. A company is owned by its managers. Key concept. Short-termism occurs when decision-makers focus on relatively short-term rewards rather than planning for the longer term. Business case questions, can you now answer? What do you think the managers of Facebook do? 18. Summary. There are several different legal forms of business which have their own characteristics and features. Most businesses in the UK are sole proprietorships. Individuals set up and run their own businesses. In some cases they take on partners. In other cases they create a separate legal identity called a company. A company provides limited liability, which makes it more attractive to investors. This enables there to be managers who specialize in running the businesses financed by investors. Managers have several roles including informational, interpersonal, and decision-making activities. Managers, like economists, have to understand how best to use limited resources to achieve their objectives. Key learning points. There are different forms of business you can choose from, such as a sole proprietorship, partnership, or company. Limited liability means there is a limit to your financial risk if you invest in a company. Managers' roles include informational, interpersonal, and decision-making activities. Managers and economists are problem solvers. There may be pressure on managers to be short-termist in their thinking. Economic models do not necessarily reflect reality, they are a simplification of it. Economic models can be used to anticipate outcomes and estimate the effects of changes in policy. Business case extension questions. 1. Research the performance of Facebook since it became a public limited company. Does it seem to have changed its approach in any way? 2. What has happened to Facebook's share price since it became a public limited company? Can you explain how it has changed? 3. Can you find an example in the news of a shareholder revolt? Is there a company at the moment where the shareholders are demanding a change in management and approach? Why? 4. Research a senior manager who has resigned recently. What caused this resignation? 1. What is a business? 19. Quick questions. 1. What are the key features of a business? 2. In what way are businesses involved in a transformation process? 3. What are the functions of a business? 4. What is the significance of limited liability? 5. What is the difference between the primary, secondary, and tertiary sectors? 6. What do managers do? 7. What are the typical roles of managers, according to Mintzberg? 8. Why do investors buy shares? 9. Why might a manager be short-termist? 10. What is meant by the macro environment of business? Mission and objectives. Why do I need to know about mission and objectives? I joined the company a few months ago and I still don't know what it is I am supposed to be focusing on. 1 minute I am being told to get costs down. The next minute someone asks me how we can get sales up. Then there will be a request about new overseas options. With Brexit happening, we are all suddenly looking for new markets outside of Europe. It's just not clear what the priorities are supposed to be. I can probably get the sales up, but it will cost us money and we may have to cut prices. I am not sure I can get sales up, revenue up, and costs down. It makes life very difficult when I am trying to organize my time and resources and I don't know what the priority is. I wish someone would ask me what I think, put it into a plan and then tell me what it is. Managers will sometimes be unsure of exactly what they should be doing or how they will be measured. The role of a mission and objectives is to clarify for everyone what the targets are. However, as we shall see, these objectives can vary between organizations and over time. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain what a mission is and how objectives differ from mission, explain why managers may want to maximize profits, explain other common objectives of business, explain what is meant by corporate social responsibility. Business case, Amazon. It's all about the long term. The following statement was made to Amazon's shareholders in 1997. It is sent out to them each year to reinforce Amazon's message about its ongoing commitment to growth. We believe that a fundamental measure of our success will be the shareholder value we create over the long term. This value will be a direct result of our ability to extend and solidify our current market leadership position. Chapter 2. Mission and Objectives. 21. The stronger our market leadership, the more powerful our economic model. Market leadership can translate directly to higher revenue, higher profitability, greater capital velocity, and correspondingly stronger returns on invested capital. Our decisions have consistently reflected this focus. We first measure ourselves in terms of the metrics most indicative of our market leadership: customer and revenue growth, the degree to which our customers continue to purchase from us on a repeat basis, and the strength of our brand. We have invested and will continue to invest aggressively to expand and leverage our customer base, brand, and infrastructure as we move to establish an enduring franchise. Because of our emphasis on the long term, we may make decisions and weigh trade-offs differently than some companies. Accordingly, we want to share with you our fundamental management and decision-making approach so that you, our shareholders, may confirm that it is consistent with your investment philosophy. We will continue to focus relentlessly on our customers. We will continue to make investment decisions in light of long-term market leadership considerations rather than short-term profitability considerations or short-term Wall Street reactions. We will continue to measure our programs and the effectiveness of our investments analytically, to jettison those that do not provide acceptable returns, and to step up our investment in those that work best. We will continue to learn from both our successes and our failures. We will make bold rather than timid investment decisions where we see a sufficient probability of gaining market leadership advantages. Some of these investments will pay off, others will not, and we will have learned another valuable lesson in either case. When forced to choose between optimizing the appearance of our GAAP accounting and maximizing the present value of future cash flows, we'll take the cash flows. We will share our strategic thought processes with you when we make bold choices, to the extent competitive pressures allow, so that you may evaluate for yourselves whether we are making rational long-term leadership investments. We will work hard to spend wisely and maintain our lean culture. We understand the importance of continually reinforcing a cost-conscious culture, particularly in a business incurring net losses. We will balance our focus on growth with emphasis on long-term profitability and capital management. At this stage, we choose to prioritize growth because we believe that scale is central to achieving the potential of our business model. We will continue to focus on hiring and retaining versatile and talented employees, and continue to weight their compensation to stock options rather than cash. 22. Mission. The mission of an organization sets out why it exists. What was it set up to achieve and what its owners see as the reason for its existence. Defining the mission of an organization can have very significant impact on decisions within the business. It should influence everything the business does. A mission is a general outline of what a business wants to be. This is then turned into more specific targets in the form of objectives. The mission will be shaped by the owners. Some organizations may have constitutions that set out some aspects of why they exist, for example, if they are a charity, or if they are owned by their employees, as in the case of John Lewis. When a company is formed, it must set out some description of what it is there to do. This can be changed, but at any moment it defines at least the scope of its activities. We know our success will be largely affected by our ability to attract and retain a motivated employee base, each of whom must think like, and therefore must actually be, an owner. We aren't so bold as to claim that the above is the right investment philosophy, but it's ours, and we would be remiss if we weren't clear in the approach we have taken and will continue to take. Source: Amazon Annual Report 1997 and 2016 https://blog.aboutamazon.com/working-amazons-original-19997-letter- to shareholders www.amazon.com/p/feature/z609g6sysxur570. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. What do you think the mission of Amazon might be? 2. Why do you think Amazon has set an objective of growth? 3. How might this objective affect its decisions within the business? Key concept. The mission of an organization sets out why it exists. 2.1 Business Insight, Missions of Google and Uber. The mission of a business can be the subject of much debate. Take Google, for example. Is it a content provider or a search engine? It argues that it is a search engine. This 2 Mission and Objectives 23 means it helps people to find the information they want. Whatever people might find on the web, it is not Google's problem. It is not there to monitor, police, or control what is shown. For Google, this is a useful interpretation of its mission because it means it does not have to take responsibility for what people find from Google searches. However, if Google defines itself as a content provider, then it clearly is responsible for what can be found through searching and should therefore act as a censor. The question of who and what are we also became significant with Uber. Uber sees itself as a technology company, but many governments define it as a taxi business. As a taxi business, it needs to be licensed and to meet a number of regulations that would not apply to a technology business. Question: do you think Google should take more responsibility for content on the internet? Objectives. An objective is a target that managers aim to achieve. To be effective, an objective should be SMART. This means it should meet the following criteria. Specific: it should specify exactly what is being measured. Measurable: it should be possible to quantify it. Management task. A. You have a senior position within the police force. Some say the police are there to prevent crime. Some say they are there to solve crime. How might these different missions affect the way you allocate resources? B. You are the chief executive of a health trust. Should the mission of your trust be to save lives or reduce pain? Why might these two potential missions conflict? Research task. 1. Find the mission statement of the pharmaceutical company Johnson & Johnson, called our credo. How do you think this might affect behavior within the business? 2. Compare and contrast the mission statements of two other public limited companies of your choice. Business case questions, can you now answer? What do you think the mission of Amazon might be? 24. Agreed, a target should not just be imposed on people but should be agreed between those setting it and those who have to achieve it. Realistic, a target should be achievable, otherwise people will not be committed to it. Time specific, there should be a clear time limit setting out when the target will be achieved. Objectives are important for managers because they set out what is to be achieved. They also determine how a manager's performance will be assessed. Did she achieve the target in the given time to the agreed standard? Objectives should, therefore, clarify what you are there to do. You can then focus on how to achieve this. The objective will determine how you allocate resources and what your priorities are. Profit as an objective. For many managers, profit is a very common objective. Profit occurs when the value of the output produced is greater than the value of the inputs that have been used to produce and sell the items involved. It is measured by the difference between total revenue and total costs. If a business generates a profit, this shows that the managers have used the resources effectively in that they have produced something worth more than it cost to provide them. If a profit is made, the business is adding value. If a loss is made, this means that the value of the output is less than the resources used up to provide it. 2.1 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. Questions 1. At which output is revenue maximized? 2. At which output are costs the lowest? 3. At which output is profit maximized? Output, units, total revenue, pound, total costs, pound, profit, pound, 10 100 20 20 150 130 300 120 40 600 220 50 1700. 2 Mission and objectives 25. Return on investment. Of course, simply making a profit may not, in itself, justify a particular investment in resources. What is important is to consider the scale of the profit relative to the inputs used to achieve it. If, for example, you worked all year to make a £32 profit, this may not be regarded as worthwhile. For a particular project, managers will generally be assessed on their return on investment, ROI. This is measured as a percentage. ROI equals, profit divided by investment, times 100. For example, if a business makes a profit of £10 million on an investment of £50 million, this is a return of £10 divided by £50, times 100 equals 20%. Return on capital employed. In terms of the overall performance of the business, the measure of return on investment often used is actually called the return on capital employed, ROCE. The capital employed is the total long-term finance that the business has. It is made up of funds from loans, shares, retained profit. The return on capital employed measures the profit generated by the business in a year. ROCE equals, profit divided by capital employed, times 100. Key concept. An objective sets out specific, time-related targets. 2.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A business objective should be A. Specific. B. Measurable. C. Ambiguous. D. Reductionist. E. Tentative. 26. If, for example, the capital employed is £20 million and the profit generated in a year is £1 million, this is 5% return on capital employed. If the capital employed is £200 million and the profit generated in a year is £1 million, This is 0.5% return on capital employed. If the return on capital employed is too low, managers may be criticized because funds could have been used more profitably elsewhere. Remember, there is always an opportunity cost. Whenever funds are being used by managers, the questions will always be what else could they be used for? Investors will consider the possible returns in alternative investments. The value of profit is measured in absolute terms, i.e. the number of pounds of profit. Profitability measures the profit in relation to something else such as the capital employed. Profitability is measured as a percentage. In Table 2.1, Business B has generated more profit in absolute terms than Business A, £20 million versus £10 million. However, given that it had more funds invested in the business to begin with, it is a similar rate of return. Business C makes much more profit than the other two businesses. However, it is a much bigger business and relatively its performance is not as good. Why do profits matter? Profits matter because they mean that all the endeavors of the managers and staff have generated a financial surplus over a given period. Provided that profit is high enough as a rate of return in the investment, the project was worthwhile in financial terms. This profit has several functions. It can be paid to investors as dividends. Dividends are part of the rewards that investors get. Shareholders also benefit if the share price increases. This is called a capital gain. You, the manager. You are considering major expansion and need to raise long-term funds. Should you borrow, or should you recommend issuing more shares? Table 2.1 Calculating and analyzing the return on capital employed. Business A, Business B, Business C. Profit £1 million, £2 million, £200 million. Capital employed £10 million, £20 million, £5,000 million. Return on capital employed, £1 divided by £10, times 100 equals 10%, £2 divided by £20, times 100 equals 10%, £200 divided by £5,000, times 100 equals 4%. To mission and objectives 27. It can be used for funds for investment. This will be cheaper than having to borrow funds, as interest will have to be paid on borrowed funds. It can be used as an indicator of how successful the managers are in financial terms. This may matter for their career and rewards. 2.2 Business Insight, Dividend Payouts in the UK. Here is an extract from an article published in the Financial Times on December 17, 2017. Large asset managers have recently warned British companies to reconsider their dividend policies as fears grow that UK business is shunning investment in favour of investor payouts. Global dividends grew at the fastest pace in 3 years in the third quarter of 2017. UK payouts picked up dramatically, rising 17.5%, the fastest underlying rate in the world as commodity prices increased, according to the Janus Henderson Global Dividend Index report. According to the Janus Henderson report, published last month, payouts by UK companies stood at $93 billion last year, down 3% on 2015. The article reports a fear that the dividends being paid out by business were not sustainable and that not enough was being put into research and development. Some businesses were even taking on debt to pay out dividends. Source: www.ft.com/content/020810425-D391-1E7-A303-9060CB1E5F44. Questions 1. What do you think managers need to consider when deciding how much to pay as dividends? 2. Why would managers borrow money to pay dividends? Analyzing the business data, Tesco plc. The table shows Tesco's return on capital employed over an 8-year period. Comment on Tesco's ROCE. Source: Fame, www.tescoplc.com/investors. Year return on capital employed 2017 0.55%. 2016 0.67%. 2015 26.13%. 2014 7.85%, 2013 6.29%, 2012 12.05%, 2011 11.99%. 28. Profit maximization. Standard economic theory assumes that businesses will aim to maximize their profits, i.e. generate the maximum possible positive difference between the total revenue and total costs possible. This may well make sense in theory as a rational decision maker. If you want to make a profit, then presumably you will want to make the most possible. However, this assumption may not match what happens in reality, not least because of information problems. Managers may not actually know exactly what the different cost and revenue implications are of any decision they make. They may not therefore be able to maximize profits even if they want to. You cannot be certain what the revenue will be at different prices. For example, you can only estimate. By the time you have gathered all the relevant cost data on production, this may not reflect the current cost of the production that is now happening. Although developments in technology mean that information can be gathered and analyzed much faster than in the past, there is still likely to be a difference between what is happening in real time and what the business has measured in terms of costs and revenues. Other objectives. What managers are aiming to achieve will depend in part on what their rewards are linked to. In some cases, this will be the sales revenue. It may well be that the bigger the sales revenue the business generates, the higher the manager's bonus, for example. In this case, revenue rather profit may be the priority. To generate revenue, managers may be willing to incur additional costs. Profit may fall while revenue increases. The rewards of other managers may be linked to the overall size of the business. The bigger the output, the more they might receive in some form of rewards. Again, this may not be compatible with profit maximization, at least in the short term. Businesses may invest to grow, and profits may fall as a result. More staff, more capital equipment, more premises, more stock may require heavy spending and thus lower profits in any given period. Another motive for growth may be to dominate markets and benefit from being a larger scale company. The long-term objective of Amazon may be profit, but to get there it invests heavily to grow. Whatever drives the rewards of managers is likely to drive their decision-making. In many cases this may not be profits, not least because managers may argue that many aspects of their costs are out of their control and may therefore not want this as part of their reward package. The profit figure declared in accounts can also be manipulated by creative accounting, see 2.2 doing the business maths, and so managers and investors may prefer to link rewards to a slightly less ambiguous target. Key concept. Profit maximization occurs when there is the highest possible positive difference between revenue and costs. 2 Mission and Objectives 29. The shareholders, however, may be very keen on profits, as this may affect their dividends and the share price. They may worry that managers are pursuing their own interests rather than shareholders' interests, and they may fear that this will be difficult to discover. This is because of asymmetric information, that is, the two groups do not have the same information available. Managers will be very close to all aspects of the business and know what is happening inside and out. Investors may have nothing to do with the business on a day-to-day basis. They will elect a board of directors to represent them, but even then they will only really know what managers tell them. There is an information imbalance. 2.2 Doing the business maths. To an accountant, the costs incurred by a business means the value of resources used up in a given period. Often this requires assumptions to be made about how resources have been used. These assumptions are stated in the company accounts. Changes in assumptions will affect the profits declared for any given period. For example, imagine a business buys equipment for £100,000. If it is assumed that the equipment will last 4 years, the cost per year, called depreciation, is £25,000. If the accountants change the assumption to a lifetime of 5 years, the cost per year is now £20,000. Changing to this assumption would reduce the annual costs for the first 4 years by £5,000, boosting profits in those years. In year 5, the depreciation would have been £0 under the first assumption but will be £20,000 under the second assumption. Depreciating over 5 years reduces the costs, and boost profits, for years 1 to 4 but increases costs, and reduces profits, in year 5. Overall, £100,000 is allocated as a cost in both cases, but what differs is the timings of this allocation which affects declared profits within the 5-year period. Example: a computer system is purchased for £50,000 and has a resale value of £10,000. Show the effect on the annual costs in the accounts if the asset is expected to last, 2 years or, 5 years. Questions 1. What is the overall effect on profits of allocating over 2 or 5 years? 2. What is the impact on profits in A. Year 1 and B. Year 5 of the two different methods? Year annual cost, £000. Expected lifespan of 2 years. Annual cost, £000. Expected lifespan of 5 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 30. Shareholders might therefore develop reward packages to incentivize managers to pursue the same objectives as shareholders have. For example, they may link rewards directly to profits through bonuses, or they may give managers share options. This can fix a price at which managers can buy shares at a given point in the future. Imagine you are given the option to buy 100,000 shares at £1.50 in 3 years' time. If, in 3 years, the share price has fallen to 90 pence, you will not take up this option. If the share price has gone up to £2, you can buy 100,000 at £1.50 according to the deal and them immediately resell at £2. You have just made 50 pence on 100,000 shares, i.e. £50,000. If you have managed to get the share price even higher, you will have made even more money. This type of deal gives you an incentive to get the share price as high as you can. You will focus on whatever drives up the share price, and this will benefit both you and your investors. Research task. Visit the website of a public limited company and go to the section called Investor Relations. Look for the most recent annual report and read the chief executive's review of the year. Summarize your findings in terms of the actions the business took and the environment in which it operated. 2.3 Doing the business maths. Example. The table shows how many units are produced, and the marginal revenue and marginal cost for each number of units. Complete the table. How in theory do managers know when they are maximizing profit? Profits are measured as total revenue minus total costs. Profits will be maximized when there is the biggest positive difference between total revenue and total costs. Economists often analyze decisions by looking at what happens at the margin, i.e. when an extra unit, a marginal unit, is sold. If the marginal revenue on the unit is greater than the marginal cost of the unit, this means the extra revenue from selling a unit is greater than the extra cost of producing and selling that unit. A profit is made on this extra unit, and total profits will increase if this unit is sold. If marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost, this means the extra revenue from selling the unit is equal to the extra cost of producing and selling it. No more profit is made on this extra unit because profits are maximized. If the marginal revenue is less than the marginal cost, this means the extra revenue from selling a unit is less than the extra cost of producing and selling it. A loss is made on this extra unit, and total profits will decrease if this unit is sold. The marginal condition for profit maximization is that this occurs at the level of output where marginal revenue equals marginal costs. 2 Mission and Objectives 31. Figure 2.1 compares marginal costs and revenue with total costs and revenue. In the top diagram, we have assumed every unit is sold at the same price. This means the marginal revenue equals the price. For example, if every unit is sold at £10 the price, and the extra revenue, is £10. Marginal costs are assumed to rise. To produce more it costs more, as resources are scarcer. On the units up to Q1 the extra revenue is greater than the extra cost and so there is an extra profit to be made. At Q1 MR equals MC there is no extra profit to be made, in other words profits have been maximized. Above Q1 the extra revenue is less than the extra costs, and so profits start to fall if these are produced. Quantity, units. Marginal costs, MC. Marginal revenue, MR. Marginal costs and marginal revenue, pound. Total costs and total revenue, pound. Q1. Q1 Q2. Profit maximizing. Q3. Quantity, units. Total revenue, TR. Total costs, TC. 0. 0. Figure 2.1 The profit maximizing output. Question. How many units should be produced? Why? Units marginal revenue, pound. Marginal cost, pound. Produce or not. Impact on profits. 110.5. 210.7. 310.10. 410.13. 510.17. 32. This can also be shown on the bottom diagram. The total revenue line is a straight line because it increases by the price each time a unit is sold. The total costs rise by more each time as the marginal costs are rising. At Q1 there is the biggest positive difference between the total revenue and total costs, profits have been maximized. You can also see from this diagram that below output Q2 and above output Q3 a loss is made because total revenue is less than total costs. Between Q2 and Q3 a profit is made because the total revenue is above total costs but profits are maximized at Q1. What if managers wanted to maximize sales revenue? If managers wanted to maximize revenue, this means they should be producing at an output where total revenue cannot increase anymore. Again, economists tend to analyze this by looking at what happens with the marginal, extra, unit. If marginal revenue is positive, this means that selling the extra unit would increase total revenue. This means that total revenue is not maximized at this output. If marginal revenue is 0, this means that selling the extra unit would not increase total revenue. This means that total revenue is maximized at this output. If marginal revenue is negative, this means that selling the extra unit would decrease total revenue. This means that total revenue is not maximized at this output. According to the marginal condition, sales revenue is maximized when marginal revenue is 0. In figure 2.1 the revenue would be maximized by selling the most units possible, as each one is sold at the same price. This is not the same as maximizing profits because of the costs involved in producing more units. Profits actually fall after Q1. In reality to sell more managers would, at some point, need to lower prices and revenue would not keep increasing. There would come a point that the effect of lowering the price meant that even though more units were sold the lower price meant there was no more revenue overall. Marginal revenue would be 0 and total revenue would be maximized at this output. What if managers wanted to maximize growth, e.g. output, without making a loss? If managers wanted to operate at the highest output possible without making a loss, i.e. to achieve the highest non-loss making growth, they would operate where total revenue equals total costs. On figure 2.1 this is at Q3. Notice again that this is not the same as maximizing profits. If your focus is growth you will produce units which may actually decrease profits but increase your sales. You, the manager. You are the manager of a hotel. You want to increase the revenue from your hotel. Should you increase or decrease the price of your rooms? Explain your reasoning. To mission and objectives 33. Managers may want growth for one or more reasons. Growth gives the business more power over suppliers and distributors and weakens the power of rivals. Growth may increase brand awareness. Growth may lead to cost advantages by spreading certain costs over more units, e.g. the costs of research and development. Growth may give a sense of personal development. Key concept. The marginal condition for profit maximization is that a business should produce at the output where marginal revenue equals marginal cost. The marginal condition for revenue maximization is that a business should produce at an output where marginal revenue equals zero. Business case questions, can you now answer? 1. Why do you think Amazon has set an objective of growth? 2. How might this objective affect its decisions within the business? Will managers really maximize profits? In reality, profit maximization may not occur. There are several possible reasons. Priorities in decision making. Decisions will be taken by managers. They cannot necessarily process very complex data to make the right decision. People are not perfect decision makers. People find shortcuts, make assumptions, and make decisions that will do. A manager might think, provided I increase profit by at least 5% this year, that will be enough. Managers will also be dealing with many different groups that have a stake within the business, not least all the different departments within her business: the marketing team, the sales team, the operations staff, the human resources employees, the finance people, and so on. Each of these groups may have a different perspective on problems. A proposal by the finance team to reduce staffing may not be popular with human resources, who have to help manage the redundancies. A proposal by the marketing people to adapt the product may not be welcomed by operations if this means a significant change in the way things are done. This can also be expressed as the output where the average revenue, the price per unit, equals the average cost, the cost per unit. 34. Satisficing. A business is made up of groups of people with their own agendas. The managing director has to juggle these different interests and, according to Herbert Simon, it is possible you will end up satisficing them rather than maximizing profits. Satisficing means doing what is needed to reach a satisfactory solution. You make enough profit to please shareholders while also reaching a compromise internally with the different groups to keep them all working together. Simon argues that even if you had enough information, you would not be able to process it effectively enough to make the maximum profit possible. There are simply too many variables, and we, as decision makers, have cognitive limits. 2.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If revenue increases, profits must increase. B. Maximum profit occurs when revenue is maximized. C. Higher profits mean higher returns on investment. D. Profits are maximized when there is the biggest difference between marginal revenue and marginal cost. E. Maximum revenue occurs when total revenue is zero. Read more. Herbert Simon wrote that whereas economic man maximizes, selects the best alternative from among all those available to him, his cousin, administrative man, satisfices, looks for a course of action that is satisfactory or good enough. If you want to find out more about Simon's work on satisficing different stakeholder groups, you could read Simon, H. 1948, Administrative Behavior, A Study of the Decision-Making Processes in Administrative Organization, New York, Macmillan, 4th ed., 1997, New York, Free Press. Taking the long-term view. Managers may be aiming for long-term profit maximization rather than short-term. If managers are planning ahead, they may not make the highest possible profit this period because they are investing for the future. Companies such as Twitter and Okta have spent years building their brands and customer loyalty and expanding their provision. This has meant years of loss in search of longer-term profits. Other priorities. There may be other priorities. Like all of us, managers are likely to be affected by the rewards offered to them. They are likely to behave in a way that increases these. 2 Mission and Objectives. 35. Rewards. If more revenue generates more earnings for managers, they will probably focus on revenue rather than profit. Remember, profits and revenue are not the same. You can boost revenue while also increasing investment in marketing, for example, and so profit may actually fall. It may be, therefore, that managers are more focused on revenue maximization than on profit maximization. Management task. You have become the manager of a company that produces confectionery. Your directors appointed you to improve profits within the next year. What actions do you think you can take to boost short-term profits? You are the chief executive of a large but still relatively young social media business. Your investors have asked for dividends to be paid for the first time this year, but you are reluctant to do so. What would you put in an email to investors to explain why you do not recommend paying dividends? 2.3 Business Insight, the John Lewis Partnership's Constitution. The following is an extract from the John Lewis website. The John Lewis Partnership exists today because of the extraordinary vision and ideals of our founder, John Spadan Lewis, who signed away his personal ownership and objectives. The objectives of a business will be influenced by many factors, including the values of the senior managers and the external environment. A key factor will be the demands of the owners. After all, managers are accountable to owners, so what they want should be an important influence on what the business set out to achieve. Shares in public limited companies, for example, are often owned by financial institutions such as pension funds. These institutions need to generate a return for their own investors, and therefore there will be pressure on the business to deliver financial returns via dividends and share price increases. With such external pressure, the managers are likely to be very focused on the financial performance of the business. By comparison, another organization may have a different ownership structure. John Lewis, for example, is a partnership, see 2.3 Business Insight. This means it is owned by its employees, who are all partners. All the partners have one vote, making this a very democratic organization, and will vote on key issues. The Constitution of John Lewis sets out that the organization should look after the welfare of its partners. This is not to say that profit does not matter, and partners vote on what happens to the profit, but that the welfare of employees is also a very significant influence on decision-making and that employees are involved in this decision-making. 36. Ship writes in a growing retail company to allow future generations of employees to take forward his experiment in industrial democracy. Not unreasonably, he wanted to leave some clear guidelines for his successors, so that the values which had motivated him would not be eroded with the passage of time. Spadan Lewis was committed to establishing a better form of business, and the challenge for partners of today is to prove that a business which is not driven by the demands of outside shareholders and which sets high standards of behavior can flourish in the competitive conditions of the third millennium. Indeed, we aim to demonstrate that adhering to these principles and rules enables us over the long term to outperform companies with conventional ownership structures. The Constitution states that the happiness of its members is the partnership's ultimate purpose, recognizing that such happiness depends on having a satisfying job in a successful business. It establishes a system of rights and responsibilities, which places on all partners the obligation to work for the improvement of our business in the knowledge that we share the rewards of success. The Constitution defines mechanisms to provide for the management of the partnership, with checks and balances to ensure accountability, transparency and honesty. It established the representation of the co-owners on the partnership board through the election of partners as directors, elected directors, and it also determines the role of the partners' counselor. Source: www.johnlewispartnership.co.uk/about/r-founder/r-constitution.html. Question: John Lewis is owned by its employees. How might this affect the objectives it sets and the decisions taken by its managers? 2.4 Business Insight, Building Societies. You can see the significance of ownership by comparing a bank and a building society. A bank is owned by investors. The managers of a bank will aim to make profits to reward their owners. Customers are important because they provide the finance that allows the business to make a profit. By contrast, a building society is owned by its savers. Profits are used to improve the service and returns for savers, not for outside investors. Decisions are therefore made to benefit those who use the building society's service, not outsiders. This is what Nationwide Building Society says about its objectives. The Nationwide is a building society. We're a mutual, which means we're owned by and run for the benefit of our members. Because of the way we're run, we're free to reinvest more of our profits into improving products and services for you. You're a member when you have a current account, mortgage, or savings account with us. 2 Mission and Objectives 37. Corporate Social Responsibility. Another possible consideration for managers when setting objectives is the impact of their actions on society as a whole. The concept of corporate social responsibility, CSR, highlights that business decisions impact on stakeholders and that managers may want to consider the social effects of their decisions. They may want to take actions over and above their legal requirements to help the different groups they affect, called stakeholders. Some businesses set targets that are much broader than just profit. For example, they may set targets in relations to employee satisfaction, environmental emissions, recycling, or accidents. Most businesses will have several targets, and while profit is often one of them, there are usually others that focus on social issues. And of course some organizations have very clear social objectives and are not profit-making charities, for example, will aim to benefit a particular disadvantaged group and will not measure their success in terms of the profits made. As a manager, you, and the owners of your business, may accept various responsibilities to society because you feel it is the right thing to do, e.g. the owners may think it is right to use some of the business's funds for charity. At the same time, there may be financial gains from social responsibility. More recycling can save costs, a stronger environmental track record can attract investors and staff. It is possible, therefore, that CSR can be profitable in the long run. One reason why so many companies now have a CSR policy could well be that customers and investors expect this, and without it the business would suffer. We give our members up to £500 a year for recommending us to your friends. Terms and conditions apply. A tiered interest rate on our loyalty saver based on your length of membership with us. Cashback offers through Simply Rewards, access to personal loans, credit cards, home insurance, protection, and investment products. Flexclusive products. When your main current account is with us, you're not just a customer, you're part of our society. You can vote at our annual general meeting. Meet our directors at member talkback sessions across the country, and tell us what you want from our products and services. You can get as involved as you like. Source: www.nationwide.co.uk/about/y-choose-nationwide/all-about-membership. Question: how might the fact that Nationwide is a mutual lead to different decisions compared to decisions made by a bank, owned by shareholders? 38. 2.5 Business Insight, Puma's environmental accounts. Some businesses, including Puma, are now producing environmental profit and loss accounts, EPNL, that try to value the impact of their activities on the environment. Rather than just using the price paid for an item to represent its costs, environmental accounting attempts to calculate the true cost to society. The monetary value of the EPNL is the amount that would need to be paid if the environment billed us for providing clean water and air, restoring soils and the atmosphere, and decomposing waste. The monetary value of Puma's environmental impact expresses the value of impacts such as air pollution, carbon emissions, land use, waste generation, water usage, and water pollution. Puma produces these results and then aims to lower the monetary value of its impact on the environment each year. This is achieved by working more closely with suppliers and looking at its processes. Source: https://about.puma.com/n/susdainability/environment. Question: do you think all businesses should produce an environmental profit and loss statement? 2.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Satisficing occurs when different stakeholder groups are satisfied. B. CSR acknowledges that business may have social objectives. C. Achieving growth does not necessarily mean achieving maximum profits. D. Profits are measured by total revenue plus total costs. 2.6 Business Insight, Smartphones and Young People. Some of Apple's biggest investors have asked the company to develop software to limit how long children can use its smartphones. The demands have come from two investment groups that hold $2 billion, £1.48 billion, of Apple shares between them. One of them represents the pensions of Canadian teachers. These investors were worried about the possible effect of the excessive use of smartphones on the mental health of young people. Many studies suggest excessive phone use can disrupt lessons, harm students' ability to concentrate on schoolwork, and deprive them of sleep. These investors believe that Apple needs to take responsibility for its products and the effect they have on users. 2 Mission and Objectives 39. Questions 1. Do you think companies should be responsible for how their customers use their products? 2. If you were running Apple, would you try and limit the amount of time young people use your smartphone? You, the manager. The famous economist Milton Friedman said that the business of business is business. See the article cited in Business Case Extension Questions at the end of this chapter. He did not believe managers should worry about issues such as corporate social responsibility. They should simply focus on maximizing profits for their investors. Anything else was a distraction. Do you agree? Summary. A mission defines why an organization exists. This mission can then be turned into objectives. These are specific targets that have to be achieved in a given time period. Economists tend to assume that businesses want to maximize profits. However, other objectives include growth and revenue maximization. Managers may also seek to meet a range of stakeholder needs and to act in a socially responsible way. Key learning points. A mission sets out why a business exists. Objectives are specific and time-specific targets. Objectives help managers allocate resources. Profit maximization occurs at the output where marginal revenue equals marginal costs. Revenue maximization occurs at the output where marginal revenue equals zero. Growth maximization occurs at the highest output where average revenue equals average costs. Corporate social responsibility assumes that businesses have responsibilities to society over and above their legal responsibilities. 40. Business Case Extension Questions. 1. Visit the Amazon website, find Amazon's annual report and read the latest review of the company's activities by the chief executive. What does she or he identify as key issues in the business environment that have influenced Amazon's success? 2. Produce a summary of the key business activities of Amazon at present. 3. To what extent do you think Amazon behaves in a socially responsible way? Review the information on Amazon's website and combine this with your own research to answer. 4. In 1970, Milton Friedman wrote a famous article called "The Social Responsibility of Business is to Increase Profits" for the New York Times Magazine, September 30, 1970. Read this and discuss whether you agree with Friedman's view. Quick questions. 1. What is the difference between a mission and an objective? 2. What is the value to a business of setting objectives? 3. How is profit measured? 4. Why is profit a common objective of a business? 5. What is meant by corporate social responsibility? 6. Why is maximizing revenue different from maximizing profit? 7. Why might achieving growth be different from maximizing profit? 8. What is meant by satisficing? 9. What is the difference between marginal revenue and total revenue? 10. What is meant by a return on investment? 41. Managing demand. Chapter 3. Business case. Tesla, the U.S. car company set up by entrepreneur Elon Musk, has made a very successful entrance into the automotive market with its electric cars and more recently trucks. The financial research company CSI Market quotes Tesla as reporting, "We believe the primary competitive factors in our markets include but are not limited to technological innovation, product quality and safety, service options, product performance. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain what factors may influence the demand for a product, explain the relationship between price, quantity demanded, and revenue, analyze the importance of the elasticity of demand, analyze how managers might influence demand. Why do I need to know about demand? You are the chief executive of a large sports goods retailer. The latest sales revenue figures are just in, and your revenue is down by 2%. With less sales revenue, your profits are going to fall unless you can get costs down. Lower profits will need explaining to the board of directors. Sales matter to businesses. Sales generate revenue, and revenue drives the profits. The level of sales of a business is determined by the demand for the firm's products. Managers will, therefore, want to understand what determines the demand for their products and how they can influence it, because this determines their revenue. Some factors outside the control of the business will affect demand, but managers will try to manage demand where they can. 42. Design and styling, brand perception, product price, and manufacturing efficiency. Source: https://csimarket.com/stocks/compt_glance.php $T$SLA. Here is an extract from Tesla's 2017 annual report. We believe that our vehicles compete in the market both based on their traditional segment classification as well as based on their propulsion technology. For example, Model S and Model X compete primarily in the extremely competitive premium sedan and premium SUV markets with internal combustion vehicles from more established automobile manufacturers, and Model 3 competes with small to medium-sized sedans. Our vehicles also compete with vehicles propelled by alternative fuels, principally electricity. Many established and new automobile manufacturers such as Audi, BMW, Daimler, General Motors, Toyota, and Volvo, as well as other companies, have entered or are reported to have plans to enter the alternative fuel vehicle market, including hybrid, plug-in hybrid and fully electric vehicles. Overall, we believe these announcements and vehicle introductions promote the development of the alternative fuel vehicle market by highlighting the attractiveness of alternative fuel vehicles, particularly those fueled by electricity, relative to the internal combustion vehicle. Electric vehicles have also already been brought to market in China and other foreign countries, and we expect a number of those manufacturers to enter the US market as well. Source: https://www.sec.gov/archive/edgar/data/1318605901800295610K_10171231.htm. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. Which factors do you think influence the demand for electric cars? 2. Do you think demand for electric cars has been growing or shrinking in recent years? Why? 3. How important do you think the price of an electric car is in terms of influencing the decision to buy an electric car? Why? 4. Do you think demand for electric cars in general is likely to be more or less sensitive to price than the demand for a particular brand of electric car? Why? 5. As more producers move into the electric car market, what do you think this will do to demand for Tesla cars? Why? 6. The UK government is increasing taxes on diesel cars. What effect will this have on demand for electric cars? 3. Managing demand. 43. What is demand? The demand for a good or service is the quantity that customers are willing and able to purchase. As a business, we are not just interested in what people would like to buy, we need to know whether they can afford it as well. That's why we measure the quantity customers are willing and able to buy. Many marketing activities aim to generate interest in the product, however, some may be focused on helping more people to be able to afford the product, for example, through payment by installment schemes, or trade-in deals. The car market is a good example of this. Most car manufacturers will lend you the money to buy their cars. They will also offer you the ability to rent the car for a number of years and then decide if you want to buy it or trade up. The demand for a product drives the sales and revenue of a business. Not surprisingly, then, managers will want to know what influences the demand for their products. One of the key factors influencing demand is likely to be price. When we, as customers, are thinking of buying something, we think about its value to us. Economists call this utility, and we think about the cost to us, i.e. the price. We often talk about whether something is good value for money. This means that we are thinking about whether the price we paid was worth it. Provided we think the benefits of something are at least equal to the price we are paying, we are likely to demand it. We won't demand something if we think it is overpriced, that is, if the benefits we think it offers do not justify the price being asked. A £5 meal at McDonald's can be regarded a good value for money, so can a £100 birthday celebration meal at an exclusive restaurant, provided that the benefits of the whole experience are worth the price paid. 3.1 Business Insight, Bowman's Strategy Clock. Different strategies that businesses adopt can be shown on Bowman's Strategy Clock. This shows that businesses can be competitive with relatively high prices provided that the benefits they provide are also relatively high. To travel with Qatar Airways is quite expensive, but you may well feel the service you receive justifies the price. Equally, a business can be competitive by offering relatively basic products and services, provided the price is also low. Ryanair and EasyJet offer a more basic service than Qatar Airways, but given that their prices are so much lower they can still be competitive. A business will not be competitive if the benefits it offers are the same as, or less than, those offered by competitors but the price is higher. Over time, businesses may rethink their strategies. Recently, for example, Sports Direct has launched some new flagship stores with huge investment in the location, the store layout, and the decor. The company's chief executive, Mike Ashley, says it will become the Selfridges of sports retailing. It may end up with higher prices than in the past, but the products and stores may justify this. Burberry, already perceived as quite an upmarket product, has announced it wants to become even more of a premium brand. Where a business positions itself in a market compared to its rivals will affect decisions throughout the organization, such as where it locates, how it produces, what it stocks, and what level of customer service it provides. 44. Question. Where would you place the following businesses on the strategy clock? Poundland, Gucci, Travelodge, Montblanc, Pens, IKEA. In economics, the impact of the price on the quantity demanded of a product is shown by a demand curve. A demand curve shows the quantity of a product demanded at each and every price for a given time period. The revenue earned by a business, also called the sales revenue, total revenue, or turnover generated, is measured by the price multiplied by the quantity sold. Revenue equals price times quantity sold. Obviously, businesses tend to sell more than one product. For example, Unilever's brands include Bertolli, Domestos, Knorr, Hellmann's, Lipton, Magnum, Shure, Persil, Surf, Tony and Guy, Ben & Jerry's, and Brut. The revenue for the business as a whole is the sum of the revenues from each product. Non-competitive strategies. Differentiation strategies. Hybrid strategies. High. Low. Perceived product/service benefits. Low. Price. High. Low price strategies. Bowman's Strategy Clock. Courtesy of Professor Cliff Bowman. 3. Managing demand. 45. A demand curve. A demand curve shows the quantity demanded of a product at each and every price, all other factors unchanged. A given demand curve therefore shows the effect of change in price on the quantity demanded, all other factors unchanged. A change in price will lead to an increase or decrease in the quantity demanded and is shown by a movement along the demand curve, figure 3.1. Management task. Look at the data on Marks & Spencer plc shown in the table in Business Insight 3.2. If you were the managing director of Marks & Spencer, how might this data affect your plans for the coming years? 3.2 Business Insight, Analyzing Revenue. Managers will analyze different elements of the overall business revenue to identify how different parts of the organization are performing. A business may have different divisions representing different types of products, and so managers might analyze the performance of each division. For example, Manchester United will earn revenue from ticket sales, from sponsorship, and from merchandising, and will measure revenue in all these areas over time and in relation to competitors. How revenue is analyzed will depend on a company's operations. In the case of Marks & Spencer plc, for example, revenue might be analyzed by product, e.g. food versus clothing, by region, e.g. UK versus Europe, source, e.g. physical store versus online, and type of store, e.g. small stores versus larger ones. This analysis could help shape strategy in the future. In recent years, for example, Marks & Spencer's revenue for food has performed well, but the revenue from clothes has been disappointing, as shown in the table. This might highlight the need for a change in the business strategy. Managers at M&S may decide to put more resources into clothing or may consider withdrawing from this sector. Source: http://annualreport.marks&spencer.com/m_s_ar2017.pdf. By permission of Marks & Spencer. Question: in what ways might Marks & Spencer's analysis affect the decisions it takes? Revenue 2015/16 annual change. Food, UK, £5.6 billion plus 4.2%. Clothing and Home, UK, £3.8 billion 2.8%. M&S.com £836.3 million plus 5.6%. International £1.2 billion plus 10.7%. 46. Generally we assume the demand curve is downward sloping, meaning that more is demanded at lower prices, assuming all other factors remain unchanged. This is because, with a lower price customers can afford to buy more with the same income. This is called the income effect. With a lower price this product is cheaper than it was, compared to other rival products, and this will attract customers to switch to this one. This is called the substitution effect. The income and substitution effects usually combine to increase the quantity demanded. Key concept: a demand curve shows the quantity demanded of a product at each and every price, all other factors held constant. Quantity, units. Q2. Demand curve equals D. Q1. P1. P2. Price, pound. 0. Figure 3.1 price changes are shown by a movement along a demand curve. 3.3 Business Insight, top line and bottom line. Revenue is called the top line in business. This refers to the top line of a profit and loss account, also called an income statement, which forms part of a company's accounts. The profit and loss account shows the income and costs of a business over the preceding 12 months. The profit is measured by the revenue minus the costs. The profit figure is called the bottom line. An increase in the top line, revenue, will lead to an increase in the bottom line, profit, provided that costs don't rise by more than revenue. Notice that there are in fact many different measures of profit, such as profit before interest payments, profit before tax, and profit after tax. Whenever there is a story about 3. Managing demand. 47. Research task. A. Look in the news for two companies announcing their profits. Which profit figure is being used in the press, e.g. before tax or after tax, for each of the two companies? Why do you think they have chosen this one? What are the profits being compared to in the media? B. Some managers prefer to increase profits by reducing costs. Others seek to invest in order to differentiate what they offer, so that they can then charge a higher price, boost sales, and increase revenue. Can you find examples of these strategies in the news? Which strategy do you think is better? Table 3.1 Manchester United's income statement data, 2016. Revenue £515, 345. Analyzed as commercial revenue £268,318. Broadcasting revenue £140,440. Matchday revenue £106,587. Operating expenses £436,709. Analyzed as employee benefits £232,242. Other operating expenses £204,467. Loss from disposal of assets £9,786. Operating profit £68,850. Net finance costs £20,017. Profit before tax £48,833. Tax £12,462. Profit for the year £36,371. Source, Manchester United plc, 20F, September 15, 2016. The profits of a business, be careful to look at which measure it is using. It may be worth asking why the company chose to report that particular measure. Table 3.1 shows the accounts for Manchester United in its financial year 2016. Questions 1. Which profit do you think Manchester United would tend to use in any press statements? Why? 2. Do you think Manchester United should cut employees' benefits to boost profits? 48. Management task. Explain to your employees how you intend to improve the bottom line of your business without increasing its top line. Analyzing the business data. 1. What does the data in the charts show about the predicted value of sales of beer in the UK from 2017 to 2022 and the predicted volume of sales? 2. Can you explain the difference between the expected trend in volume and value of sales? Forecast value of UK beer sales, 2017 to 22. Source, Mental Beer, December 2017. 27,500. 25,000. 22,500. 20,000. 17,500. 15,000. 12,500. 0. 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. Market value. Pound M. Best case, Pound M, 23,220. Pound M, 17,757. Mental forecast, Pound M, 20,601. 95%. 90%. 70%. 50%. Worst case, Pound M, 17,982. Confidence intervals. Actual forecast. Est. 5,500. 5,000. 4,500. 4,000. 3,500. 0. 2012, 2013, 2014. Actual. Market. Volume. M liters. Forecast. M liters 4,353. Best case, M liters, 4,890. Mental forecast, M liters, 4,565. Worst case, M liters, 4,240. Confidence intervals. 2015, 2016, 2017, EST 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. 95%. 90%. 70%. 50%. Forecast volume of UK beer sales, 2017-22. Source, Mental Beer, December 2017. The confidence interval shows how confident the researchers are that the actual result will be in this range. 3. Managing demand 49. Of course, what will be of interest to managers is not just whether the quantity demanded increases or decreases but how much the quantity demanded changes in response to price changes. This is because managers will need to plan for issues such as, how much to produce to meet the quantity demanded, how much to keep in stock ready for an increase in quantity demanded, staffing levels if sales are going to increase or decrease, the impact on cash flow of a change in sales. All of these plans will be linked to expected levels of demand. The sales forecast is a key planning tool in business, see Figure 3.2. Most other plans within the organization, such as production planning, human resource planning, and financial planning are linked to the sales forecast. It is not enough for a manager to know that sales will fall if the price is increased. He or she will want to try to estimate exactly how much the decrease will be. The sensitivity of demand to price changes is measured by the price elasticity of demand. If the quantity demanded is relatively sensitive to price, i.e. the percentage. Key concept. Profit is measured by total revenue minus total costs. Production planning. Staff planning. Sales forecast. Cash flow forecast. Budgeting. Figure 3.2 Sales forecasts drive plans. 50. Change in quantity demanded is greater than the percentage change in price, demand is said to be price elastic. If the quantity demanded is relatively insensitive to price, i.e. the percentage change in quantity demanded is less than the percentage change in price, demand is said to be price inelastic. Key concept. The price elasticity of demand measures the percentage change in quantity demanded given a percentage change in price, all other factors unchanged. The price elasticity of demand and pricing. The sensitivity of demand to price is likely to affect a firm's pricing policies. If demand is price inelastic, a price increase will lead to a smaller fall in quantity demanded, in percentages, and sales revenue will increase, see Figure 3.3. Although less is sold, the revenue increases because of the higher price. If demand is price elastic, increasing the price will reduce revenue, see Table 3.2. This is because the fall in quantity demanded is greater, as a percentage, than the increase in price. Although more is charged per item, the fall in sales is so high that Q2 D X Y Q1 P1 P2 0 Price, pound. Figure 3.3 Price change and revenue, price inelastic. Table 3.2 The relationship between price changes, price elasticity of demand, and revenue. Price change effect on revenue if demand is price elastic, effect on revenue if demand is price inelastic, lower price increases revenue, decreases revenue, increase price decreases revenue, increases revenue. 3. Managing demand 51. 3.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If demand is price inelastic, the quantity demanded won't change at all when the price changes. B. An increase in price increases revenue if demand is price elastic. C. A heavily branded item is more likely to be price inelastic than price elastic. Overall revenue falls. If demand is price elastic, a fall in price would increase revenue. Although the price is lower, the increase in sales leads to more revenue. An understanding of how sensitive demand is to price is therefore an important element of a firm's pricing strategy. Remember, however, that while a manager will be interested in the impact of price changes on the firm's revenue, she will also be concerned about costs. Lowering the price may lead to more revenue if demand is sensitive to price, but if more has to be produced, managers need to be careful that any increase in costs does not outweigh the increase in revenue. If it does, profits may fall. Note that in reality a business will not know the exact price elasticity of demand for its products. However, it can use past data and research to estimate the likely impact of any change in price. Calculating elasticity. So far we have looked at the price elasticity of demand, which shows how quantity demanded changes when price changes. The concept of elasticity of demand can be extended to changes in other variables which affect demand, such as income and promotional spending. Calculating an elasticity of demand involves the percentage change in quantity demanded in relation to the percentage change in a variable. To calculate the percentage change in the value of a number, you calculate difference between new value and original value divided by original value, times 100. For example, if quantity demanded increases from 200 units to 250 units, the percentage change in quantity demanded is 250 divided by 200 times 100 equals plus 50 times 100 equals plus 25%. If this was caused by a price cut from £10 to £8, we need to calculate the percentage price change. New value original value, divided by original value, times 100 equals 810, times 100 equals 20%. 52. The equation for the price elasticity of demand is percent change in quantity demanded, divided by percent change in price, equals plus 25 divided by 20 equals 1.25. Using elasticity. Some people find it useful to use a triangle to help with their elasticity calculations, and with using elasticity, the values you know are put into the triangle, and then you can easily calculate the missing value. If you have a number on the top part of the triangle, you divide it by the number you have below to get the other number you need below. If you have the two numbers below, you multiply them to get the number missing in the top part. Percent change quantity demanded. Percent change quantity price elasticity of demand, PED. 20%. Plus 10% price elasticity of demand, PED. PED equals 20 / plus 10 equals 2. 3. Managing demand 53. 20%. 2. Percent change in price equals 20 / 2 equals plus 10. Plus 10%. Percentage change in quantity demanded equals 2 times plus 10 equals 20%. 2. Interpreting elasticity. Having calculated elasticity, how do you interpret it? The key when thinking about the relationship between demand and a variable is to consider two things about the answer to your calculation: the sign of the answer, and the size of the answer, ignoring its sign. The sign of the answer. If the answer is negative, the change in quantity demanded and the change in the variable are in opposite directions. This would be the case if, for example, a price increase reduces quantity demanded, or if a decrease in income increases demand. If the answer is positive, the quantity demanded and the variable move in the same direction, for example, when an increase in income increases demand. The sign of the answer shows whether the quantity demanded and the variable move in the same direction or opposite directions. 54. The size of the answer, ignoring the sign. If the answer is bigger than 1, ignoring whether it is positive or negative, then demand is elastic. The size of the answer shows how much the quantity demanded changes in percentage relative to the percentage change in the variable. For example, a value of 3 means that the percentage change in quantity demanded is 3 times the change in the variable. A value of 0.5 means that the percentage change in quantity demanded is 0.5 times the change in the variable. Remember that if demand is inelastic, this means the change in percentage quantity demanded is smaller than the percentage change in the variable. It does not mean there is no change, just that is it smaller. For example, the quantity demanded may fall by 40%, which is quite a lot, but if this is following a price increase of 70%, demand is still price inelastic because the percentage change in quantity demanded is less than the percentage change in price. Calculating the price elasticity of demand. Example 1. Let's say that quantity demanded increases by 10% when price falls by 5%. Price elasticity of demand equals percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price equals plus 10% divided by 5%. Because the price and quantity demanded move in different directions, one increases when the other falls, the answer will be negative. Because the quantity demanded changes by twice as much as price, 10% divided by 5%, the value of the price elasticity of demand is 2. The price elasticity of demand is therefore plus 10% divided by 5% equals 2. Demand for this product would be described as price elastic because the percentage change in quantity demanded is more than the percentage change in price. The value of the price elasticity, i.e. the size of the answer, ignoring the sign, shows how much the quantity demanded changes, in percentages, compared to the percentage change in price, in this case, 2 times as much. Example 2. Let's say that quantity demanded increases by 10% when price falls by 20%. Price elasticity of demand equals plus 10% divided by 20%. Because the price and quantity demanded move in different directions, one increases when the other falls, the answer will be negative. Because the quantity demanded changes by half as much as price, 10% divided by 20%, the value of the price elasticity of demand is 0.5. 3. Managing demand 55. The price elasticity of demand is therefore plus 10% divided by 20% equals 0.5. The percentage change in quantity demanded is 0.5 times as much as the percentage change in price. Demand for this product would be described as price inelastic because the percentage change in quantity demanded changes is more than the percentage change in price. 3.2 Quick check. A. If price elasticity of demand is negative, the demand curve is downward sloping, true or false? B. Is a price elasticity of demand of 3 more or less elastic than a price elasticity of demand of 0.3? Explain. C. If the price is cut and revenue increases, demand is price elastic, true or false? D. If a price change has no effect on the quantity demanded, demand is perfectly price elastic, true or false? Management task. You want to increase the number of applications to your university for undergraduate business and economics courses. You have been allocated a budget of £200,000. Produce a short proposal on how you think these funds would be best used. Justify your ideas. Price elasticity of demand underscore 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 on value 01 infinity description perfectly price inelastic unitary elastic price elastic perfectly price elastic. Change in quantity demanded, units. Change in price, pound, percent change in quantity demanded. Percent change in price elasticity of demand 50 to 42 pounds to 2 pounds and 20 pence 50 to 75 2 pounds to 1 pound and 80 pence 200 to 195 20 pounds to 21 pounds 100 to 150 pounds to 60 pounds. 3.1 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. 56. Management task. If you were the marketing director of Amazon and you were going to recommend which products to cut the price on, would you choose price elastic or price inelastic products? Why? 3.4 Business insight, Amazon and Whole Foods. In 2017 Amazon took control of the food and grocery business Whole Foods in the USA. Amazon said it would immediately cut the prices of a number of products at Whole Foods. It also said it would start selling Whole Foods products on its website. Amazon said that it would not cut prices on all products because of the impact on its profit margins. The profit margin is a measure of the profit per sale. However, Amazon would target specific items and cut prices on these to increase traffic and sales. Prices at Whole Foods are typically 15 to 20% or higher than those charged by rivals. Question. How could a food and grocery business successfully charge 15 to 20% or more than its rivals? What determines the price elasticity of demand? The sensitivity of demand for a product in relation to changes in price will depend on a number of factors, see Figure 3.4. Who is paying for the item? Availability of substitutes. Type of product. Percentage of income spent on a product. Influences on the price elasticity of demand. Figure 3.4 influences on the price elasticity of demand. 3. Managing demand. 57. Availability of substitutes. If a customer can easily switch to a product that is similar, or appears similar, to yours, then any price increase is likely to lead to a relatively large fall in the quantity demanded, and demand will be price elastic. Customers will switch to the cheaper alternatives. If, however, managers can convince customers that their product is in some way different from, or better than, their rivals' products, demand will be price inelastic and it may be possible to increase price. The price of a season ticket at Chelsea, or the price of a ticket to see Taylor Swift, will be high because their loyal supporters and committed fans think there is no alternative. Liverpool is not Chelsea, and Selena Gomez is not Taylor Swift. Demand for these tickets will be price inelastic. This is why businesses often invest heavily in developing their brands, and in promoting the benefits of their products. The aim is to make customers aware of why their product is better than others, or at least try to persuade them it is. The more closely a product can meet a customer's need, and the greater the value of the benefits provided to customers, the higher the price that a business can set. Are you a Coca-Cola or Pepsi drinker? A Costa or Starbucks fan? An Apple or Microsoft user? All of these companies will try to make you loyal to them so that you won't be put off by high prices. Read more. If you are interested in marketing, you should read Baines, P. Phil, C., and Rosengren, S. 2016, Fundamentals of Marketing, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Kotler, P. Armstrong, G. Wong, V. and Saunders, J. Principles of Marketing, Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. 3.5 Business Insight, Price and Benefit. A key determinant of the price people will be willing to pay and how sensitive they are to price changes is the benefit that they think they get from buying a product. Marketing managers invest heavily in trying to understand customers' wants and needs, developing products to meet them, and communicating to make them aware of the benefits of their products. Sometimes the benefits may be clear from the start. For example, many of us are worried about a virus wiping our documents. Think of the horror of losing a document you have been working on for weeks, or all of the documents you have saved over the years. What if you lost a key assignment hours before the submission? The benefits of antivirus software to those needing to protect documents is clear, and therefore a relatively high price can be charged. Other motivations for why we buy things may not be immediately obvious. The watch companies Rolex and Patek Philippe, for example, stress the value of their watches as 58. Management task. Your business sells burglar alarms for houses. You advertise online and in print. You are the sales manager responsible for training your team when they are handling inquiries generated by these advertisements. Produce a short brief for your sales team to help them justify the price of £1,000 for your alarms. Your business produces photocopying paper. The paper has a particularly good finish, which means it does not jam the photocopier. It does, however, mean that you are selling it for 10% or more than more other providers. Your sales manager has a meeting with the purchasing manager of a large chain of language schools about becoming their sole provider of photocopying paper. Produce a short brief for the sales manager explaining how she should approach the discussion and close the deal. Type of product. Some products may be regarded by the customer as essential. They will be very reluctant to give them up. The more a product is regarded as a necessity, the more price inelastic demand will be. For some people, Sky TV may be a necessity for the sports coverage. Some people might be very reluctant to give up their morning coffee at Starbucks on the way to work. Others may find it difficult to stop smoking. If Heirlooms to pass on to your family. They do not promote the fact that their watches enable you to tell the time. There are many other ways we can get the time, not least from our mobile phones. So, why spend hundreds or even thousands of pounds on a Patek watch? Because it is about family, inheritance, and memories. Other watches such as Swatch position themselves more as fashion items. They want you to buy them not because they tell the time, but because they look good and reflect your mood. Swatch want you to have several swatches, one for work, one for the weekend, one for going out, and so on. Question 1. Why do people buy flowers, do you think? How might this affect the marketing activities for a business selling flowers? 2. Pandora jewelry is often bought as a gift and to mark a special occasion. How might this affect its marketing activities? Research task. Look at 3 adverts in the press and identify the benefits that are being promoted. 3. Managing demand. 59. However, an item is regarded as more of a luxury, something that can be given up easily. The demand will be more sensitive to price changes, i.e. more price elastic. Percentage of income spent on product. If a product is a substantial investment, for example, a new car or a holiday, customers are likely to spend quite a long time finding out information and comparing prices with alternative products. The price of such an item for most people will be a relatively significant proportion of their income, compared to a cup of coffee, for example, and customers are likely to be more sensitive to price changes. In comparison, change in the price of milk may be far less noticeable, and so demand is more price inelastic. Who is paying for the item? If you are not paying for a product, you are probably less sensitive to price than if you are. If your travel is being paid for by your business, you may be more likely to travel business class and get a taxi from the airport to your hotel. If it is your own money, you might look for cheaper alternatives. Time period. Customers are used to making certain choices at certain moments. You have a favorite cereal, you like a particular restaurant, and you have particular shops you tend to go to. We all tend to stick to a fairly limited range of choices. This means that a change in price may have relatively little impact on the quantity demanded because we are used to the products we have been using already. If the price increases, we may reduce the quantity demanded by only a relatively small amount. Over time, however, we may come across or actively seek alternatives and switch away. This makes demand more price elastic over time. In some cases we can be extremely apathetic as consumers. The government regularly asks us to compare our energy prices and the returns offered by banks, for example, because in the UK we are notoriously bad at switching to cheaper alternatives. We either could not be bothered or think somehow we will be worse off. Breadth of definition. The demand for any individual brand will be more price elastic than demand for the product category as a whole. If the price of one music streaming service increases, we can switch to another one relatively easily, so demand is relatively price elastic. If demand for all music streaming services increases, demand will be less sensitive and the price elasticity will be lower. 60. Business case questions, can you now answer? 1. How important do you think the price of an electric car is in terms of influencing the decision to buy an electric car? Why? 2. Do you think demand for electric cars in general is likely to be more or less sensitive to price than the demand for a particular brand of electric car? Why? The impact of technology on price sensitivity. Developments in technology are enabling businesses to gather more information on customers' buying habits and their sensitivity to price. This allows firms to estimate price elasticity of demand more accurately and therefore adjust prices more appropriately. Thanks to technology, businesses are also able to use dynamic pricing with online transactions. This involves changing the price frequently, depending on factors such as how often you have visited the site, what else you have bought, what else you have been searching for when you are searching. For example, are you trying to book a last-minute flight or are you booking months ahead? What time of day you are searching, what browser you are using, your postcode, your credit rating. Technology will also help the buyer. As customers, we can search more easily for alternatives. We can even use price comparison sites to do it for us, if we trust that they are really doing a comparison rather than leading us to producers that pay them to do this. The internet should, therefore, make customers more price sensitive because it is so much easier to compare with other providers. Dynamic pricing. Although we have tended to talk of the price of a product in our analysis, in reality there is no such thing. For most products there are many different prices, depending on factors such as who the business is selling to or what time of the day or year it is. More and more stores now use electronic tags that allow the business to change the price of a product throughout the day. Some of these electronic tags will change in response to your mobile phone, your phone feeds. 3. Managing demand. 61. Data about you to a store system which then increases or decreases the price accordingly. Examples of dynamic pricing include sites such as Expedia, which offer thousands of different prices for a room in a particular hotel every day, Uber, the taxi business, which uses surge pricing, making rapid changes to the fares when demand is high. During a recent tube strike in London, Uber fares rose by 400%. Technology also allows businesses to identify all kinds of factors that might affect the price they charge different customers. The travel site Orbitz calculated that Apple Mac users were prepared to pay 20 to 30% or more for hotel rooms than users of other brands of computer, and adjusted its pricing accordingly. The office supply store Staples and the furniture retailer Home Depot showed customers different prices based on a range of characteristics they could discover about the buyer. This included how far a customer was from a physical store outlet, as this could then be taken into account when setting prices for heavier items. Customers in locations with more competitors nearby were shown lower prices. Do you think businesses should be allowed to charge different prices to different people for the same product? Shifts in demand. A change in price leads to a movement along the demand curve, see figure 3.5. A price change leads to a change in the quantity demanded. A change in other factors that influence demand, figure 3.6, will change the quantity demanded at each and every price. This is shown by a shift in the demand curve. An increase in demand means more is demanded at each and every price. The demand curve moves outward. A decrease in demand means that less is demanded at each and every price. The demand curve shifts inward. In this section we will look at various factors that may influence demand. Management task. You run a hotel chain in the UK. You have used a standard pricing policy, charging the same amount per room in all your hotels at all times. Put together a short proposal outlining opportunities to increase or decrease prices to increase the overall revenue. Justify your recommendations. 62. Income. Imagine, for example, your income has increased. At each and every price you can now buy more. This would be shown by an outward shift of the demand curve, as in figure 3.5a. This is an increase in demand. Quantity, units. D. D1. P1. P2. Price, pound. 0 quantity, units. D1D. P1. P2. Price, pound. A, B. 0. Figure 3.5, A, an increase in demand, B, a decrease in demand. Figure 3.6 influences on demand. Prices of other products, substitutes and complements. Income. Promotional activities. Change in population size. Influences on demand. 3. Managing demand. 63. Equally, with a fall in income you may be willing and able to buy less at each and every price. In this case the demand curve shifts inwards, as shown in figure 3.5, b. This is a fall in demand. If demand increases with an increase in income, and decreases with a decrease in income, a product is called a normal good by economists, see table 3.3. With more income you might take more holidays, for example. However, in some cases customers may demand less of a product with more income and more of it with less income. These products are called inferior. For example, in recent years some people have found they have less income to spend and have switched from supermarkets such Tesco and Waitrose towards discounters such as Aldi and Lidl. Because they have lower incomes, they have moved from well-known brands to the less familiar own-label brands that are produced by the discounters. Key concept: a shift in demand occurs when more or less of a product is demanded at each and every price. Of course, as with price changes, what matters is not just whether demand increases or falls in relation to a change in income, what also matters is how great the change is. Being able to forecast the scale of a change in demand is important for many business decisions such as staffing and deciding on inventory levels. The sensitivity of demand in relation to income is measured by the income elasticity of demand. This measures the percentage change in the quantity demanded of a product in relation to percentage change in income. Income elasticity of demand equals percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in income if the demand is sensitive to income, i.e. the percentage increase in quantity demanded is greater than the percentage increase in income, so the value is greater than 1, demand is said to be income elastic. Demand for products such as overseas holidays, sports cars, and membership of a private gym are likely to be income elastic. If the demand is relatively insensitive to income, i.e. the percentage increase in quantity demanded is less than the percentage increase in income, so the value is less than 1, demand is said to be income inelastic. Demand for salt, socks, and tomato ketchup is likely to be income inelastic. Changes in income levels may have relatively little effect on sales. Table 3.3 The effect of income on demand. Change in income: normal product, inferior product. Income increases, demand rises, demand falls, income decreases, demand falls, demand rises. 64. Calculating the income elasticity of demand. Example 1. If the quantity demanded of a product increases 20% when income increases 10%, then this means income elasticity of demand equals plus 20% divided by plus 10% equals plus 2. This is a normal good because the quantity demanded increases with more income, and vice versa, and so it has a positive answer. The value of 2 shows that the percentage change in quantity demanded is 2 times the percentage change in income. This is elastic, because it is greater than 1. Example 2. If the quantity demanded of a product decreases 5% when income increases 10%, then this means, income elasticity of demand equals 5% divided by plus 10% equals 0.5. This is an inferior good because the quantity demanded decreases with more income, and vice versa, and so it has a negative answer. The value of 0.5 shows that the percentage change in quantity demanded is 0.5 times the percentage change in income. This is inelastic, because it is less than 1. An understanding of the income elasticity of demand, as explained in Table 3.4, will be useful to managers as it will show how demand might change in relation to changes in income. If the economy grows fast, for example, it would be useful to. Key concept: the income elasticity of demand measures the percentage change in the quantity demanded of a product in response to a percentage change in income. All other factors unchanged. Table 3.4 An explanation of income elasticity of demand. Income elasticity description. Positive normal good. With more income, demand increases. Demand curve shifts outwards. Negative inferior good. With more income, demand decreases. Demand curve shifts inwards. Luxury good: percentage change in quantity demanded is more than the percentage change in income. Value of income elasticity is greater than 1. Necessity: percentage change in quantity demanded is less than the percentage change in income. Value of income elasticity is less than 1. 3. Managing demand. 65. Promotional activities. Businesses will use a range of promotional activities to communicate about their businesses and products. These promotions will shape and influence demand for their products. Promotional activity can take many forms such as TV advertising, billboards, Press and online advertising, the form of promotion chosen by a business will depend on the target audience and budget. Promotional activities can be used in different ways, to inform people, e.g. that an event is happening, or a new version of the product is to be launched. Know which products will experience a significant increase in quantity demand, which will be relatively unaffected, and which will experience a fall in sales. This understanding of income elasticity might also affect which regions to target. For example, the growth of incomes in what have been relatively low-income countries, such as China and India, has created a big middle class. This has created a big increase in demand for ovens, microwaves, kitchen equipment, bathrooms, etc. This, in turn, has created massive opportunities for companies such as Unilever, which sells such things as household cleaning products. 3.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. An inferior good has a negative income elasticity of demand. B. An income elasticity of demand of +2 means demand is income elastic. C. An increase of 10% in income leading to an increase in demand of 1% means demand is income inelastic. D. A luxury good will probably have an income elasticity of more than 1. Change in quantity demanded, units. Change in income, £000. Percent change in quantity demanded. Percent change in income elasticity normal or inferior. Elastic or inelastic. 20 to 30 10 to 11 50 to 45 40 to 44 3 to 2 100 to 98 80 to 60 50 to 60. 3.2 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. 66. To make people aware, e.g. of the features of a new product, to persuade people, e.g. of the benefits of one product compared to another. Promotion may be used to increase the overall demand for a product or to increase it at certain times. For example, a hotel may be busy in the summer but quieter in the winter, and the business wants to increase demand in the less busy seasons. Similarly, a store may be busy on Saturday but quieter during the week, and so the manager may want to increase demand on weekdays. Promotional activities will also be used to make demand for a product more price inelastic. By highlighting the particular benefits of a product, it may be possible to make demand less sensitive to price changes. Managers may measure the sensitivity of demand to different forms of promotional spending. The promotional elasticity of demand could be measured, percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in promotional spending. This could be calculated for different forms of spending and for different campaigns to assess their effectiveness. Does an increase of 20% on Google AdWords spending lead to a 1% or 40% increase in quantity demanded, for example? This could affect the size and composition of the promotional budget. A change in population size. The term population can refer to everyone within a country. In marketing, however, the population refers to the overall target group of customers. The number of customers in the target market will influence the total demand. The relevant population size in a market may change due to demographic change. For example, changes in the birth rate or death rate may affect the number of potential customers in any given age group. Similarly, net migration may increase or decrease the population size in a country, and this may lead to a change in the target population for a given product. The population for any given product will depend not just on the total number of people but also on their tastes and preferences. Greater interest in environmental issues, locally produced goods, and ethically sourced products has increased demand for this type of good, for example. There may also be moves toward particular parts of a market. In the brewing industry, for example, there has been a major shift in recent years toward craft beers produced by small, local breweries rather than mass-produced beers. Business case questions, can you now answer? What factors do you think influence the demand for electric cars? You should also be able to show the changing demand on a diagram. 3. Managing demand. 67. Again, The sensitivity of demand to changes in population could be measured to assess the impact of future changes. The demand for healthcare and education, for example, is likely to be quite sensitive to population changes. 3.6 Business Insight, Population and Demand. The population pyramid illustrated shows the proportion of males and females at different age ranges. These population structures will affect demand for different products. The proportion of very young would affect demand for nappies, while the proportion of elderly people might affect demand for retirement homes. Question: can you think of two other products which have a demand that is likely to be closely linked to the age of the population? 100 plus. Population, 65,511,097. 0%, 0%. 0.1%, 0.2%. 0.5%, 0.2%. 1%, 1.4%. 1.8%. 2.4%. 2.8%. 2.7%. 3.2%. 3.7%. 3.5%. 3.2%. 3.2%. 3.4%. 3.3%. 3.1%. 2.7%. 2.7%. 3.1%. 3%. 1.5%. 2.2%. 2.6%. 2.6%. 3.1%. 3.6%. 3.4%. 3.1%. 3.2%. 3.4%. 3.4%. 3.2%. 2.9%. 2.8%. 3.2%. 3.1%. 0.6%, 0.9%. Male, female. 95 to 99, 90 to 94, 85 to 89, 80 to 84, 75 to 79, 70 to 74, 65 to 69, 60 to 64, 55 to 59, 50 to 54, 45 to 49, 40 to 44, 35 to 39, 30 to 34, 25 to 29, 20 to 24, 15 to 19, 10 to 14, 5 to 9, 0 to 4. 10%, 8%, 6%, 4%, 2%, 0%, 2%, 4%, 6%, 8%, 10%. United Kingdom. 2017. The Population Pyramid. Source, courtesy of https://www.populationpyramid.net/united-kingdom/2017. 68. Managers will monitor changes in the size of their target populations, and this will influence their marketing activities. For example, managers may decide to target new regions within a country or new countries around the world to reach new target populations, or they may try and broaden the appeal of the product, for example, by trying to make the product appeal to a wider age range, thereby reaching new target groups. The importance of the prices of other products. A customer's decision to buy a product will be influenced by the prices of other products. For example, when you are buying a new pair of jeans, booking a flight, or getting car insurance, you will probably compare prices. In fact, you may use a business such as www.gocompare.com to do it for you. If you are trying to choose between two flights to Paris, both of which are comparable in terms of flight times, you will probably choose the cheaper one. A reduction in the price of a substitute will therefore lead customers to switch to the substitute. This leads to a fall in demand for the original product. At each and every price, the quantity demanded falls and the demand curve will shift in. Equally, an increase in the price of a substitute means customers will switch from the substitute to this product. See Figure 3.7. Energy companies and credit card companies are regularly trying to get you to switch from more expensive rivals by offering price incentives. Similarly, some companies will push their price competitiveness to stop you switching. John Lewis, for example, claims that it is never knowingly undersold. Management task. The population of the UK is aging. You are the manager of a business producing a range of ready-made meals. Produce a short report on how the aging of the population might affect your products and their marketing. Figure 3.7, A. A fall in the price of a substitute will lead to an inward shift in demand. B. A rise in the price of a substitute will increase demand. Quantity, units. D. D1. P1. P2. Price, pound. 0 quantity, units. D1D. P1. P2. Price, pound. A, B. 0. 3 Managing demand 69. However, businesses will not just be concerned about the prices of substitutes, they will also be interested in the price of products that complement their products, see figure 3.8. If the amount of milk consumed is linked to how much tea and coffee is drunk, then changes in the price of tea and coffee will affect sales of milk. If the price of a complement falls, the quantity demanded of the complement will increase and the demand for the other product will increase as well. Cheaper coffee may increase the quantity demanded of coffee and of milk. Similarly, a fall in the price of wine may increase sales of wine glasses. By comparison, an increase in the price of a complement may reduce the quantity demanded of the complement and reduce demand for this product. Research task. Research a product in the news that has experienced a major increase in demand. Explain why this has happened. 3.7 Business Insight, Richer Sounds. Here is an extract from the Richer Sounds website. We don't just claim to be the cheapest, we guarantee it. All we ask is that products are brand new, boxed, in stock at time of purchase and carry a comparable guarantee. We're confident that our prices are amongst the very keenest out there. However, in the unlikely event that you do find a genuine lower price, our price beat ensures we'll beat that price, not just match it, as well as give you the reassurance that comes from buying from us. We also guarantee to beat web prices, and our price beat is even valid for 7 days after purchase. If you've seen a cheaper price, let us know, and we'll happily beat that price by up to £100. Quantity, units. D. D1. P1. P2. Price, pound. 0. B. Quantity, units. D1D. P1. P2. Price, pound. A. 0. Figure 3.8, A. A rise in the price of a complement will lead to an inward shift in demand. B. A fall in the price of a complement will increase demand. 70. We go to great lengths and huge expense to keep as much stock on site at all our branches for our valued customers to take away immediately. Please be sure when checking out our competition that the stock you are interested in actually exists. https://www.richersounds.com/information/price-beat. Question. By focusing on offering lower prices than the competition, what do you think Richer Sounds is assuming about the price elasticity of demand for its products? Management task. You are the chief executive of an airline. You want to be the cheapest airline possible. Outline the service you will provide and the marketing mix you will use to achieve this. Once again, a key issue is not just whether a change in the price of another product changes demand, but how much it changes demand. The direction and size of the effect of the change in price of one product on demand for another, all other factors held constant, is measured by the cross-price elasticity of demand. Note, once again we are assuming that we are holding all other factors constant. This is essential in order to isolate the effect of just one variable changing. In reality, this is difficult to do. Calculating the cross-price elasticity of demand. The equation for cross-price elasticity of demand for product A is Percentage change in quantity demanded of product A divided by percentage change in price of product B. A positive answer for the cross-price elasticity of demand shows that an increase in the price of B increased the quantity demanded of A, or a decrease in the price of B decreased the quantity demanded of A. These products are substitutes, see Table 3.5. A negative answer to this shows that an increase in the price of B leads to a decrease in the quantity demanded of A, or that a decrease in the price of B increased the quantity demanded of A. These products are complements. The size of the cross-price elasticity of demand shows how sensitive the demand for a product is to changes in the price of other products. If the answer is greater than 1, the cross-price elasticity is cross-price elastic. A given percentage change in the price of the other product has the effect of a bigger percentage change in the quantity demanded of the product. If the answer is less than 1, the cross-price elasticity is cross-price inelastic. A given percentage change in the price of the other product has the effect of a smaller percentage change in the quantity demanded of the product. 3. Managing demand. 71. Example 1 of calculating cross-price elasticity of demand. If the quantity demanded of a product increases 20% when the price of another good increases 10%, then this means cross-price elasticity of demand equals plus 20% divided by plus 10% equals plus 2. These products are substitute goods because the quantity demanded of one product increases when the price of another rises, and vice versa. The equation has a positive answer because customers switch to product A when product B becomes more expensive. The value of 2 shows that the percentage change in quantity demanded is 2 times the percentage change in the price of the other good. This is cross-price elastic, because it is greater than 1. Example 2 of calculating cross-price elasticity of demand. If the quantity demanded of a product decreases 5% when the price of the other good increases 10%, then this means cross-price elasticity of demand equals 5% divided by plus 10% equals 0.5. These products are complements because the quantity demanded of one product increases when the price of another falls, and vice versa. The equation has a negative. Key concept. The cross-price elasticity of demand measures the percentage change in quantity demanded of one product in response to the percentage change in price of another, all other factors held constant. Table 3.5. Cross-price elasticity of demand. Cross-price elasticity of demand. Relationship between product A and product B. Positive substitutes. An increase in the price of B increases the demand of A. The demand curve for A shifts outwards. Negative complements. An increase in the price of B decreases the demand of A. The demand curve for A shifts inwards. Elastic value of more than 1. The percentage change in quantity demanded of product B is greater than the percentage change in the price of A. Inelastic value of less than 1. The percentage change in quantity demanded of product B is less than the percentage change in the price of A. 72. Answer: because customers stop buying as much of product A when product B becomes more expensive. The value of 0.5 shows that the percentage change in quantity demanded is 0.5 times the percentage change in the price of the other good. This is cross-price inelastic, because it is less than 1. Management task. You run a flower shop. Produce a short report setting out what you believe are possible substitutes and complements for your products. Justify your choices. Read more. If you want a fascinating insight into what influences our decisions in a range of areas, including our desire to cheat whenever we can, then read Dan Ariely's excellent book, Ariely, D. 2011, The Upside of Irrationality, The Unexpected Benefits of Defying Logic, New York, Harper Perennial. Business case questions: can you now answer? The government is increasing taxes on diesel cars. What effect will this have on demand for electric cars? 3.8 Business insight: substitutes. To understand which products are likely to be substitutes and complements, managers need to understand their customers fully. If people are thinking about buying a new sofa, they may be weighing it up against a new carpet or new dishwasher. These would be substitutes. Customers may be deciding whether to go to the cinema or out for a meal again, these are substitutes. Customers may buy flowers or wine as a present again, these are substitutes. Managers must not take too narrow a view of their business and only look at other firms producing the same products, they must look at other ways in which the demands of customers may be satisfied. Question: what do you think are substitutes and complements for a visit to the cinema? 3.4 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If the cross-price elasticity of demand for two products is positive, they are substitutes. 3. Managing demand 73. B. If the cross-price elasticity of demand for product A in relation to product B is negative, this means that an increase in the price of B reduces the demand for AC. If the cross-price elasticity of demand is plus 0.5, a price change of one product has a smaller effect on the quantity demanded of the other product in percentage terms. Other forms of elasticity of demand. The concept of elasticity of demand can be used in relation to any variable that affects demand, such as price, income, the price of other goods, the weather, and the population size. In all cases, the sign shows the direction in which the variable and quantity demanded move in relation to each other. The size shows the strength of the relationship between the variable and the quantity demanded. Marketing managers will consider the variable that might affect demand for their products. Warm weather will affect sales of barbecues and beers. Big sports tournaments affect sales of TVs. The number of 16-year-olds will affect sales of English GCSE textbooks. The marketing mix. As we have seen, the price is one tool available to managers to influence demand. Managers can also try to manage demand through promotional activities such as advertisements and promotional offers. Managers will try to include the amount. 3.9 Business Insight: Influences on Demand. The factors influencing demand for a category of products will depend on the nature of the product. The demand for breakfast cereals will be influenced by factors such as the size of the population, social trends affecting whether people grab snacks on their way to work, the impact of taxes on sugar, regulations on advertising sugary cereals, and the price of alternatives such as fruit. The demand for air travel will depend on income, the value of one currency in terms of another, and concerns over safety of air travel. The demand for DIY products will depend on the housing market and the number of houses being sold, this will be affected by the ease and cost of borrowing. Question: what do you think are key influences on the demand for music festivals, perfume, energy drinks, pubs? 74. Of demand, and consider the timing, e.g. to avoid seasonal patterns and to match demand to capacity. However, price and promotion are just two of the various tools a manager can use. The combination of all factors that can be used in marketing is often called the marketing mix, see figure 3.9. The basic version of the marketing is called the 4Ps, namely, price, i.e. the cost of the product for the customer, and the terms and conditions of payment, product, i.e. the product itself. For example, this includes what the product looks like, its features and specifications, and how it is packaged. Promotion, i.e. the various activities to communicate about the product, such as advertising and promotional offers. Place, this actually refers to the distribution of the product. For example, whether it is sold online, through outlets, etc. Each of these PS can be changed by the marketing team to influence demand. Price is only one element of the many tools available to marketing managers. Read more. You can find out more about the marketing mix by reading Anderson, L.M., and Taylor, R.L. 1995, McCarthy's 4PS, Time-Worn or Time-Tested, Journal of Marketing Theory and Practice, Volume 3, Number 3, pages 1-9. Borden, N.H. 1964, The Concept of the Marketing Mix, Journal of Advertising Research Volume 4, June, pages 2-7. Shapiro, B.P. 1985, Rejuvenating the Marketing Mix, Harvard Business Review Volume 63, Number 5, September, pages 28 to 34. Figure 3.9 The 4 Ps of the marketing mix. Place, price, product, promotion. The 4 Ps of the marketing mix. 3. Managing demand. 75. Summary. Managers will be interested in the factors that determine the demand for their products. The demand determines sales and revenue. Managers will want to anticipate how changes in different factors will affect demand because this affects other plans, such as staffing, production scheduling, and stock levels. Managers will attempt to achieve target levels of demand through their pricing and marketing activities. The elasticity of demand measures how sensitive demand is to changes in variables such as the price of other factors, promotional spending, and income. Managers will want to understand this to help them prepare for changes in sales. Key learning points. A demand curve shows the quantity customers are willing and able to buy at each and every price, all other factors held constant. A change in price leads to a change in quantity demanded, a movement along the demand curve. A change in factors other than price, such as income or population size, leads to more or less being demanded at each and every price and shifts demand. Elasticity of demand measures how sensitive demand is to changes in variables such as price, the price of other products, and income. If the change in quantity demanded is less than the change in the variable in percentages, demand is inelastic. If the change in quantity demanded is more than the change in the variable in percentages, demand is elastic. A normal good has a positive income elasticity of demand. An inferior good has a negative income elasticity of demand. Substitutes have a positive cross-price elasticity of demand. Business case extension questions. 1. If Tesla has established its brand and a reputation for innovation, how do you think this affects the price elasticity of demand for its products? If, in the future, more competitors start producing electric cars, what effect do you think this has on the price elasticity of demand for Tesla cars? How might this affect its pricing? 2. Do you think electric cars are likely to be a normal or an inferior good? Why? 3. Do you think demand for electric cars is likely to be income elastic or inelastic? Why? 4. With increasing concerns about the environmental impact of diesel cars, diesel fuel and cars are likely to be taxed more in the future. Explain the impact of this on demand for electric cars. How would you show this using a demand curve diagram? 76. 5. Do you think electricity and electric cars are substitutes or complements? Why? 6. If the price of electricity increased, how might this affect demand for electric cars? Can you illustrate this with a demand curve diagram? 7. Look at the data in the table relating to new car sales in the UK. Summarize and explain the key trends in the data. Source: https://store.mn.com/cars-in-uk-2016-market-sizes. 8. Look at the data on the evolution of the global electric car stock. Summarize the key elements of the data. Why do you think the levels of sales of electric cars varies between countries? UK sales of new cars by fuel type, 2011 to 16. Diesel petrol alternative fuel. Total 000%, 000%, 000%, 000%, 2011 982 50.6 934 48.1 26 1.3 1941 100.0 2012 1039 50.8 978 47.8 28 1.4 2045 100.0 2013 1127 49.8 1105 48.8 33 1.5 2265 100.0 2014 1240 50.1 1184 47.8 52 2.1 2476 100.0 2015 1277 48.5 1284 48.7 73 2.8 2634 100.0 2016 1285 47.7 1319 49.0 89 3.3 2693 100.0 Evolution of the global electric car stock, 2010 to 16. 2.5. 2.0. 1.5. 1.0. 0.5. 0.0. 2010. Electric car stock. Millions. 2011 2012 2013 2014 2015 2016 Others. Sweden, Germany, France, United Kingdom, Netherlands, Norway, Japan, United States, China. BEV, battery. Electric vehicles. BEV plus PHEV, plug-in hybrid vehicles. Source, copyright OECD/IEA 2017 Global EV Outlook 2017, IEA Publishing. License, www.iea.org/T&C. IEA analysis based on EV country submissions, complemented by EAFO, 2017a, HISPOC, 2016, Mark Lines, 2017, ACEA, 2017a, 2017b, and EEA, 2017. Notes, the electric car stock shown here is primarily estimated on the basis of cumulative sales since 2005. When available, stock numbers from official national statistics have been used, provided good consistency with sales evolutions. 3. Managing demand 77. Quick questions. 1. What is the difference between a change in quantity demanded and a change in demand? 2. If demand is price sensitive, should you increase or decrease price to increase revenue? Why? 3. Explain why an increase in revenue may not increase profits. 4. Explain the effect on demand of an increase in income if the product is inferior. 5. Explain the effect on the demand for product A if the cross-price elasticity of demand for A in relation to B is positive and the price if B increases. Explain your answer. 6. If price decreases from £10 to £8, and the quantity demanded increases from 20 units to 30 units, what is the price elasticity of demand? 7. If income increases from £15,000 a year to £18,000, and the quantity demanded of a product increases from 20,000 units to 22,000 units, what is the income elasticity of demand? 8. If price of product B decreases from £10 to £8, and the quantity demanded of A increases from 20 units to 22 units, what is the cross-price elasticity of demand? Chapter 4. Managing costs. Why do I need to know about managing costs? Your employees are asking for a significant pay increase after a couple of years during which their pay has been held relatively constant. The rents on a number of your stores are increasing by 10% this year, and you are also being hit by higher energy bills. You operate in a very competitive market where increased market share is hard to come by, and putting up prices would not be a good move at the moment. Unless you can find some ways of getting costs down or revenue up, your annual profits are going to be lower than last year. This won't be good for your bonus or your company's share price. It may not be good for your long-term future, as you were brought in to get the profits up. You know there may be some areas where costs could relatively easily be cut back, but you think you have quite a lean organization as it is. Staff are already suspicious, and there are rumors of redundancies already circulating. You would like to get the unit costs down without job losses if you can, but it may not be easy. Managers will be interested in what happens to the costs of the business because this has an impact on their profits. In this chapter we consider the different types of costs and how managers might control them. By the end of this chapter you will be able to distinguish between the different types of costs that a business may have, explain why costs and cash outflow are different, explain the importance of the concept of contribution to business, explain the importance of productivity, analyze how a business might try to control and manage its costs. Business case. The supermarket Sainsbury's announced in 2017 that it would be cutting up to 2,000 jobs from its human resources staff as part of cost reduction plans. A BBC report from October 2017 said, the UK's second biggest supermarket chain says the difficult decision will affect roles in stores, as well as in the company's central offices. It plans to make 1,400 payroll and HR clerks redundant, and other changes could see another 600 other posts removed. For managing costs 79. Sainsbury's is looking to save £500 million amid fierce competition from discounters and rising food costs. The majority of the headcount losses will be from within its supermarket stores. Sainsbury's employs nearly 200,000 people in total. It said it would offer affected staff alternative roles wherever possible, or redundancy packages. Its biggest rival Tesco is also shrinking its headcount. Tesco said in June that it would cut 1,200 jobs from its head office, just days after revealing that more than 1,000 jobs were going at its Cardiff call centre. All the big established food retailers are juggling rising costs and increased competition from the discounters. Source: Copyright BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-41652424. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. Why is cutting costs a priority for Sainsbury's at the moment? 2. How do you think cutting costs will help the competitiveness of the business? 3. Why do you think Sainsbury's cut these particular costs? 4. Why doesn't Sainsbury's try and cut costs further? Introduction. Most people think they have a fairly clear understanding of costs. We happily talk about the cost of something. However, the word costs is in fact a very technical term in economics. It is defined differently by business people and economists, and that technical sense is widely misunderstood by the general public. One assumption most people make, for example, is that if you pay £100 for some resources, this is shown in the accounts that year as the cost of them. Believe it or not, this is not the case in the eyes of business people. So, in this section we will explain why the cost of resources is not necessarily the amount spent on them, and why accountants and economists view costs slightly differently. Costs and cash flow. Costs measure the value of the resources used up over a given period. Managers measure the value of the resources used based on the price paid. These costs are not necessarily the same as cash outflow. If, for example, a business bought 12 units of inventory at £10 each and then used up 3 of them in production, the cost of these resources for that accounting period would be £10 times 3 equals £30, because only 3 were actually used up and sold. The remaining 9 units are classified as inventory, or stock, because they are there to be used and sold in the future. They would appear as assets of the business on its balance sheet when it produces its annual accounts. 80. Key concept. Inventory, or stock, is an asset of the business. It is product or materials that the business owns and that can be used in coming periods. 4.1 Doing the business maths. A business buys 20 units of supplies at £5 each in cash and produces 20 items using the supplies. The costs of labor and other inputs per item produced are £4 in cash. The business sells 12 items at £20 on credit. A. Cash flow for this period: cash in, £0 because items are sold on credit cash out, £100 on the supplies plus £80 on labor and other costs equals £180 net cash flow equals £180b. Profit/loss for this period revenue equals value of the sales equals 12 times £20 equals £240. Although the cash has not been received yet, the items sold are worth £240. Costs of the goods sold equals 12 times £5 equals £60. Only 12 units of supplies have been used up, so these are the only costs relevant to the 12 sales. The other 8 units are in store to be sold in the future. At the moment they are an asset of the business. Labor and other costs equals £4 times 12 equals £48. Profit equals revenue costs equals £240, 60 plus 48, equals 240 to 108 equals £132. The 8 unsold units are inventory for the business. This would show as an asset in the financial statements of the business. Inventory equals 8 times £5 equals £40. This highlights how a business can have a negative cash flow even though it is making a profit. It shows how important it is for managers to understand the difference between costs and cash flow. Questions. 1. A business buys 200 units of materials at £5 each on credit. It sells 40 of them for £9 each in cash. The labor cost per unit is £2 paid in cash. As a result of these transactions, what is A. the level of profits, B. the cash position of the business, C. the stock level of the business? 4. Managing costs. 81. Economists and costs. As we saw above, costs measure the value of the resources used up. How much was paid for the labor used, the transport used, the materials used in the sold items? However, an economist also includes an estimate of opportunity cost of the resources used in a business. Opportunity cost is the loss of the next best alternative when one alternative is chosen, i.e. the benefit missed out on when one option is chosen over another. To an economist, if the revenue of a business covers the costs, this means that it covers the value of the resources used up plus the opportunity cost. This means that a business may declare a profit in its accounts because its revenues are greater than its business costs, but to an economist this might be regarded a loss. This would be the case if, when the opportunity cost is included, the revenue, the income is not sufficient to make this economically viable in the long run. Costs and profits. Costs matter because profit is measured by revenue minus costs. If costs are too high, profits will be low and investors will be unhappy with the return on their investment. As a manager, you will be held to account for the low profits of the business. A failure to deliver the expected profits may lead to lower rewards for managers and may even cost them their jobs. 2. A business buys 200 units of materials at £5 each in cash. It sells 40 of them for £9 each on credit. The labor cost per unit is £2 paid in cash. As a result of these transactions, what is A. the level of profits, B. the cash position of the business, C. the stock level of the business? 4.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. A business buys 20 units of a product for £6 each on credit. The cash outflow is 0. B. A business buys 20 units of a product for £6 each on credit and uses them all up. The cost in accounting terms is 0. C. A business buys 20 units of a product for £6 each on credit and uses 5 of them up. The cost in accounting terms is £120. D. A business buys 20 units of a product for £6 each on credit and uses 5 of them up. The cost in accounting terms is £30. 82. Types of costs. The costs of a business are measured by the value of all the resources used. Managers will be interested in the overall costs of a business for a given period but will also want to analyze their costs further. For example, they may be interested in the costs associated with a given region or product. Costs will also be categorized in different ways, such as those which are to do with production, those to do with administration, those to do with marketing, and so on. Key concept. The opportunity cost measures the benefit of the next best alternative that is foregone by choosing another alternative. Business case questions, can you now answer? Why is cutting costs a priority for Sainsbury's at the moment? How do you think cutting costs will help the competitiveness of the business? Doing the business maths. In Table 4.1, the opportunity costs of the resources being used have been estimated. Business B declares a profit in its accounts. However, an economist would say that these profits are not sufficient given the resources it is using. In fact, given what these resources could be earning elsewhere, this business is making a loss. Question. What would an economist's view of business C be? Table 4.1 calculating profits. Business A, pound M. Business B, pound M. Business C, pound M. Revenue 100 100 100. Cost 60 60 60. Profit, to an accountant, 40 40 40. Estimated opportunity cost 30 70 40. Profit, to an economist. For managing costs 83. Fixed and variable costs. One way of analyzing costs is to distinguish between those that change with output and those that don't. These are known as fixed costs and variable costs. Fixed costs are costs that are unrelated to output levels, for example, the rent on a building. These costs can change. For example, rent can increase over time, but the rent on a store is not related to how many customers the store attracts. Variable costs are costs that do change with output. For example, in McDonald's, the more burgers that are sold, the more the company will use up meat and pickles. Key concepts. Fixed costs are costs that do not change with output. Variable costs are costs that do change with output. Analyzing the business data, Marks & Spencer's UK operating costs 2016-17. Questions 1. Why do you think Marks & Spencer plc measures its costs in this way? 2. How might such data be useful to managers? Table 4.2 Marks & Spencer's UK operating costs. 52 weeks ended change on previous year, %. April 1, 17, pound M, March 26, 16, pound M, 1. Store staffing 1010.3974.43.7. Other store costs 1000.7974.42.7. Distribution and warehousing 519.6475.49.3. Marketing 162.7 Central costs 697.1655.86.3. UK operating costs 3,390.4 3,266.13.8. 1. Certain prior year costs have been reclassified to reflect changes in UK organization structure. Source, corporate.marksandspencer.com. 84. In this example, the variable cost per unit is assumed to increase as more is produced, perhaps because more has to be paid to acquire materials or labor. Management task. You run a multinational consumer electronics business similar to PC World and Case. Explain how you might analyze the cost data of the business to help you make useful management decisions. 4.3 Doing the business maths. Look at the chart and answer the questions. 0. 200. 400. 600. 800. 1000. 1200. 1400. 1600. 0 100 200 300 400 Costs, pound. Output. Units. 500 600 700 800. Total costs per unit output. Fixed costs are shown as a straight line against output. In a given time period they do not change for given levels of output, although it may be that fixed costs increase, e.g. if more office space has to be rented. Variable costs increase with output. Variable costs may increase by varying amounts as output increases, which we will explore later. In Figure 4.1, the variable costs are assumed to be increasing at an increasing rate, for example, because resources become scarcer and more expensive. Total costs measure the fixed costs plus variable costs at any level of output. Total costs. Variable costs. Fixed costs. Output. Costs. Pound. Figure 4.1 example of fixed, variable, and total costs. For managing costs 85. Questions 1. What is the level of fixed costs when output is 300 units? 2. What is the level of variable costs when output is 500 units? Key concept. Total costs equals fixed costs plus variable costs. 4.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Fixed costs never change. B. When output is 0, total costs equal fixed costs. C. Total costs equals fixed costs plus variable costs. D. Profit equals total revenue minus total costs. 4.1 Business Insight, House of Fraser Premises. Faced with poor profits, managers will focus on different ways of reducing costs. One aspect of this might be looking for cheaper, or lower cost, premises to reduce fixed costs. This is exactly what the House of Fraser department store chain did recently when it sought to reduce the rent on some of its stores. It wrote to some of its landlords asking for their support. This followed a disappointing Christmas period for sales at the end of 2017. According to a BBC report of January 2018, House of Fraser said that like-for-like sales in the UK fell 2.6% for the 17 weeks to December 30 amid a volatile and competitive market. The Guardian reported that the chain wanted to reduce the size of its 59 stores by close to a third over the next decade by getting rid of top floors or basements. House of Fraser was bought by Chinese firm SunPower for £480 million in 2014. Last month the Moody's credit agency downgraded its credit rating for the retailer. The retailer group Arcadia also wrote to its suppliers asking them to reduce prices. Source: BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-4258190. Questions 1. What do you think will determine how suppliers respond to being asked to reduce their prices? 2. Should managers care about the effect that reducing the amount they pay to suppliers might have on those businesses? 86. The importance of fixed and variable costs. The level of fixed costs is important because in the short run these must be paid even if the business is not producing any output. The business is committed to paying these costs for a given period. Even if output is 0, the business will still pay fixed costs, i.e. it will make a loss of this amount. When considering whether to go ahead with a venture, managers should consider the risks involved and what would happen if sales were low. Fixed costs would be a significant consideration in this case. The higher the fixed costs, the higher the losses if sales are low. However, what this also means is that a business may still produce in the short run even if it is making a loss, provided the loss is smaller than the fixed costs. Key concept. Like-for-like sales measure the sales of certain stores in a business over a period of time and compare sales from the same stores over the same period in a previous year. This means, for example, that it would not include sales that occur from new stores that opened during that period. Key concept. The short run is the period of time when at least one factor of production is fixed. In the long run, all factors are variable. Imagine the fixed costs of a restaurant are £3,000 a week. If the business has no customers, it will make a loss of £3,000 in the short run. Now imagine that the variable cost of making and serving a meal is £5. If the business can sell a meal and cover this £5, then anything on top of this is going to help pay off the £3,000 that are incurred no matter what. For example, if there was one customer who paid £8 for a meal, this would mean the £5 of making the meal are covered and there is £3 that can be used to put towards the fixed costs. This £3 is called the contribution per unit because it contributes towards the fixed costs, as shown in figure 4.2. Imagine the business now has two customers, each paying £8 for a meal. This would mean it had 2 times £3 equals £6 total contribution to put towards the fixed costs. The losses would still be £3,000. £6 equals £2,994, but this is less than £3,000. If you look at table 4.3, you can see that with every customer another £3 is earned, which helps reduces the losses. At 1,000 customers the restaurant would have enough contribution to pay off the fixed costs. This is called the break-even output. At levels of output above 1,000 customers, the contribution exceeds the fixed costs and a profit is made. The concept of contribution is very important too. For managing costs 87. Managers provided a contribution is made on a unit, it is worth producing financially in the short term. What this analysis helps explain is why businesses may continue even when they are making a loss in the short term. They are locked into certain costs, and the loss incurred by shutting down the business may be even greater. In the long term, however, the business would not want to produce when making a loss. It would, for example, not renew the rent on buildings and would stop production. The analysis also explains why some businesses seem to offer unbelievably low prices. Imagine that an airline has a flight that it is committed to run. Most of its costs have to be paid regardless of how many passengers there are, for example, the salary of the crew and the landing fees. Even if a passenger only pays £30, then provided this covers any variable costs, a contribution is paid towards the fixed costs, which is better than having no contribution at all. See table 4.4. Revenue, pound. Variable costs, pound. Contribution to XED costs. Figure 4.2, a contribution to fixed costs. Table 4.3, contribution and profits. Output, units, total contribution, pound. Fixed costs, pound. Profit or loss equals total contribution minus fixed cost, pound. 003,003, 000 50 100 and 53,002, 850 100 300 3,002, 700 200 and 50 700 and 53,002, 250 500 1,500 3,001, 500 100 300 3,002, 700 1,000 3,000 3,000 0 2,000 6,000 3,000 3,000 3,000 9,000 3,000 6,000. 88. 4.4, doing the business maths. A business sells a product for £20. Its variable cost per unit is £15. Its fixed costs are £150,000. Complete the table. Output, units. Revenue, pound. Variable costs, pound. Contribution, pound. Fixed costs, pound. Profit / loss, pound, 10,000 20,000 30,000 40,000 50,000. Key concepts. The contribution per unit is measured by the price minus the variable cost per unit. Total contribution equals the contribution per unit multiplied by the number of units sold. Break-even output is the level of output at which revenue and costs are equal, no profit is made. Shutdown point and break-even point. In the short run, a business will continue to operate provided that it can make a contribution from the sales it makes to put towards the fixed costs. Any contribution made will reduce the losses that would be made if no sales were made. The shutdown point in the short run will occur when the revenue just covers the variable costs. At this point, there is no contribution being made to fixed costs, and so the loss made, equal to the fixed cost, would be the same as if the business shut down. Figure 4.3. A business would not produce if the revenue could not cover the variable costs because the loss would be bigger than if it shut down. Table 4.4 Relationship between total contribution and fixed costs. Relationship consequence. Total contribution is greater than fixed costs, a profit is made. Total contribution equals fixed costs, the business breaks even, no profit. Total contribution is less than fixed costs, a loss is made, but it is less than if there had been no output, because the loss would then be fixed costs. For managing costs 89. The long run in economics is defined as the period of time when all factors of production are variable. There are no fixed costs. For example, the business can move offices if it needs to. In the long run, a business will only continue if the revenue at least equals its total costs, i.e., it must at least break even. The break-even point occurs when the revenue equals the total costs. Management task. You have empty rooms in your hotel for this coming weekend. A customer has rung up to make a booking for a group of friends for 30 rooms. She is asking for a room rate of £100 a room, the published rate is £175. Should you accept this price? Key concepts. The shutdown point occurs when revenue equals variable costs. The break-even point occurs when revenue equals total costs. 4.5 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. Units, 000. Price, pound, variable cost per unit, pound. Contribution, pound. Fixed costs, pound. Profit or loss, pound. 10 10 6 120,000 20 10 6 120,000 30 10 6 120,000 40 10 6 120,000 50 10 6 120,000. No contribution to fixed costs. Revenue variable costs. Figure 4.3 Shutdown point. 90. Increasing your contribution per unit. If managers can increase the contribution per unit, CPU, this means that more contribution is made from every sale to put towards the fixed costs. Fewer units have to be sold in order for the business to break even. If fixed costs are £5,000 and the CPU is £5, you need to sell 1,000 units to cover the fixed costs and break even. If the CPU was £10, you would only need to sell 500 units. 4.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. The break-even point occurs when total revenue equals total costs. B. The break-even point occurs when price equals average costs. C. The shutdown point occurs when total revenue equals fixed costs. D. Profit equals total contribution minus variable costs. E. Break-even can be calculated using the equation fixed costs divided by contribution per unit. Management task. You are the chief executive of a social media app launched 3 years ago to rival Twitter. You have yet to make a profit. Why would you keep the business open? 4.6 Doing the business maths. If the price per unit and the variable cost per unit are constant, the break-even output can be calculated using this formula. Break-even output equals fixed costs divided by contribution per unit. Imagine the selling price per unit is £12 and the variable cost per unit is £8. This means the contribution per unit is price variable cost per unit equals £12, £8 equals £4. If fixed costs are £20,000, then £20,000 divided by £4 equals 5,000 units need to be sold for the contribution to cover the fixed costs. Questions 1. Imagine the selling price is now £15, the variable cost per unit is still £8, and fixed costs are still £20,000. What is the break-even output now that the price is higher? 2. Imagine the selling price remains at £15, the variable cost per unit is reduced to £5, and fixed costs are still £20,000. What is the break-even output now that the variable cost per unit is lower? For managing costs 91. To increase the contribution per unit, you may decide to do either or both of the following things. You might increase price. However, you will wish to consider the impact of this on sales, This will depend on the price elasticity of demand. If demand is price elastic, a price increase will reduce total revenue because the percentage fall in quantity demanded is greater than the percentage increase in price. You might reduce the unit costs. To do this, you must consider how to reduce costs without impacting on the quality, and therefore sales. If, for example, you can improve the efficiency of the process by reducing waste, this may boost the contribution per unit without affecting quality. You need to look for efficiency gains. Can you find ways of doing what we do faster, or with fewer mistakes? Can you find ways of saving money where we are wasting money at the moment? Managers often talk of making the organization leaner. This means finding excess fat which can be removed from the business without having a negative impact on the business operations as a whole. If, however, reducing costs reduces quality, sales may fall. You must therefore look for areas of the business where costs can be cut without having a negative impact on the quality of your product or service. Business case questions: can you now answer? Why do you think Sainsbury's cut these particular costs? 4.2 Business Insight: Managing Costs. Managing costs is a key aspect of management. However, managers cannot simply reduce costs without considering the possible impact on the quality of product or service provided. Reducing the number of staff in a restaurant may cut employment costs, but customers may be unhappy with the longer wait involved. Cutting costs can be seen as a short-term fix in terms of profits, but the longer-term consequences must also be considered. An example of manufacturers cutting costs, and being closely watched as they do so, can be seen in the chocolate industry. Over recent years, manufacturers of chocolates have been reducing the amount of chocolate in their products, and thereby increasing the contribution per unit. For example, as reported in the Telegraph, January 2017, the segments of Terry's chocolate orange have been hollowed out. The treat, first manufactured in York in 1932, has been reduced from 175 g to 157 g in weight, a cut of 10%. Mondelez International has increased the gap between the peaks in Toblerone in the UK. 92. Labor productivity. Managers will monitor costs and want to control them as a percentage of revenue because of the impact on profits. In the case of labor, managers will be interested in what staff are paid, their wages and salaries, and how much is produced on average by employees. The output per employee is called the labor productivity. Labor productivity equals total output divided by number of employees. For example, if 100 units are produced by 5 employees, labor productivity equals 100 divided by 5 equals 20 units each on average. If 100 units are produced by 2 employees, labor productivity equals 100 divided by 2 equals 50 units each. Why this matters is because the amount produced by employees will determine the labor cost per unit. Imagine, for example, that you paid an employee £1,000 a week and she produced 20 units, the labor cost per unit is £1,000 divided by 20 equals £50 per unit. Imagine she now produced 40 units, the labor cost per unit is £1,000 divided by 40 equals £25 per unit. From a business perspective, if wages remain constant and labor productivity increases, this reduces the labor cost per unit. Management task. You own a chain of restaurants. You are worried about profit margins. The manager of one of your restaurants has suggested cutting the amount of food per portion. Do you think this is a good idea? Nestle cut the standard tin of Quality Street from 1 kg to 820 g in 2012. In 2014 consumers got only 780 g. Source: www.telegraph.co.uk/news/2016/11/21/9-have-smaller-expensive Questions 1. Why do you think managers have chosen to reduce costs in this way? 2. What do you think are the dangers of chocolate manufacturers reducing the cost per unit in this way? For managing costs. 93. As we can see in Table 4.5, greater labor productivity, assuming total labor costs are constant, means that the labor cost per unit falls. With lower unit costs, a business may be able to reduce the price and still maintain the profit per unit, or the business might keep the price the same but enjoy higher profit per unit. This is why increasing labor productivity is often a key focus of management. How to increase labor productivity? Increasing labor productivity is a constant management challenge. Managers will want to improve productivity because this can help to reduce unit costs. Increasing productivity may be achieved in a variety of ways. Changes to reward systems that encourage more productivity, for example, if it is easy to measure the output of an employee, then paying per unit produced may provide an incentive to produce more. Table 4.5 The relationship between labor productivity and labor costs per unit. Number of employees. Wage bill if each employee paid £500 a week. Output per week. Labor productivity per week. Labor cost per unit, pound. 10 £5,000 10,000 divided by 10 equals 1,000 £5,000 divided by 10,000 equals 0.50. 10 £5,000 20,000 divided by 10 equals 2,000 £5,000 divided by 20,000 equals 0.25. 10 £5,000 50,000 divided by 10 equals 5,000 £5,000 divided by 50,000 equals 0.10. 10 £5,000 100,000 divided by 10 equals 10,000 £5,000 divided by 100,000 equals 0.02. 4.7 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. Number of employees. Wage bill if each employee paid £500 a week. Output per week. Labor productivity per week. Labor cost per unit, pound. £26,000 20,000. £26,000 40,000. £26,000 80,000. £26,000 120,000. 94. Changes to the work processes. By more effectively managing job design, the flow of work, or the layout of resources, it may be possible to speed up production and increase productivity. Training of staff so they can do their jobs more effectively. Investment. Employees will usually be more productive if they have the right equipment and the latest technology. You can try and build a house by hand, but you are probably a lot faster doing it with machinery. 4.3 Business Insight. Labor productivity in the UK. Labor productivity in the UK has been very low in recent years, and this has been a real concern because of its potential impact on unit costs and the international competitiveness of UK businesses. To address this issue, the UK government is aiming to invest more in new roads, research and development, and skills training. UK productivity has fallen behind that of Germany, the US, France, and Italy. According to the UK Chancellor, as reported by The Guardian in November 2016, it takes a German worker 4 days to produce what a UK worker make in 5 days. This means that too many British people work longer hours for lower pay. In the time a British worker makes £1 worth of output, a German worker makes £1.35 worth. The Office for Budget Responsibility, OBR, suggested that the rate of productivity growth was low and was unlikely to climb back up to the long-term trend of 2% until 2020. Possible causes of the low productivity in the UK may be lack of investment when banks restricted lending after the global economic crisis in 2008, the growth of low-level service jobs such as delivering online orders and working in coffee shops. These jobs have limited opportunity for productivity growth, cheap labor, prompting businesses to hire employees rather than invest in technology. These points are further discussed in Chapter 6, Business Insight 6.2. Source: www.theguardian.com/business/2016/nov/24/y-is-productivity-still-behind that-of-other-major-economies. Question: Why would managers in a business be concerned about labor productivity levels? Management task. The sales per employee at your Oxford store are lower than in branches elsewhere in the country, but the number of people visiting the store is not lower. How are you going to improve the productivity of your staff in Oxford? Key concept. Labor productivity measures the output per worker. For managing costs 95. Different types of productivity. Marginal productivity. Economists call the extra output added by adding an employee the marginal productivity of labor. This is calculated by change in total output divided by change in number of employees. For example, if output increases from 200 units to 240 units when another employee is hired, the marginal productivity is 40 units. In the short run, it may not be possible to change the amount of equipment or machinery in a business. To increase output, managers may need to hire more staff. The problem then is that there are increasing numbers of staff trying to use a given amount of equipment or other resources. This can lead to a decrease in the output of extra employees, i.e. the marginal product, see figure 4.4. This effect is known. Quantity of output, units. Marginal cost, pound. 0. 0. Each unit of the variable factor is more productive, so the extra cost of a unit falls. Each unit of the variable factor is less productive, so the extra cost of a unit rises. Marginal product. Marginal cost. Quantity of the variable factor of production, number. Marginal product, units. Figure 4.4. The relationship between marginal product and marginal cost. 96. Average productivity. This measures the output per employee. It is measured as total output divided by number of employees. For example, if 400 units are produced by 40 employees, this means the average productivity is 400 units divided by 40 employees equals 10 units per person. Marginals and averages. If the marginal product of an employee is higher than the average productivity, see figure 4.5 and table 4.6, this will increase the average product. Imagine, for example, that a team scored an average of 2 goals a game. If the club then scored 4 goals in an extra, marginal, game, this would pull up its average. Similarly, if a team scored 2 goals per game and then scores no goals in an extra, marginal, game, this pulls down the average. Key concepts. The law of diminishing returns states that, in the short run, additional units of a variable factor added to a fixed factor will lead to a fall in marginal product. Marginal product measures the extra output from an additional employee. Average output is total output divided by the number of employees. As the law of diminishing returns, which means that marginal product starts to fall after some point as extra resources are less productive. The effect of this is that, other factors being constant, the extra costs of production increase. The marginal costs are the inverse of the marginal product. In the short run, all other things being equal, adding extra units of a variable factor to fixed factors will eventually lead to less marginal product. In the long run, the amount of machinery and equipment can be changed in order to avoid diminishing returns. 4.4 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Labor productivity is measured by output divided by number of employees. B. Marginal product measures the output per employee. C. If labor productivity increases, all other factors unchanged, the labor cost per unit should fall. D. If marginal product is above average product should fall. For managing costs 97. The marginal product is greater than the average product, so the average product increases. The marginal product crosses the average product at its maximum point. The marginal product is less than the average product, so the average product falls. Marginal product. Average product. Quantity of the variable factor of production, number. Marginal product and average product, units. 0. Figure 4.5 The relationship between marginal product and average product. 4.8 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. Number of employees. Output equals total product, units. Marginal product. Average product. 220 N/A. 340. 490. 5 120. 6 140. 7 150. Question. At which number of employees does the marginal product start to decline? 98. Productivity and costs. The more productive the extra employees are, i.e. the higher the marginal product, the lower the extra cost of units in terms of labor, i.e. the lower the marginal cost, see figure 4.6. Imagine we pay an employee £300 for a week's work and they produce 3,000 units, the labor cost is 10 pence a unit. If an extra employee produces 6,000 units, the labor cost of these extra units is now 5 pence. Similarly, if the extra employee is less productive, then the extra cost of a unit will rise. The marginal cost is therefore the inverse of the marginal product curve, assuming other factors are constant. If, on average, employees are more productive, this means that the labor cost per unit falls, i.e. the average variable costs. You can see in figure 4.6 the marginal and average relationship. If marginal product is above average product, the average increases, if it is below, the average falls. This means the marginal product curve cuts the average product curve at its maximum. Similarly, if the marginal cost is below the average variable, it pulls the average down. If it is above the average variable, it pulls it up. This means the marginal costs curve crosses the average variable cost curve at its minimum. In figure 4.7 we can see the shape of the average cost curve. In the short run the average costs is made up of average fixed costs plus average variable costs. The average cost is U-shaped. Difficulties measuring productivity. Although the concept of productivity is very important, how to measure it will vary from industry to industry. In some cases, it may be relatively straightforward, for example, the number of burgers served per shift or the number of sales calls made by your sales team. However, in other cases it may be less clear what to measure. How would you measure the productivity of a teacher? A receptionist? A nurse? Table 4.6 The relationship between marginal product and average product. Number of employees. Output, units. Marginal product. Average product. Marginal and average 10 100 N/A 100 divided by 10 equals 10 N/A 11 121 21 121 divided by 11 equals 11 Marginal above average, so average increases 12 140 19 140 divided by 12 equals 11.66 Marginal above average, so average increases 13 150 10 150 divided by 13 equals 11.53 Marginal below average, so average decreases 14 155 5 155 divided by 14 equals 11.07 Marginal below average, so average decreases 15 158 3 158 divided by 15 equals 10.53 Marginal below average, so average decreases. 4 Managing costs 99. Management task. What do you think would be the best way of measuring the productivity of checkout staff, reception staff, maintenance staff, IT staff, sales staff, university lecturers? Productivity and quality. While increasing productivity seems desirable in terms of its impact on the costs of units, in reality it can cause problems. One reason is that there can be a quantity of output, units. 0. Marginal product. Average product. Marginal cost. Average variable cost. Quantity of the variable factor of production, number. Marginal product and average product, units. A. Marginal cost and average variable cost, pound. B. Figure 4.6 The relationship between A. the marginal product and the average product, and b. the marginal cost and the average variable cost. 100. Trade-off between productivity and quality. In an effort to achieve output targets, the quality of production or the quality of service may suffer. For example, in an attempt to see more patients per hour, doctors may spend less time with a patient, and so the quality of care may differ in an attempt to be more productive. Managers can find there are unintended consequences when they focus on increasing productivity. Employees rush to produce more, but the defects increase or the quality of service suffers. Productivity targets usually need to have some quality criteria as well. Total, marginal, and average costs. Total costs measure all of the costs incurred in a business in a given time period. Marginal costs show the extra costs of an added unit. The equation for marginal cost is change in total costs divided by change in output. The marginal cost shows what happens to total costs when an extra unit is produced. If marginal costs are positive, this means that total costs increase. If marginal costs are positive and increasing, this means that total costs are increasing at a faster rate. If marginal costs are positive and decreasing, this means that total costs are increasing at a slower rate. If marginal costs are negative, this means that total costs decrease. W. Average cost. Average variable cost. Average XED cost 0. Quantity of output, units. Average cost, average variable cost and average XED cost, pound. XYZ. Plus X. Plus Y plus Z plus W. Figure 4.7. The relationship between the average cost, the average variable cost, and the average fixed cost. For managing costs. 101. Average costs measure the cost per unit. Average cost equals unit cost equals total cost divided by output. To calculate the profit of a business, we measure the total revenue minus the total costs. Average, or unit, costs are very important because they are a major factor in determining the profit margin, i.e. the profit per unit. Marginal costs and average costs. If marginal costs are above the average costs, this will pull up the average costs. If the marginal costs are below the average costs, this will pull down the average costs. See Figure 4.8 and Table 4.7. Imagine the cost per unit was £10 each and you then produced an extra, marginal, unit for £2, this would pull down the average. Imagine the cost per unit was £10 each and you then produced an extra, marginal, unit for £10, this would maintain the average at £10. Imagine the cost per unit was £10 each and you then produced an extra, marginal, unit for £15, this would pull the average up. The marginal cost is below the average cost, so the average cost falls. The marginal cost crosses the average cost at its minimum point. The marginal cost is above the average cost, so the average cost increases. Marginal cost. Average cost. Quantity of output, units. Marginal cost and average cost, pound. 0. Figure 4.8. Relationship between marginal cost and average cost. 102. Table 4.7. Relationship between marginal cost and average cost. Output, units. Total cost pound. Marginal cost equals change in total cost pound. Average cost equals total cost slash output 1 pound 100 n slash a 100 to 130 30 65. Marginal cost, 30 pounds, below previous average cost, 100 pounds, brings down average cost 3 150 20 50. Marginal cost, 20 pounds, below previous average cost, 65 pounds, brings down average cost 4 180 30 45. Marginal cost, 30 pounds, below previous average cost, 50 pounds, brings down average cost 5 250 70 50. Marginal cost, 70 pounds, above previous average cost, 45 pounds, pulls up average cost 6 360 110 60. Marginal cost, 110 pounds, above previous average cost, £50, pulls up average cost. 4.9 Doing the business maths. Complete the table. Explain the relationship between the marginal cost and average cost in the table. Output, units. Total cost, pound. Average cost, pound, equals total cost divided by output. Marginal cost. Relationship between marginal cost and average cost, e.g. higher or lower and impact on average, 110n/a. 218. 327. 436. 550. 666. 784. 4 Managing costs 103. Price and average costs. When setting the price of a product, the business must consider the average cost. To make profits, the price must at least cover average costs, see figure 4.9. Key concepts. Average cost is the cost per unit. Marginal cost is the cost of an extra unit. 4.5 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Average costs is calculated using total costs divided by number of units. B. Marginal costs are the extra fixed costs from producing another unit. C. If marginal cost is above average costs should rise. D. Marginal cost crosses the average cost at its minimum point. However, the price set will influence sales and this will in turn affect the average costs. Imagine you run a mobile phone network business. A huge part of your costs will be setting up the network in the first place. These are fixed costs whether or not. 1 unit. Average cost. £12. £10. Price £2. At a price above £10 the business makes a profit per unit. At a price of £10 the business just cover cost. If the price is below average costs a loss is made on the unit. Figure 4.9 Price and average cost. Price and average costs profit or loss. Price is less than average costs a loss is made. Price equals average costs normal profit is made. Price is greater than average costs abnormal profit is made. 104. You have any customers, you will still have the costs of establishing the network. This investment represents a huge risk because if there are no customers you will lose all these funds invested. However, once you start getting customers the cost per customer will begin to fall. This is because the huge initial costs can be spread over more units. Imagine you spent £500 million setting up the network. Table 4.8 shows what happens as more customers join the network. 4.6 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If total revenue equals total cost, abnormal profit is earned. B. If total revenue is greater than total cost, normal profit is earned. C. If total revenue is less than total cost, a loss is made. Management task. You are the managing director of a newspaper company. You find that any newspapers not sold by lunchtime tend to not to sell at all and are therefore returned to be pulped. Your usual selling price is £1, but your sales director has suggested that you cut the price to 50p after 1:00 p.m. Do you think this is a good idea? Volume is therefore key in this type of industry because it allows the fixed costs to be spread over more units. The same is true in industries such as rail transport, car manufacturing, and chemical production. The marginal cost of providing the service to a customer is very low. A low price may therefore be set to generate more customers. With more customers, a lower price can be charged and still a profit can be made because average costs can fall. By comparison, a high price may lead to Table 4.8 Cost per call. Fixed costs, pound, number of customers average cost per customer, pound, 500 million 1 500 million 500 million 1,000 500,000 500 million 10,000 50,000 500 million 100,000 5,000 500 million 1 million 500 500 million 10 million 50 500 million 100 million 5. 4. Managing costs 105. Lower sales and therefore higher average costs. This may mean a loss is made even though the price is higher. At output Q1 a price of P1 is required to cover the unit costs. At output Q2 the unit costs are lower and a price of only P2 would cover the unit costs. The business could charge a lower price at the higher output because the unit costs are lower. Understanding unit costs and price, and the effect of price changes on demand and therefore output, is crucial for managers. Imagine the business is at P1 Q1 making normal profits. If the managers feel that a price cut to P3 will increase demand to allow output to increase to Q2, it would then make a profit on each unit. If, however, sales remained at Q1, the business would be making a loss. Management task. You are the manager of mobile phone network. You are arguing for a significant price cut to increase the number of customers. You believe this could increase profits. Outline the logic of your recommended price cut. 4.4 Business Insight, Airbus Costs and Profit. The cost per passenger of a flight on an Airbus A320, which has a capacity of 154 passengers, for a 260-mile flight from New York to Washington, D.C. have been estimated by Wendover Productions as follows. Fuel cost, $2.50, £1.72, crew cost, $1.50, £1.03, landing fees at 2 airports, $13.50, £9.27, taxes, $15.60, £10.72, price of the aircraft, $11.50, £7.90, maintenance, $14, £9.62, non-flying cost, $10, £6.87, insurance, 25 cents, 17p, total $68.50, £47.06. These figures assume the flight is full. The typical price of a flight on this route is $80, suggesting that the profit per passenger is only $12.50. Source: www.youtube.com/watch?v=60e83avdo. Questions 1. If these figures are accurate, what would the profit on this flight be for the airline? 2. What would happen to these cost per flight figures if the flight was only half full? 106. Controlling costs in a business. Using resources efficiently. Controlling costs involves using resources efficiently. To achieve this, managers may use one or more of the following measures. Use budgeting to set targets that staff can work to. This can help ensure there is sufficient thought about what is being done, what resources are needed, and whether the return justifies the investment. Budgets are used to help managers with planning and to review performance. If the targets for expenditure are not achieved, there is a variance. This variance needs to be analyzed to understand why it occurred and what the consequences are for the business. Use techniques to reduce waste. Lean production is a Japanese approach to production that seeks to remove all wastage, such as wasted time and wasted materials, by constantly reviewing the operations process. Use techniques to make the organization more flexible so that money is not invested in idle resources. Just-in-time production aims to hold as little inventory as possible. Inventory is minimized because the business prices to order. As the orders come in, the business produces and at that point orders supplies. Reusing materials to reduce wastage. Improving quality to reduce the reworking of materials and having to throw items away. Manage suppliers effectively. The costs of a business will be influenced by the suppliers they work with. The price of the inputs provided by suppliers will affect the firm's costs. The ability of suppliers to increase prices and therefore the firm's costs will depend on their power relative to the business. The more powerful suppliers are, the more they can increase prices. Reactions to cost cutting. Although cutting costs may help the business as a whole, this does not mean that everyone will respond positively to such decisions. For some people it may mean a cut in their budget and may even mean a loss of jobs. Employees may also feel that this strategy is short-termist and that cutting costs will damage the quality of service or the ability to innovate and deliver the right products in the future. Managers need to be careful which costs they cut and consider the long-term effects. Business case questions, can you now answer? Why doesn't Sainsbury's try and cut costs further? For managing costs 107. 4.5 Business Insight, Fast Fashion. Zara is renowned as a fast fashion retailer that is able to design and distribute new designs to its stores quickly. However, some online brands are now even quicker at getting new designs into stores than Zara. ASOS and Boohoo use social media to keep on top of trends and are able to design a product and have it ready for sale in a couple of weeks. An article in Business Insider UK from May 2017 gives an account of a report by Fung Global Retail and Technology. The report says of these companies, they've streamlined their supply chain and moved production closer to key markets, enabling them to speed up the design and manufacturing process. According to the report, it takes ASOS between 2 and 8 weeks to get a product from concept to sale. It takes Boohoo 2 weeks and Missguided as little as 1, beating Zara's formerly speedy 5-week turnaround and far outpacing H&M, which can take up to 6 months. Fast fashion is becoming ultra-fast fashion, said the report. This is an issue for chains such as Zara and H&M, whose success was built around this unique business model. These new online stores are also constantly refreshing their products to drive customer frequency. They also have an agile supply chain, said the report. Initial designs are made in small batches, and if they're popular, more are rolled out. This strategy allows them to match supply with changing demand. Lastly, these online retailers also use Zara's tactic of keeping production close to the headquarters and in key customer markets. According to the report, Inditex, the parent company of Zara, sources 60% of its products in Europe. Boohoo similarly sources over 50% of its products from the UK. Source, Hanbury, M. 2017, Zara is facing a massive threat, Business Insider UK, May 23, uk.businessinside.com/fast-is-getting-faster-2017-5. Question. How can effective management of the supply chain reduce the costs of a business? 4.6 Business Insight, Airlines reduce costs. Every day airlines transport people over 40 million air miles around the world. They do this safely and quickly. However, they are also very inefficient in many ways. Aircraft are often sitting idle on the runway in between flights, and this costs millions if not billions of pounds a year. Up to 45% of an airline's costs are linked to maintenance, ground handling, in-flight services, and call centers. Airlines therefore have a major opportunity to cut costs in these areas. An example of how lean techniques may help reduce costs by reducing waste and altering the different aspects of the process can be seen in Figure 4.10. 108. Questions 1. How is this airline described trying to reduce costs? 2. Are there dangers with reducing costs in this way, do you think? 4.7 Business Insight, Airlines generate revenue. In Business Insight 4.6 we saw how airlines are working at improving their efficiency. This is one way of increasing their profits. Airlines are also looking for more ways to generate revenue from passengers. They charge for additional legroom, for food, for selecting your seat, and so on, to increase the average income per person. They are also looking for ways of getting more passengers on per plane. This is difficult, because if the seats are too close together passengers will complain. In 2017 American Airlines announced that it would add 12 more seats, 2 rows, into its economy class on its Boeing 737-800 fleet and 9 seats into its Airbus A321s. JetBlue said it would add 12 seats into its A320s. The aircraft interiors industry, which includes seat manufacturers, is worth $17 billion today, according to the Los Angeles Times, and is forecast to grow to $29 billion by 2021. That unload passengers 3614. Average number of minutes per step. Best practice, minimum number of minutes per step 3. Turnaround time between flights 1. Lean techniques. 1. Stricter controls on carry-on bags, lower passengers moving back in aisle to find bag. 2. Cleaning crew in position ahead of time. 3. Standardized workflow, timing, and methods, such as cleaning supplies in pre-arranged kits. 4. Visual signal from cabin crew to agent when plane is ready to board, for example, light flashing at top of ramp. 5. Active management of overhead storage bins by flight attendants. 6. Passenger information list delivered by agent following last passenger to board. 7. Agent ready at aircraft to close door. 438-024-018-1148-940. 411-0. 4060-1932-1600 hours 158-013-057-009-139-043-52:1833. 11. Wait for cleaning crew to board aircraft. Clean airplane. Wait for transmission to gate of cabin crew's approval to board. Wait for first passenger to board. Load passengers. Wait for passenger information list. Close aircraft door. Detach boarding ramp. 1. For Airbus A320 single-aisle medium-range airfinger, disguised example. 2. Assumes rudimentary application of lean techniques, further reductions may be possible. 3. Initial steps, attaching boarding ramp, opening aircraft door, and waiting for first passenger. To decline, can't be significantly reduced. Total time, including initial steps 3. Figure 4.10 Eliminating delays. Source, exhibit from the Hidden Value in Airline Operations, November 2003, McKinsey Quarterly, www.mckinsey.com. Copyright, C. 2018 McKinsey & Company. All rights reserved. Reprinted by permission. For managing costs 109. Economies of scale. Internal economies of scale. One significant factor that influences the average costs of a business is the scale at which it operates. In many cases, unit costs will fall when the scale of the business increases. When this occurs, it is called internal economies of scale. There are various different types of internal economies of scale, see figure 4.11. Purchasing. When a business gets bigger, it has more purchasing power. This means it can negotiate better deals with suppliers and the media, bringing down unit costs. Financial. As the scale of a business increases, it is likely to have more assets. These can act as collateral and be used to help raise finance at lower interest rates because the banks know they can take the assets to pay back the loan if necessary. Is partly explained by high demand for new planes. Boeing expects airlines to require more than 37,000 jets over the next 2 decades. But it is also because of the need for more compact seats. Source, www.economist.com/gulliver/2017/10/11/cram-ever-mories-eats-onto-planes, www.latimes.com/business/law-fi-airline-seats-20171001-story.html. Question. How will the changes to the seats help the airlines? Purchasing. Internal economies of scale. Financial technical. Figure 4.11 Examples of internal economies of scale. 110. Technical. As a business expands, it can benefit from a number of technical economies of scale, such as A specialization. This occurs when work is divided into small units so that individuals become specialized in their work and more productive. McDonald's divides up its process into small, well-defined jobs so that employees can be relatively easily trained and become more efficient through standardization and repetition. B. Indivisibilities. Some equipment incurs high average costs if used on a small scale but has relatively low unit costs when used on a large scale. If a manufacturer invests in a production line, for example, the average cost per unit is high at low levels of output. At high levels of the output, the costs of the production line can be spread over a large number of units, reducing the average cost. C. Increased dimensions, see figure 4.12. Imagine a storage unit in the form of a cube with sides of 1 m. The volume of this cube is 1 times 1 times 1 equals 1 m3. The area of one face is 1 times 1 equals 1 m2. There are 6 faces, so the total surface area is 6 times 1 equals 6 m2. Now imagine the length of the sides of this cube is doubled to 2 m. The volume is 2 times 2 times 2 equals 8 m3. The area of one face is 2 times 2 equals 4 m2. The total surface area is 6 times 4 equals 24 m2. This means that the materials to build the bigger cube would cost 4 times as much as those for building the smaller cube, because the surface area is 4 times as big. However, the amount that the cube could hold inside is 8 times as big. Therefore, the storage costs per unit would fall. This is important when designing storage space, container vessels, and transportation vehicles, as there are economies of scale by building them on a bigger scale. Surface area equals 6 times 1 times 1 equals 6 m2. Volume equals 1 times 1 times 1 equals 1 m3. Surface area equals 6 times 2 times 2 equals 24 m2. Volume equals 2 times 2 times 2 equals 8 m3. 1 m. 1 m. 1 m. 2 m. 2 m. 2 m. Figure 4.12. Economies of scale through increased dimensions. 4. Managing costs. 111. Internal economies of scale and market structure. The extent to which internal economies of scale exist is likely to have a significant impact on the structure of the market. If there are major economies of scale, this means that it is in the interests of business to expand to benefit from lower unit costs. The first level of output at which economies of scale stop occurring is called the minimum efficient scale, MES, see figure 4.13. If the MES is relatively small relative to demand, this means there can be many efficient businesses operating in a market. If, however, the MES was, say, 50% of demand, this means there would only be 2 efficient businesses in the industry. Of course, it may be possible for inefficient businesses to exist. This depends on the cost disadvantage of not being at the MES. For example, how much higher are unit costs if a business is operating at, say, 1/3 of MES? The bigger the cost disadvantage of not being at MES, the less likely it is that smaller inefficient businesses will survive. Their unit costs will be much higher than the unit costs in bigger businesses, which will be able to undercut them and force them out. If, however, there is little difference in the unit costs of producing less than MES, this means there may be many inefficient businesses. The number of businesses operating in an industry is likely to be high if the MES is low compared to demand, and the cost disadvantage of operating below MES is small. Key concept: internal economies of scale occur when the unit costs fall as the scale of production increases. 4.8 Business Insight: Reducing costs on the Maersk. Costs can be reduced in many ways, including the way items are transported. The Maersk is a container ship that is often featured in the news around December when there is a story on the toys it is bringing to the UK for Christmas. The Maersk was the largest container ship in the world when she was launched in 2006. She is able to carry at least 11,000 large containers, called 20-foot equivalent units, which means she can ship millions of items across the world. The ship typically has a crew of 13 people. Questions 1. What is the productivity of a crew member in terms of number of containers? 2. How does the principle of increased dimensions apply to container ships? 112. The number of businesses competing in an industry is, therefore, likely to be relatively small if the mess is a high relative to demand, so there is incentive to get bigger, and the cost disadvantage of operating below mess is high, so inefficient businesses cannot survive. In figure 4.13, a, the mess is low relative to the market demand and the cost disadvantage of operating below the mess is also low. This means that this market is likely to be very competitive, with many firms competing. In figure 4.13, b, the mess is high relative to the market demand, and the cost disadvantage of not operating at the mess is also high. This industry is likely to be dominated by a few firms, probably two, given that the mess is half of the market demand. If the mess is actually more than the demand in the market and the cost disadvantage of operating below mess is high, this means that the industry is a natural monopoly. Only one business is likely to exist because of the benefits of expansion and the cost disadvantages of being below mess. Natural monopolies often occur in utility industries such as gas, electricity, and water, which require heavy investment to set up the infrastructure. These investment costs are high fixed costs which can then be spread over increasing numbers of customers to bring down the unit cost. In a natural monopoly, as shown in figure 4.14, the internal economies of scale are so great that one firm will keep expanding and supply the whole market. A smaller business, e.g. at Q1 in figure 4.14, will face much higher unit costs and will not be able to be price competitive. The major unit cost advantage of operating on a large scale make it difficult for any other business to compete. Having a natural monopoly does give the dominant business major power over consumers, which could lead to higher prices and a poor quality service. In a situation of natural monopoly, the government must decide whether to run the organization itself, to ensure customers are protected, or to regulate private providers. While there are potentially cost advantages of getting bigger, there are also some potential disadvantages if a business gets too big. If the cost per unit increases as you increase the scale of your production, this is known as internal diseconomies of scale, as shown in figures 4.15 and 4.16. Essentially, these higher unit costs relate to the difficulties of running a bigger business with more products, more bases in more locations, and more employees. Internal diseconomies of scale may arise from various factors. Communication problems. When a business is too large, there can be problems in communication between employees. Communication can become slow while people wait for responses and as decisions are passed from one committee to another. Coordination problems. As a business grows, there tend to be more products and divisions involved. The business tends to operate in more areas, and simply coordinating the business becomes more complex. Tim Martin, the chairman of Wetherspoons, liked to visit each of his pubs at least once a year. This was easily done when the business was small, but not so easy when he has 1,000 pubs under his control. He still manages to visit several hundred a year. Key concept: the minimum efficient scale is the first level of output at which the average costs are minimized. 4.7 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Internal economies of scale occur when total costs fall with greater scale. B. Internal economies of scale occur when average costs fall with greater scale. C. Internal diseconomies of scale occur when average costs rise with greater scale. D. The minimum efficient scale is the first level of output at which the average cost is at its lowest. Management task. Your business is growing and you want to make sure you avoid diseconomies of scale. Outline the actions you might take to avoid communication, coordination, and control problems. Read more. A big influence on productivity and unit costs is the way in which operations are managed. A classic text on operations management is Slack, N., Chambers, S., and Johnston, R. 2004, Operations Management, 4th ed., Harlow, Essex, F. T. Prentice Hall.
You might also want to read about lean production in the best-selling Womack, J.P. Jones, D.T., and Roos, D. 1990, The Machine That Changed the World, London, Simon & Schuster. Costs and external economies of scale. Factors which affect the costs of a business are partly internal and partly external. External economies of scale, figure 4.17, refer to a situation where the cost per unit is lower as a result of an external factor. For example, one of your suppliers may have increased in size, it has therefore benefited from internal economies of scale, allowing it to pass on a lower price to you. You therefore find that at every level of output your unit costs have fallen. External economies are often linked to location decisions. Locating near key suppliers, or near a university that specializes in your industry, can facilitate lower unit costs for all levels of output. Summary. Managing costs is a key aspect of management. Whatever management role you have, you will have objectives and you will have a budget which will determine what you can spend. You will want to achieve your targets and be within budget. If you can reduce your costs within a given quality target, you will increase your profits and or allow the business to be more price competitive. Reducing costs may be achieved in a number of ways, such as improving labor productivity, managing supplies effectively, being leaner generally, and looking at the scale of production. Key learning points. Profits are calculated by measuring total revenue minus total costs. Costs measure the value of resources used up in producing and selling an item in a given period. Costs may be variable costs or fixed costs. This distinction examines how costs change with output. Economists include opportunity costs when assessing costs, accountants don't include opportunity costs. When normal profits are earned, businesses in the industry are earning returns that justify them being there but which are not so high that they attract other firms in from other industries. If revenue is greater than total costs, abnormal profits are earned. If revenue is equal to total costs, normal profits are earned. If revenue is less than total costs, a loss is made. Contribution per unit equals price minus average variable costs. This contributes to the fixed costs. Break-even occurs when the total contribution pays for the fixed costs. Shutdown point occurs when price equals the average variable costs. Break-even point occurs when price equals the average costs. Internal economies of scale occur when unit costs fall as the scale of production increases. Internal diseconomies of scale occur when unit costs rise as the scale of production increases. External economies of scale occur when unit costs fall at every level of output due to factors external to the business. The minimum efficient scale and the cost disadvantage of not operating at the MES are important determinants of market structure. Business case extension questions. 1. Visit the investor relations of the Sainsbury's website and identify its current strategy. 2. Look at its most recent annual report. Read the Chairman and Chief Executive's statement and identify economic factors that Sainsbury's believe are important to its success. 3. Look at the annual reports and identify key costs in Sainsbury's operations. 4. What do you think determines the inventory Sainsbury's will hold at any moment? 5. How could Sainsbury's increase the contribution per unit? What difficulties might it face doing this? 6. How might Sainsbury's measure labor productivity in its stores? 7. Why would labor productivity matter to Sainsbury's? 8. As a large retailer, what economies of scale do you think Sainsbury's might benefit from? 118. Quick questions. 1. In what way is an economist's view of costs different from an accountant's? 2. What is the difference between fixed and variable costs? 3. What is meant by labor productivity and why does it matter? 4. How might managers increase labor productivity? 5. What are internal economies of scale and why do they matter? 6. What are internal diseconomies of scale and why do they matter? 7. What is the difference between shutdown point and break-even point? 8.
What is meant by the contribution per unit, and why is it important? 9. Why might a focus in productivity lead to a reduction in quality? 10. What are external economies of scale and why do they matter? How markets work. Chapter 5. Why do I need to know how markets work? You run a coffee chain throughout the UK. It is a competitive market with lot of small independent stores as well other big chains. You differentiate your chain where you can with the environment of the outlets, the customer service, and the overall brand, but profit margins are not very big and your overall returns rely on volume. The economy has not been doing especially well recently, and customers are being a little bit more careful before buying a coffee. Of course, you could try and get costs, such as wages, down. However, despite the state of the economy overall, unemployment remains quite low and you don't have people queuing up to work with you. If anything, you may need to increase wages in the labor market, so employee costs are not going to fall easily. A major part of your costs is the price of the coffee itself. In the last few months, the worldwide price of coffee has been increasing. The problem has been that a disease has hit the main crops in Colombia. This has reduced supply, and that in turn has pushed up global prices of the bean. Your profits are being squeezed, and you don't think it is your fault. Your ability to make profits is heavily influenced by the markets you sell in and the markets for your inputs. Managers will often find that their business is affected by factors beyond their control. Managers deal with, and operate in, a range of markets, and changes in market conditions can affect their costs and revenues. In this chapter we examine the effect of market forces on prices and output. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain what is meant by a market, explain how markets work, analyze the role of the price mechanism, analyze the effect on prices of changes in market conditions. 120. Introduction. A market is made up of buyers and sellers who want to trade with each other. The buyers demand the good or services. The sellers want to sell their goods and services. Economies are made up millions of markets. For example, there are markets for, the final goods and services produced, the supplies that are used to produce the final goods and services, the labor that works in businesses, the money that is borrowed to finance business, the shares sold by businesses to raise finance, the currency of a country, affecting the exchange rate. Business case. In 2017 the world price of copper reached its highest level since 2010. This followed years of oversupply. The price increased by around 40% thanks to high levels of demand. This demand was generated by strong global economic growth, especially in China. An article in the Financial Times in December 2017 reported, copper has become a favorite metal for global mining companies such as Glencore and Rio Tinto, which now forecast a lack of supply by the end of the decade as old mines come to the end of their lives and are not replaced. Demand for the metal is also expected to increase from a build-out of charging networks required for electric cars. Copper staged a spectacular rally to more than $10,000 a ton in early 2011 after China launched a huge stimulus package following the financial crisis. It then fell to just over $4,000 a ton in early 2016, as new copper projects came to fruition and demand weakened. This year, however, copper prices have clawed their way back up to more than $7,000 a ton. Higher copper prices are also likely to lead to calls for a greater share of the wealth from miners in Chile and Peru, which could also halt supply to the market. Analysts at Citibank estimate that nearly 30 labor contract negotiations are set to take place in copper mining countries next year, potentially affecting 25% of global mine supply. Source: https://www.ft.com/content/cebd9cfc-EAF6-111E7-521324C81E23. Questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. What might influence the supply of copper? 2. Why might the price of copper increase? 3. Why might it decrease? 4. How might changes in copper prices affect businesses? 5. How markets work. 121. Many of these markets are interrelated. More demand for one product can lead to less demand for another. More demand for one product can increase demand for a specific type of labor. It is important, therefore, for you as a manager to understand how these markets work, how they relate to each other, and the possible impact of future changes on your business. Changes in market conditions can affect the selling price or the price of inputs such as land, labor, or capital. That's why managers need to understand the changes that are happening and, very importantly, the changes that might occur. Markets are critical to business. For example, they drive share prices, exchange rates, oil prices, and labor prices, so managers need the tools to analyze possible changes and take a view on where prices will go. This will affect a whole host of decisions such as investment decisions, employment decisions, and decisions on how and why to compete. Markets can create opportunities for business, but they can also generate threats. Watch or listen to the news and you will almost certainly hear managers blaming market conditions for high costs, low profit margins, or poor sales due to factors that they cannot control. You may also hear about headwinds in the economy. This is when managers anticipate unfavorable market conditions coming up in the future. These might include a fall in demand due to lower incomes, or higher costs as a result of higher wage demands by employees. However, while market conditions can and do play a significant role in the performance of a business, it is often easier to blame the market rather than your own decisions. Sometimes the fault lies with the managers for not anticipating what was going to happen or not responding quickly and effectively enough. Market forces. There are some markets which have many sellers and many buyers. In such cases, no one seller is large enough to control supply in the industry. They are too small to have any significant influence on the total output. Similarly, any one buyer is insignificant in relation to the total demand. In these circumstances, what happens in the market is determined by market forces. This is called a competitive market situation. In competitive markets, the decisions of buyers and sellers are brought together by the price mechanism. Sellers want to achieve their own objectives, which we assume are to maximize profits. Buyers want to achieve their objectives, which we assume are to maximize their satisfaction, utility. The buyers and sellers have their own interests and make their own decisions, but these independent decisions are aligned via the price. Imagine that demand for a product is much higher than the quantity supplied by providers. In this case, there is excess demand in the market. This is called a shortage. As the price increases, this will start to reduce the quantity that consumers want to buy and are able to afford. At the same time, the higher price is an incentive for producers to produce more. Financially, this product becomes more attractive. 122. The price therefore increases, increasing the quantity produced and reducing the quantity demanded. This is the price mechanism in action. The price increases until the quantity demanded equals the quantity supplied in the market. When these are equal and the position in the market is stable, this is called equilibrium. As a manager of a business in this situation, you will have noticed high levels of demand initially leading to higher prices, enabling you to produce more. Another situation that might occur in a market is that there is more supply of a product than is demanded at the given price. This means there is an excess supply. This is called a surplus. Again, the decisions of producers and customers have been made independently, but, at the given price, the quantity demanded is less than the quantity supplied. The price would begin to fall, and this means that customers will want, and can afford, a higher quantity. More of the product is demanded. At the same time, the falling prices means there will be less ability and less incentive for producers to supply the product. The price will keep falling until the decisions of producers and customers are aligned and equilibrium is reached. As the manager of a producer in this market, you would initially have noticed a surplus leading to the market price falling. This would reduce your incentive to sell as much while stimulating demand. Table 5.1 lists some of the likely causes of shifts in demand and supply. Key concepts. The price mechanism describes how the price adjusts in competitive markets to equate supply and demand and bring about equilibrium. A shortage occurs when the amount demanded at the given price is greater than the amount supplied. A surplus occurs when the amount supplied at the given price is greater than the amount demanded. Business case question: can you now answer? What might influence the supply of copper? Table 5.1 factors which might cause shifts in demand and supply. Shifts in demand might be caused by changes in shifts in supply might be caused by changes in income, number of producers, market population, technology, marketing input costs, price of substitute, taxes on producers, price of complements, weather. 5. How markets work. 123. A demand curve. A demand curve shows how much consumers are willing and able to purchase at any price, all other factors held constant. We usually expect the quantity demanded to increase as the price falls and vice versa, assuming all other factors are held constant, see figure 5.1. A price increase leads to less quantity demanded, all other factors constant. An economist calls this a contraction of demand. This is shown in figure 5.2a. A price decrease leads to more quantity demanded, all other factors constant. An economist calls this an extension of demand. This is shown in figure 5.2b. An increase in demand occurs when more is demanded at each and every price. This can occur because of factors such as increase in income or better marketing activities. A decrease in demand occurs when less is demanded at each and every price. This can occur because of factors such as lower prices of substitutes or more expensive complements. How sensitive the quantity demanded is to changes in price is measured by the price elasticity of demand. If the percentage change in quantity demanded is less than the percentage change in price, demand is said to be price inelastic, not very sensitive to price. If the percentage change in quantity demanded is greater than the percentage change in price, demand is said to be price elastic, sensitive to price. If the percentage change in quantity demanded is equal to the percentage change in price, demand is said to be unit price elastic. If the quantity demanded remains the same regardless of price, demand is said to be completely price inelastic, as illustrated in figure 5.3. A supply curve. A supply curve shows how much producers are willing and able to produce at each and every price, all other factors held constant. We usually expect the quantity supplied to decrease as the price falls and vice versa, assuming all other factors are held constant. An increase in price, all other factors held constant, increase the quantity supplied because producers can now afford to cover higher costs and produce more, as shown in figure 5.4. An economist calls this increase in quantity supplied an extension of supply. A decrease in price, all other factors held constant, decrease the quantity supplied because producers must cut costs and produce less, as shown in figure 5.5. An economist calls this decrease in quantity supplied a contraction of supply. An increase in supply, S1 in figure 5.6, occurs when more is supplied at each price. This may be due to better technology or more producers. A decrease in supply, S2 in figure 5.6, occurs when less is supplied at each price. This may be due to an increase in costs or a fall in the number of producers. How sensitive the quantity supplied is to changes in price is measured by the price elasticity of supply. If the percentage change in quantity supplied is greater than the percentage change in price, all other factors unchanged, supply is said to be price elastic. If the percentage change in quantity supplied is less than the percentage change in price, all other factors unchanged, supply is said to be price inelastic. Markets occur when demand and supply come together and the price moves to bring the two into equilibrium. Table 5.2 is an example of the price mechanism at work, showing the price at which equilibrium occurs. At any price, we can see the quantity demanded and the quantity supplied. In theory, the price will adjust until the quantity demanded equals the quantity supplied and equilibrium is reached. Equilibrium occurs when at the given price the quantity demanded equals the quantity supplied and there is no incentive or pressure for change in the market. In figure 5.7, at P1 there is excess supply in the market. The price will fall, increasing the quantity demanded and decreasing the quantity demanded, until equilibrium is reached at P2Q2. Management task. Thanks to a change in market conditions, the price of chocolate used in your confectionery business has increased significantly. What actions do you think your business could, or should, take to cope with this? Explain your reasoning. 5.1 Business Insight, Snap Shares. The specific factors affecting demand and supply in a market depend on the particular market being considered. The demand for the shares of a business can be influenced by speculation and rumors about how the business might do in the future. In February 2018, demand for shares in Snap, the business that owns Snapchat, fell suddenly, leading to a drop in share price and a reduction in the value of the company of £1.3 billion. The cause? Reality TV star Kylie Jenner tweeted to her 24.5 million followers that she no longer used the Snapchat messaging app, and this led to a major sale of the company's shares. Snapchat has been facing intense competition from Facebook's Instagram, and Jenner's attack worried investors. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-431635544. Question: what are the main factors that influence the demand for a company's shares, do you think? 5.2 Business Insight, Limited supply. The supply of some products is limited. For example, at any moment there are a fixed number of seats in a sports stadium. This means that whatever happens to demand will affect the price rather than the quantity available. If demand was expected to be very high for tickets, the price could increase. If the demand was expected to be low, the price would need to be low to fill the venue. The supply of works of art is also limited, which means the price can fluctuate depending on demand. Leonardo da Vinci died in 1519, and fewer than 20 of his paintings are known to exist. In 2017, a 500-year-old painting of Christ that is believed to have been painted by Leonardo da Vinci was sold for a record $450 million, £341 million. The painting, known as Salvatore Mundi, Savior of the World, shows Christ with one hand raised, the other holding a glass sphere. In 1958 it had been sold at auction in London for a mere £45. At that time the painting was generally reckoned to be the work of a follower of Leonardo and not the work of Leonardo himself. The 2017 price was the highest auction price for any work of art to date. Salvatore Mundi, believed to have been painted sometime after 1505, is the only painting by Leonardo thought to be in private hands. Question: can you draw a supply curve to show a market where there is a fixed supply regardless of the price? 5. How markets work. 129. Changes in market conditions. Many factors can change supply and demand in a market. When this happens, there will be excess supply or demand which puts pressure on the price to change, as shown in Table 5.3 and in the 4 scenarios described below. If demand increases, this creates a shortage and the price will increase, leading to less being demanded and more supplied. The new equilibrium will have a higher price and quantity. In Figure 5.9, at the original price P2 there is excess demand. This pulls up price, increasing the quantity supplied and decreasing the quantity demanded until equilibrium is reached. This increase in demand might be caused by factors such as a fall in the price of a complement, discussed in Chapter 3, an increase in the price of a substitute, effective marketing by the business, or an increase in consumers' income leading to people being willing and able to buy more of a normal good. If demand decreases, this creates a surplus and the price will decrease, leading to more being demanded and less supplied. In Figure 5.10, at the original price P0. Table 5.3 changes in market conditions affect the equilibrium price and quantity. Change in market conditions. Impact on equilibrium price. Impact on equilibrium quantity. Increase in demand higher higher. Decrease in demand lower lower. Increase in supply lower higher. Decrease in supply higher lower. There is excess supply. This pulls down price, increasing the quantity demanded and decreasing the quantity supplied until equilibrium is reached at P1Q1. The new equilibrium will have a lower price and lower quantity. This decrease in demand may occur because of a fall in the population size, effective marketing by competitors, or a fall in the price of a substitute. If supply increases, this creates a surplus and the price will decrease, leading to more being demanded and less supplied. In figure 5.11, at the original price P2 there is excess supply. The price will fall, reducing the quantity supplied and increasing the quantity demanded until a new equilibrium is reached. The new equilibrium will have a lower price and higher quantity. This increase in supply may occur with an increase in the number of producers, an improvement in technology, or lower input prices. If supply decreases, this creates a shortage and the price will increase, leading to less being demanded and more supplied. In figure 5.12, at the original price P0 there is excess demand, a shortage. The price will rise, reducing the quantity demanded and increasing the quantity supplied until a new equilibrium is reached at P1Q1. The new equilibrium will have a higher price and lower quantity. This decrease in supply may occur due to a fall in the number of producers, higher wage costs, or higher taxes on producers. Business case questions, can you now answer? Why might the price of copper increase? Why might it decrease? How might changes in copper prices affect businesses? 5.3 Business Insight, Sugar Production in the UK. In agricultural markets, there can be major shifts in supply leading to significant price fluctuations. These shifts can be due to changes in the weather, crop disease, or changes in government regulations. Governments often regulate to try to protect their own country's food production, and changes to government regulations can affect what can be produced. Until 2017, under an agreement with the European Union, UK producers could sell only 1.056 million tons of sugar beet, even though they had the capacity to produce over 1.4 million. In 2017, after nearly 50 years, the limits on the amount of sugar beet that British producers could sell were lifted. For the first time since 1968, UK farmers could produce and sell as much sugar around the world they wanted. The changes in restrictions also meant that French, German, and other European Union producers could sell more sugar into the UK. The likely effect of this is lower prices. According to the BBC, September 2017, the 3,500 British farmers that grow beet and British sugar, which is the main processor of British-grown beet, see the change as a huge opportunity. British Sugar, which also makes Silver Spoon sugar, plans to step up production immediately and is looking to sell 1.4 million tons next year, up from 900,000 this year. It's also planning to export sugar to the world market for the first time in at least a decade. Britain's other big sugar producer, Tate and Lyle Sugars, processes sugar cane, and so is not directly affected by the changes. How big is the UK sugar beet industry? There are nearly 10,000 workers in the industry's UK supply chain. The UK consumes 2 million tons of sugar a year. 60% of that comes from UK beets, another 15% comes from EU beets, and 25% from imported sugar cane. Source: British Sugar, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-414121717. Questions 1. What factors have affected supply in the sugar beet industry? 2. Can you think of any factors that might affect demand? 5.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. A demand curve shifts outwards or inwards when the price changes. B. A change in quantity supplied occurs when there is a change in price. C. If the price is above equilibrium, there is excess demand, assuming a downward sloping demand curve and an upward sloping supply curve. D. If the price is below equilibrium, there is excess demand, assuming a downward sloping demand curve and an upward sloping supply curve. E. With excess supply in a market, the price will tend to fall to restore equilibrium. F. With excess demand in a market, the price will tend to fall to restore equilibrium. 5. How markets work. 133. Read more. The Austrian economist Friedrich Hayek believed that the prosperity of society was generated by creativity, entrepreneurship, and innovation, and that these occurred with free markets. Hayek also argued that in a planned economy, with prices, quantities, and jobs set by central planners, there is a loss of freedom which can lead to totalitarianism. You can read more about this in Hayek, FAB. 1994, The Road to Serfdom, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 5.4 Business Insight, The Co. 2. Shortage. In the summer of 2018, the supermarket chain Asda announced it was to ration the amount of some carbonated drinks that its online customers could buy. This was because of the national shortage in Co. 2. According to the BBC, Asda has restricted shoppers to 6 bottles or multipacks of soft drinks online. Those affected are its own label soft drinks, plus Pepsi, Pepsi Max, Coca-Cola, Diet Coke, Coke Zero, 7-Up, Iron Brew and Fanta. The carbon dioxide scarcity has already forced beer, fizzy-drink, crumpet, and meat firms to curb production. Co. 2. Is widely used in the food processing and drinks industries. It puts the fizz into beer, cider, and soft drinks, and is used in food packaging to extend the shelf life of salads, fresh meat, and poultry. The gas is also used to stun pigs and chickens before slaughter, and create dry ice to help keep things chilled while in transit. However, several UK and mainland European producers of carbon dioxide have been closed for maintenance or scaled down operations. Meanwhile, the World Cup football, hot weather, and barbecue season has created an added demand for beer, just when the Co. 2. plants have gone offline. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-446736648. Question: in the free market, what would you expect to happen to the prices of products such as carbonated drinks and beer when there is a shortage of Co. 2. Why has Asda had to ration the amount bought? 5.2 Quick check. What changes in supply or demand could cause a higher equilibrium price and lower quantity? B. Higher equilibrium price and higher quantity. C. Lower equilibrium price and lower quantity. D. Lower equilibrium price and higher quantity. 134. How much will the equilibrium price and quantity change with a change in market conditions? The change in the equilibrium price and quantity following a change in demand will depend on 2 factors. The extent to which demand changes. This will depend on how sensitive demand is to the factor that caused the change in conditions. For example, if demand is very income elastic, then any given percentage change in income will lead to a relatively high shift in demand. The percentage change in demand is greater than the change in income. How price inelastic supply is. The more price inelastic it is, the more any change on demand will affect the equilibrium price rather than quantity. Some factors that affect the price elasticity of supply are listed in Table 5.4. The change in the equilibrium price and quantity following a change in supply will depend on the extent to which supply changes, which will in turn depend on 2 factors: the extent to which there is a change in factors such as technology, capital equipment, production costs, production taxes, and number of suppliers. How price elastic demand is. The more price inelastic it is, the more any shift in supply will affect the equilibrium price rather than quantity, as shown in Figure 5.13. Some factors that affect the price elasticity of demand are listed in Table 5.4. Understanding these issues will help managers to anticipate the effect of any change in market conditions. Agricultural products such wheat and coffee have very volatile prices because supply will often shift with a change in the weather or crop diseases. Demand and supply are both relatively price inelastic, so demand and supply shifts have a relatively large effect on price. Table 5.4 Factors affecting price elasticity of demand and supply. Price elasticity of demand is affected by. Price elasticity of supply is affected by. Percentage of income spent on the product. Ease of substituting alternative factors of production. Availability of alternatives. Time period, e.g. short or long-term periods. Nature of the product, e.g. necessity or luxury. Availability of spare production capacity. 5. How markets work. 135. Does the price mechanism work? In reality, the price mechanism may not work quite as well as has been described. One problem is that prices can be sticky. They may be fixed for a period of time and it may not be able to adjust them easily. Businesses have to anticipate in advance the likely demand and set the price accordingly. They may then find that demand is higher or lower than expected, but if there is a published price or a price that has been agreed in a contract, it may not be easy to change this. Imagine you are a restaurant with a printed menu with prices in it. If your restaurant is very popular and you are full every evening, you might decide to increase prices, but in the short term you will be committed to the prices on the printed menu. Perhaps that's why many restaurants and cafes put their prices on a blackboard, that way they are easier to change. It may be that reducing prices in the short term is easier than increasing them, because you can introduce special offers and discounts. Asking for a higher price than has already been publicized is not so easy. 5.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. An increase in demand is likely to increase equilibrium price and decrease the quantity in a market. B. An decrease in demand is likely to increase equilibrium price and increase the quantity in a market. C. An increase in supply is likely to increase equilibrium price and decrease the quantity in a market. D. An increase in demand is likely to decrease equilibrium price and decrease the quantity in a market. 136. The problem facing many managers when setting price, therefore, is one of information. They don't know exactly what supply and demand conditions will be, and so when they set the price there is a risk of there being a surplus until they have the opportunity to review prices. Having said this, online businesses are able to track demand conditions much more easily and can adapt their prices more easily and more rapidly than traditional businesses. Secondary markets. Sometimes a secondary market springs up if a shortage exists. Imagine a band is going on tour. Its managers estimate the likely demand and set the price. If the demand is much higher than supply at this price, there is a shortage. Some people who manage to get hold of tickets may then sell them on to other people at a much higher price. This is a secondary market. This is a common occurrence for big concerts and sports events. Interestingly, some performers and teams deliberately set the ticket price lower than they could, to try and make attending affordable for more people. They recognize that this means the price mechanism is not allowed to work, and they try to prevent ticket touts from buying up ticket and reselling them. 5.5 Business Insight, Share Prices. Companies can try to raise money from selling shares. Investors then own a part of the company. They will receive a return via dividends, which are payments made as income to investors and through changes in the share price. The shares can then be bought and sold. In the case of public limited companies, there are usually shares available and they are traded daily on the stock exchange. A stock exchange is a secondary market for shares. Whether the price rises or falls does not directly affect the company that issued the shares, it affects whoever is holding them. The demand for shares will depend on the price, the expected price in the future, the expected dividends. On the final day of trading in 2017, share prices in the UK reached the highest level there had been. According to the BBC, both the FTSE, a measure by the Financial Times of the share prices of the largest 100 companies listed on the stock exchange, and the FTSE 250, a measure by the Financial Times of the share prices of the largest 250 companies, reached new records at the close of trading. U.S. stock markets have also hit new peaks over the year, helped in part Donald Trump's sweeping tax reforms. Under the changes, the U.S. corporate tax rate was to fall from 35% to 21% in 2018. The FTSE 100 finished up 7.6% at 7,687.77 compared with the last day of trading in 2016. Meanwhile, the FTSE 250 ended 14.7% ahead at 20,726.26 compared with the end of last year. 5. How markets work. 137. Management task. You are the managing director of a printing company. The share price of your company has been falling. Explain why you are concerned about this. Analyzing the business data, the price of oil 2008 to 17. The chart in figure 5.15 shows the price of oil over a number of years. Explain, using supply and demand analysis, the key price changes over the last few years. George Salmon, an equity analyst at Hargreaves Lansdown, said the FTSE 100 had been lifted by natural resource giants such as Shell and BP, which have benefited from a rise in oil prices. House builders were among the best performing companies on the FTSE 100 in 2017. See figure 5.14. Berkeley Group, which mainly builds luxury homes in London, rejoined the blue chip index in September and has seen its share price rise by more than 50% this year. Businesses such as advertising giant WPP and broadcaster ITV were among the worst performers as companies reduced investment in marketing. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-425120023. Question: what factors do you think might affect the price of a company's shares? Bitcoin is an online, crypto, currency. As reported by the BBC, Bitcoins are created through a complex process known as mining, and then monitored by a network of computers across the world. There's a steady stream of about 3,600 new Bitcoins a day, with about 16.5 million now in circulation. The rules underpinning Bitcoin say that only 21 million Bitcoins can be created, and that figure is getting ever nearer. Every single Bitcoin transaction is recorded in a public list called the blockchain. This makes it possible to trace the history of Bitcoins to stop people from spending coins they do not own, making copies, or undoing transactions. In 2017, the value of Bitcoin fluctuated significantly. Towards the end of the year, its value fell sharply to around one-third of its value from a record of nearly $20,000, £15,000. Bitcoin is traded globally. The currency started 2017 at a price of around $1,000. The market for Bitcoin is driven heavily by speculation about what the value will do next. Some speculators will have taken the view that £15,000 was its peak and they started to sell. This provoked concern in other holders, who then decided it was a good time to get out of the currency, increasing supply further. The Danish government said that buying Bitcoin was a deadly gamble. The head of one of the UK's leading financial regulators warned people to be ready to lose all their 5. How markets work. 139. Money if they invested in Bitcoin. The head of the UK's Financial Conduct Authority said that neither central banks nor the government stood behind the currency and that it was therefore not a secure investment. Explain how speculation will affect the price of Bitcoin. Source: BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-421505512. Summary: markets are made up of buyers and sellers who want to trade with each other. The price adjusts in a free market to equate supply and demand. If there is excess demand, the price will rise, which usually reduces quantity demanded and increases quantity supplied until a new equilibrium is reached. If there is excess supply, the price is likely to fall to bring about equilibrium. Changes in supply or demand will lead to a change in the equilibrium price and quantity. Markets are often interrelated. A change in demand in one market may lead to more demand for resources while reducing demand for a substitute product. Key learning points. Markets are made up of buyers and sellers. It is assumed that buyers act rationally and want to maximize their satisfaction, utility, and sellers want to maximize their profits. If demand is greater than the quantity supplied at the given price, there is excess demand, a shortage. If demand is less than the quantity supplied at the given price, there is excess supply, a surplus. At equilibrium, the quantity supplied equals the quantity demanded at the given price and there is no incentive for change. The effect of a change in market conditions will depend on the extent to which supply and demand shifts and the price elasticity of demand and supply. Business case extension questions. 1. Research the price of copper in the last year. Analyze the reasons for any changes during this period. 2. Copper is a commodity. It is traded globally and there is a world price. Research the market for another commodity. Analyze the factors affecting supply and demand of this commodity. Use this analysis to explain changes in the price of the commodity in recent years. 140. Quick questions. 1. What is a market? 2. What is shown by a demand curve? 3. What is shown by a supply curve? 4. What is the likely effect in a market of an increase in demand? 5. Explain why demand for a product might increase. 6. What is the likely effect in a market of an increase in supply? 7. Explain why supply of a product might increase. 8. What is the likely effect on price and quantity in a market of a decrease in demand? 9. What is the likely effect on price and quantity in a market of a decrease in supply? 10. What is the difference between a surplus and a shortage? Labor market. Chapter 6. Business case. In 2017 there was considerable media coverage of the rewards being received by the senior staff, called vice-chancellors, at UK universities. Many university vice-chancellors were earning £300,000 a year, and some more than £400,000. The government responded by creating a new regulator called the Office for Students. This office would have the power to fine universities if they could not justify high pay. Any pay over £100,000 could be referred to the office. The BBC reported. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain the importance of labor as a factor of production, analyze factors influencing the demand for labor, analyze factors affecting the supply of labor. Why do I need to know about the labor market? Your football team is struggling to win a match, even at home. You have lost the last 3 matches and the local press is calling for you to resign as manager. You have lasted longer than many, having managed the team for 3 seasons already. At the moment you have the support of the fans, but you are not sure how much longer this will last. You have invested in more training for the team. You have changed the players' diets. You have had motivational speakers come in. You have shouted and screamed. You have played attacking football and defensive football, and still no joy. You are clear now that you need some new players, 2 more up front and, ideally, a strong defender. The problem is the cost. Players' salaries just seem to go up, and the players you want will cost you millions. Football is your life, but even you wonder how people can earn so much for kicking a circular object around on a piece of grass. Shouldn't there be a limit to what they earn, so that more clubs can afford some of the top players? But that won't happen this season, so you had better call the bank to borrow some money. A lot of money. Labor is an important resource and, like any resource, it needs careful management. In this chapter, we consider the factors that determine the price of labor, and what factors can influence its productivity and value. 142. Universities have argued that their leaders are managing large institutions, have enormous responsibilities and huge budgets, and therefore command large salaries. Joe Johnson, the government's Minister for Universities and Science, said it's important there's confidence fees are put to the uses we intend them to be. We want fees to deliver great teaching and world-class research.
The overall cost of salary and benefits for vice-chancellors rose 2.5% to an average remuneration of £257,904 in 2015-16 on the previous year. When pension contributions are included, the rise was 2.2% to an average of £280,877. And several high-profile cases revealed pay levels substantially higher than this. Imperial College London pays its Vice-Chancellor a £430,000 yearly wage and pension package. She was recruited from an American university some years ago where she was paid £679,754. The University of Birmingham pays its Vice-Chancellor £426,000 in salary and pensions. Defenders of these earnings say that universities operate in a competitive market and argue that salaries help to maintain the UK's position as a world leader in science and innovation. BBC. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/UK-England-Bristol-42260090. Business case questions. This chapter will help you to answer the following questions. 1. What do you think determines the pay of a Vice-Chancellor? 2. Is £300,000 too much to pay a Vice-Chancellor? Is it too much to pay anyone? 3. Do you think the government should intervene to determine how much Vice-Chancellors are paid? What about other jobs? Labor. Labor is one of the resources you will be responsible for as a manager. As with any other resource, such as land and capital, you will want to manage it well to get the most from it. As with any resource, you will be making an investment, in this case, investing in people. You will pay to recruit and hire them, and you will often fund their training and development. Imagine you employ someone at £25,000 for 20 years, that's £500,000 just on salary costs. Now add in the likely costs for other taxes you pay, training costs, and pensions, as well as any other benefits you might provide, such as healthcare, and you are getting closer to £1 million. Used well, labor has enormous potential as a resource. People can find solutions to problems, can develop new processes and products, and can be creative. Managed badly, labor can walk away, can have motivational issues, or can even disrupt your production. 6. Labor market 143. How much should you pay your employees? One of the key decisions when it comes to employees is how to reward them, and what level of rewards to set. In terms of how to pay staff, there are numerous systems such as paying by the hour, paying on output, or paying a salary. The total rewards an employee receives is called their remuneration. As well as basic pay, remuneration may include factors such as pension arrangements, additional benefits such as healthcare, holiday period, sickness benefits. Many managers will have share options. This is the right to buy shares of the business at a given price at a point in the future. For example, you might be given the option to buy 200,000 shares at £1.50 in 2 years' time. This gives you an incentive to do all you can to get the share price to be higher than this. If the share price rises to £2, you can buy your shares at £1.50. This is known as exercising your options, and sell them for £2. You make 50p profit on 200,000 shares, which is £100,000. Share options are a way of aligning managers' behavior with what shareholders want. The right system of remuneration will depend in part on the nature of the work. For example, if you want the focus to be on sales, then paying commission on the revenue generated may make sense. If it is easy to measure an individual's output and the focus is on productivity, then a piece rate may be suitable. Key concept: an employee's remuneration is the total rewards he or she gets. Management task: you are reviewing the way your staff are remunerated in your retail outlets. Should you pay your sales staff on commission for the sales they make? What might the outcome of this be? Should it be individual or team commission? Why? Decisions about the overall level of rewards you give to staff are likely to depend on labor market conditions, i.e. demand and supply of labor.
Of course, managers may decide to ignore market conditions and pay more than they have to because they think it is right. Managers may also pay more than the market rate because they think this will encourage more productivity from employees and end up justifying the higher wage. The higher wage may also means people may stay longer, which reduces the labor turnover, the proportion of the workforce that leave over a given period. 144. By reducing labor turnover, you also reduce the costs of recruitment and training. The suggestion that paying more than the market rate can actually lead to sufficient productivity gains and cost savings is known as the efficiency wage theory. Key concept. Efficiency wage theory suggests that it may be efficient for managers to pay more than the market wage because of the consequent productivity gains and cost savings. There may also be occasions where market conditions do not apply, for example, within the public sector. However, you will usually want to consider what market conditions are, and what others in your industry are paying. Your employees will certainly be considering this. 6.1 Business Insight, Real Earnings. When it comes to pay negotiations, your staff will be interested in how much they will be earning now and how much this will increase in the future. However, they will also want to know what is happening to prices. After all, what really matters is the purchasing power. Annual inflation rate, annual percent change in average earnings. Note, earning figures are 3-month averages, excluding bonuses. Source, Office for National Statistics/BBC. 6. Labor market 145. Of the money you get, what can you afford with the money you are earning? Real earnings show the purchasing power of your money. In recent years, the average earnings growth for employees in the UK has been falling behind inflation, see figure 6.1. This means that real earnings have been falling. In 2017, unemployment declined by 26,000 to 1.43 million, while the jobless rate remained at 4.3%, the lowest since 1975. Average weekly pay in 2017, excluding bonuses, reached £478, which is the lowest since February 2006. Source, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-423376559. Question. What might be the consequences in an economy if real wages are falling? Key concept. Real wages are nominal wages adjusted for inflation, price increases. They show the purchasing power of earnings. Management task. Some of your employees want to meet to negotiate higher pay. Employees' real wages have been falling. But so have your profits. Should you meet with your employees? If so, what would you say? Analyzing the business data. Figure 6.2 Great Britain's average weekly earnings, nominal and real, January 2005 to November 2017, seasonally adjusted. The demand for labor. Your demand for labor will be linked to the demand for your output. You want and need employees to produce the goods and services that are demanded. The demand for them is derived from the demand for the product you are producing. Labor is a derived demand. The higher the demand for your products and the more customers are willing to pay for the product, the higher the demand for employees in general is likely to be, and this is likely to pull up wages and salaries. Key concept. Labor is a derived demand. Demand for labor is derived from demand for the final product. Questions 1. Did pay levels ever actually fall in the period covered above? When, and how do you know? 2. Why do you think pay grew faster from August 2015 onwards compared to the period from 2012 to August 2015? Another factor that influences your demand for labor is how productive employees are. If employees are productive, then they produce more, and this extra output can be sold. This means that you are likely to be willing and able to pay them high earnings. If, however, employees are not very productive, this means there is not much you can earn from their output. Employment decisions. In a rational world, you will employ additional people up to the point where the value of the extra output produced by one additional person, known as the value of the marginal product, is equal to the extra costs of employing that person. This is the marginal condition of employment for a profit-maximizing employer. If the value of the extra output from employing someone is more than the extra cost of employing them, the profits will rise if they are employed. See Table 6.1. This person should be employed. If the value of the extra output from employing someone equals the extra cost of employing them, the profits will not change if they are employed. This is because profits are maximized. Managers should recruit up to this person. If the value of the extra output from employing someone is less than the extra cost of employing them, the profits will fall if they are employed. This person should not be employed. 6. Labor market 147. Key concept. The marginal value product is the value of the extra output of the extra employee. Table 6.1. Making employment decisions. Condition impact on profits by employing extra person. Employment decision. Value of extra employees' output is greater than extra cost of employing them. Increases employ. Value of extra employees' output is equal to extra cost of employing them. Same employ. Value of extra employees' output is less than extra cost of employing them. Decreases do not employ. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. Demand for labor is a derived demand. B. Efficient wage theory means managers may pay more than the market wage. C. Profit maximizing managers will employ staff up to the point when the value of marginal product equals the marginal cost of labor. 148. Productivity and pay. Productivity is obviously a key element in the likely earnings of employees. If someone is not producing, they are not earning for the business. As a manager, you will be very interested in productivity and how to increase it. You will want to examine every stage of the operational process to look for ways of saving time, of reducing waste, of improving quality, and of helping employees to become more productive. Higher productivity is potentially a win-win situation. The business can earn more, and so can employees. Improving productivity benefits the whole of the UK economy. It enables workers to produce more for the same number of hours worked. This in turn raises profits for companies and benefits households, as firms can pay higher wages and offer goods and services at lower prices. However, this depends on what actually happens to any additional profits generated. Some employees may be very wary of efforts to improve productivity, as this may simply be a way that the business earns more. The employees may not benefit from this and may therefore regard initiatives to increase productivity as unwelcome change, and potentially extra effort. The low levels of productivity in the UK in recent years is of some concern, as discussed in Business Insight 6.2, without more productivity, employees will not be generating more output and so this will limit growth and incomes. How to increase labor productivity? Increasing labor productivity is a constant management challenge. Managers will want to improve productivity because this can help to reduce unit costs. Increasing productivity may be achieved in several ways. Changes to reward systems, for example, if it is easy to measure the output of an employee, then paying per unit produced may provide an incentive to produce more. Changes to the work processes, managing job design and the flow of work more effectively or changing the layout of resources may make it possible to speed up production and increase productivity. Training of staff, training may help them do their job more effectively. Investment, employees will usually be more productive if they have the right equipment and the latest technology. You can try and build a house by hand, but you are probably a lot faster doing it with machinery. However, increasing productivity may face opposition from employees. They may worry about extra work, and they may resent the business earning more if they do not earn more themselves. 6. Labor market 149. Management task. You need an increase in productivity from your workforce to match your competitors' productivity. Employees have heard that this is on the agenda and are talking of a strike. They say they already work hard and cannot do any more. Even if they could, Why should they? It would only benefit management. What actions would you take to achieve an increase in productivity in these circumstances? Key concept. Labor productivity measures the output per worker. Read more. You can find more data about how the labour market in the UK works from the Office of National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market. 6.2 Business Insight, Slow Productivity Growth. Productivity isn't everything, but in the long run it is almost everything, said Paul Krugman, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, in 1994. Productivity or output per hour by workers is the key driver of economic growth. In the UK this is a critical issue at the moment. Productivity is no higher now than it was just before the 2008 financial crisis. This compares with the average annual growth of 2.1% in the decade before the crash. If the pre-crisis trend had continued, productivity would now be 20% or higher. The lack of productivity growth since the crisis has been concentrated in a small number of industries: finance, telecoms, energy, and management consulting. Over the past 18 months this issue has been accentuated by a pickup in employment in less productive service sectors. As discussed in Chapter 4, Business Insight 4.3, there are various possible reasons for this lack of productivity. 1. Lack of investment in new equipment and better technology. Since 2008 business investment has been growing relatively slowly. Companies' capital spending is only 5% or above its pre-crisis peak, compared with a 60% increase over the decade after the 1980s recession and 30% following the 1990s slowdown. Part of the issue here may have been the difficulty accessing funds from banks after the financial crisis. Banks were wary of lending and so companies struggled to borrow. 150. Questions 1. Why does low labor productivity matter? A. To businesses, B. To the economy, C. To the government. 2. What can a business do about low productivity? What can the government do? This situation has now improved, with banks in a healthier financial position, but the difficulty now is the uncertainty in the economic environment. This means that businesses are reluctant to invest even if the funds are available. 2. Low interest rates have meant that because it is cheap to borrow and because the returns generally available are low, some businesses have survived that would not otherwise have done. They have been able to survive even while generating low returns because investors have little choice and because this covered the costs of borrowing. These so-called zombie companies are unproductive and under normal circumstances would not have kept going. The cost of borrowing in recent years has been around 5%. It was around 10% in the early 1990s recession. 3. Businesses have retained employees even when they are not very productive, much more than in the past. Unemployment peaked at just 8.5% of the workforce after the 2008-9 recession compared with 10.7% reported in the 1990s. Keeping hold of workers was costly in the short term and hit productivity as demand fell but employment held up. Possibly businesses have held on to employees rather than investing in more expensive technology. 4. There are an increasing number of low-level service jobs in the UK, such as delivering online orders and serving at coffee shops. These jobs have limited opportunity for productivity growth. 5. Labor is relatively cheap, so businesses hire employees rather than invest in technology. Sources: www.ft.com/content/41B938521-E521-E4-BB4B-00144 FIA B7D. The supply of labor. The earnings of employees in a market will depend on the supply conditions as well as the demand. It's not just whether you want to hire people as a manager, it is also how easy it is to recruit them. The supply of labor, i.e. the number of people who are willing and able to work in a particular profession at a given wage, will depend on a range of factors. The amount of training required. The supply of doctors, for example, is relatively limited at any moment because it takes years to train them. the skills involved. For example, there are many would-be footballers but relatively few who have the skills required for the premiership. 6. Labor market 151. The ease of movement. How easy it is for employees to move locations to accept a job. The cost of accommodation in some areas, such as the southeast of England, can lead to geographical immobility. When deciding whether they want to work in a given industry or job, employees will also consider factors such as the working environment, the opportunities for promotion, perceived job security. Generally, more people are likely to want to accept a job that has good conditions and good promotion prospects than one that is dangerous, involves unsociable hours, or is in a location that is difficult to travel to. The more limited the supply of labor, the higher the earnings of employees is likely to be. The reservation wage. The reservation wage is the minimum amount that an employee would need to accept a job. This will depend on many factors, such as the nature of the job, the working conditions, the hours of work, and individuals' personal and family circumstances. Key concept. The reservation wage is the minimum amount that an employee would require to accept a job. In many markets, the wage will need to increase to attract the right number of employees. Some of these may have a lower reservation wage than the market wage. They are being paid over what they need to do the job. However, if the market wage is below the reservation wage, then employees will not accept work and would rather be unemployed. In the UK, some argue that migrant labor has driven down wages in some sectors such as fruit picking, and that the local labor force is reluctant to work for the given wage. Local labor might have a higher reservation wage than the migrant labor. 152. Key concept. Geographical immobility occurs when employees cannot easily move between regions to accept a job. Analyzing the business data. The unemployment rate measures the number of unemployed as a percentage of the number of people in the labor force, see figure 6.3. 6.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. The reservation wage is the minimum someone is prepared to work for. B. A change in the wage rate will shift the supply of labor. C. Net migration is likely to shift the supply of labor outwards. D. An increase in the retirement age will increase the supply of labor. 6.3 Business Insight, Seasonal Workers. A BBC report of June 2017 highlighted problems faced by producers of fruits and vegetables in the UK. UK summer fruit and salad growers are having difficulty recruiting pickers. About 80,000 seasonal workers a year pick and process British fruit and veg. Most of them are from the European Union, mainly Romania and Bulgaria. British Summer Fruits, the body which represents soft fruit growers, says labor shortages are now the worst seen since 2004. Recruitment was getting harder even before the vote to leave the EU. But the industry believes Brexit is exacerbating the problem, and if access to non-UK workers dries up, it could cripple homegrown berry production. In theory, the farmers might be able to recruit local UK employees. However, these fruit and vegetable farmers are located in areas of low unemployment. This means there simply are not the employees they need locally. This reliance on migrant labor is not unique to the UK. In Australia and New Zealand, businesses often source labor from the Pacific Islands. In the US, businesses recruit labor from Mexico and the Caribbean countries. Question. What is the likely impact on fruit and salad growers if there is a shortage in the supply of labor in their industry? Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-40354331. 6. Labor market 153. Market forces. The labor market is, in fact, made up of millions of markets. The demand and supply of labor in a given region is different from those in another region. The demand and supply for one type of job is different from those for another type. In any particular market, the wage level may be determined by the market forces of supply and demand. If demand for labor increases, this leads to a higher wage. The extra demand pulls up the wage level. Computer programmers and data analysts are in high demand at the moment and tend to be relatively well paid. If demand for labor decreases, this leads to a lower wage. The lack of demand pulls down the wage level. There is relatively little demand for newspaper deliveries these days, and so these staff would tend to be relatively poorly paid. If the supply of labor to a market decreases, this limits the number of people available and wages are pushed up. There is a shortage of skilled medical professionals in the UK at the moment, which should lead to higher earnings. Questions 1. What is happening to the unemployment rate in the UK over the given period? 2. What might the impact of this be for businesses, do you think? 3. How might unemployment rates affect wages and the ease of recruiting? If the supply of labor to a market increases, this increases the number of people available and wages fall. The inflow of employees from Eastern Europe in recent years has led to relatively low wages in some sectors, such as agriculture. Figure 6.4 illustrates the interaction between wage rate and the quantity of labor. At W2 there is excess supply of labor. The wage falls, increasing the quantity demanded and reducing the quantity supplied until equilibrium is reached at W1L1. At W3 there is excess demand of labor. The wage rises, decreasing the quantity demanded and increasing the quantity supplied until equilibrium is reached at W1L1. Changes in market conditions. Looking at figure 6.5, imagine the labor market is in equilibrium at W1L1. If demand for labor increases, this leads to excess demand at the existing wage. The wage is pulled up, decreasing the quantity demanded and increasing the quantity supplied. This continues until the new equilibrium at W2L2, with a higher wage and higher number of people employed. Looking at figure 6.6, imagine the labor market is in equilibrium at W1L1. If supply of labor increases, this leads to a surplus at the existing wage. The wage is pulled down, increasing the quantity demanded and decreasing the quantity supplied. This continues until the new equilibrium at W2L2, with a lower wage and higher number of people employed. The effects of changes in demand for labor and supply of labor are summarized I. 6.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If the wage rate is above the equilibrium rate there will be excess supply. B. If the wage rate is below the equilibrium rate there will be excess supply. C. An increase in demand for labor is likely to increase wages. D. An decrease in supply for labor is likely to increase wages. 156. Monopoly and monopsony. Not all labor markets will be competitive, and so not all wages will be determined by market forces. In some markets, the labor force may be well organized and form a trade union to control the supply of labor. The trade union may, for example, restrict the supply to those who are union members. This can shift supply inwards, pushing up wages. Trade unions may also bargain to force managers to retain the same number of employees that would occur in the free market but insist on a higher wage than the market suggests. Managers may fear industrial action, such as strikes, and so feel obliged to pay to ensure that production continues. If a trade union controls the supply of labor it is a monopoly supplier, and it can force up wage levels, and the costs of the business. In other markets there may be one main buyer of a particular type of employee, e.g. the health service will be the main buyer of doctors. If there is one buyer of labor, this is known as a monopsony. A monopsony is likely to drive down wages. 6.2 Doing the business maths. In terms of shifts in supply of and demand for labor, what might cause A. An increase in the equilibrium wage and quantity of labor. B. An increase in the equilibrium wage and a decrease in the quantity of labor. C. A decrease in the equilibrium wage and quantity of labor. D. A decrease in the equilibrium wage and an increase in the quantity of labor. Table 6.2 The effects of changes in labor market conditions. Change possible causes effect on the equilibrium wage and quantity of labor. Increase in demand for labor, more demand for final product, higher wage and quantity. Decrease in demand for labor. Less demand for final product. Lower wage and quantity. Increase in supply of labor, net migration, lower wage and higher quantity. Decrease in supply of labor, net emigration, higher wage and lower quantity. Business case questions, can you now answer? What do you think determines the pay of a vice chancellor? 6. Labor market 157. Net migration is the difference between the number of people coming to live in the UK, and the number of people leaving to live elsewhere. This fell to 230,000 in the year ending June 2017. This was down from the recent peak seen in the year ending June 2016 and is now at a similar level to 2014, see figure 6.7. Why do labor costs matter? The earnings of employees are costs of the business and, as with any costs, managers will want to make sure they are getting value for money. For any given level of revenue, the higher the cost of labor, the lower the profits. Managers will want to measure costs relative to revenue and compare this with other businesses in the industry to assess the profit being earned per employee. The proportion of labor costs compared to revenue will vary from industry to industry. For a football club, for example, labor costs are a very significant part of the total costs, and managing employees is particularly vital because it is such a labor-intensive industry. The same is true of consultancies, businesses, universities, and the health service. However, in a business producing soft drinks or a telecommunications business, labor costs will be a lower proportion of overall costs because these are more capital-intensive industries. Managers will want to be sure that the amount spent on labor is generating a sufficient return. Key concepts. Migration refers to the flow of people in and out of a country. Immigration means people are coming into a country. Emigration means they are leaving a country. Net migration means that more people are entering a country than are leaving. In 2016, the population of the UK was 65.6 million, its largest ever. The UK population is projected to continue growing, reaching over 74 million by 2039. The population in the UK is getting older, with 18% aged 65 and over and 2.4% aged 85 and over, see Table 6.3. In 2016 there were 285 people aged 65 and over for every 1,000 people aged 16 to 64 years, traditional working age. Births continue to outnumber deaths, and immigration continues to outnumber emigration, resulting in a growing population. Source: www.ons.gov.uk/people-populati-onandi-community/population and migration/international migration/bulletin/migrations Tatis DCS quarterly report November 2017. Questions 1. Why does the size of the UK population matter to businesses? 2. Why does net migration into the UK matter to businesses? 3. Why does the age distribution of the UK population matter to businesses? 6. Labor market 159. This means managers must consider whether the remuneration they are offering is at an appropriate level to attract and retain the right numbers and caliber of staff, whether the productivity and quality of work of employees is appropriate. Managers may then take various actions, investing in further training and development, adjusting the remuneration levels of systems, changing the numbers of staff, perhaps through recruitment, relocation, redeployment, or potentially redundancies. Key concepts. A labor-intensive business uses a relatively high proportion of labor relative to capital. A capital-intensive business uses a relatively high proportion of capital relative to labor. Employment and costs. If employees are paid a salary, then these labor costs are fixed. Regardless of what the sales of the business are, the same amount must be paid as a salary in a given time period. Over time, redundancies may have to be made if the business cannot cover its costs. These fixed costs are a risk to the business. Some managers will, therefore, try to make employee rewards, or at least some of them, variable costs, i.e. linked to output and sales. This means that if revenue falls, costs will fall as well, which reduces the risk to the business of making a loss. This is a feature of what is known as the gig economy. Flexible organizations will often try to have workforce levels that can be increased or decreased easily depending on demand. This would include using part-time workers, seasonal workers, agency staff, or temporary staff rather than having everyone on full-time contracts. This gives the organization the ability to match supply to demand more easily and to have more of its costs variable rather than fixed. 6.5 Business Insight: The Gig Economy. The gig economy refers to labor markets that have a high level of short-term contracts or freelance work, as opposed to permanent jobs. Rather than receive a salary, workers are paid for the work they do for each gig, such as delivering a product. For some this is attractive because it offers flexible working. This can suit employees and employers. However, for others it represents exploitation of employees. The relationship between a business and people who work for it is subject to much legal action at the moment. The debate is whether workers are employed by the 160 business, in which case the employer has a host of additional legal responsibilities. In the UK it's estimated that 5 million people are employed in this type of capacity. Workers in the gig economy are classed as independent contractors. That means they have no protection against unfair dismissal, no right to redundancy payments, and no right to receive the national minimum wage, paid holiday, or sickness pay. Last year Uber drivers in the UK won the right to be classed as workers rather than independent contractors. Workers in the gig economy differ slightly from those on 0-hours contracts. These are the also controversial arrangements used by companies such as Sports Direct, JD Wetherspoons, and Cineworld. Like workers in the gig economy, 0-hours contractors or casual contractors don't get guaranteed hours or much job security from their employer. People on 0-hours contracts are seen as employees in some sense, as they are entitled to holiday pay. But, like those in the gig economy, they are not entitled to sick pay. Question: do you think the gig economy is a good thing? Analyzing the business data. Questions 1. What proportion of Marks & Spencer's operating costs are store staff costs? 2. What would managers of Marks & Spencer's want to analyze in order to decide if this is too high a figure or? Why does productivity matter? Productivity matters because it affects how much is produced and can be sold. This can affect the demand for labor. Productivity also affects the costs of the business and therefore how much can be supplied at any price. Imagine, for example, that you paid an employee £1,000 a week and she produced 20 units, the labor cost per unit is £1,000 divided by 20 equals £50 per unit. Imagine she now produced 40 units, the labor cost per unit is £1,000 divided by 40 equals £25 per unit. From a business perspective, if wages remain constant and labor productivity increases, this reduces the labor cost per unit. As we can see in Table 6.5, greater labor productivity, assuming total labor costs are constant, means that the labor cost per unit falls. With lower unit costs, a business may be able to reduce the price and still maintain the profit per unit, or the business might keep the price the same but enjoy higher profit per unit. This is why increasing labor productivity is often a key focus of management. Management task. You are the chief executive of a home delivery service. Many of the people who deliver for you are self-employed. Your drivers have been asking for a guaranteed number of hours work each week. Should you agree to this? Trade unions. Employees within your business may belong to a trade union. Unions exist to represent employees and protect their interests. By being part of a union, employees have more power in negotiations because they are acting as a group, rather than individually. This means they might be able to push up wages. If union members feel they are being exploited by management, they may organize a strike. This means they withdraw their labor. The threat of a strike may support employees' demands for higher wages. A trade union might use its power to insist that employers allow only union members to work. This was known as a closed shop but is now not legal in the UK. It had the effect of increasing wages, see figure 6.8, and ensuring that employees belong to a union. A trade union might use its power to insist on higher wages without job losses, for example, as in figure 6.9, it might push wages up to W2 but insist that L1 employees are employed. This would force managers off their demand curve for labor. The Trade Union Congress, TUC, which represents many trade unions in the UK, sets out reasons to join a union. On average, union members get higher pay than non-members. They are also likely to get better sickness and pension benefits, more paid holiday and more control over things like shifts and working hours. This is because workers join together to negotiate pay and conditions rather than leaving them up to managers. Unions make sure working people are treated with respect, for example, opposing managers closing pension schemes and stopping new workers being employed on worse terms and conditions. Unions push managers to make workplaces more inclusive for women, LGBT workers, black and minority ethnic workers, older workers and disabled workers. When there's a strong trade union, women are far less likely to face problems at work while pregnant, on maternity leave or when they return to work. Workplaces where there are unions are safer workplaces. Every year, unions train 10,000 reps to spot unsafe working practices and cut accident rates. That's why workplaces with union representation have significantly lower injury rates. If you run into problems at work, your union has got your back. The union's legal team can make sure you are treated fairly without you having to worry about paying. Every year, unions win millions in compensation for members who suffer injuries or are treated unfairly at work. Unions help our members get on in life. Every year, unions help more than 200,000 working people get the skills they need to get better paid jobs. And we push employers to make sure ordinary working people get chances for training and promotion. Unions make sure working people get a voice at work. Companies where workers are involved in decisions have better training opportunities, are fairly rewarded and can help companies survive bad times. Questions 1. Outline the benefits to managers of working with trade unions in their organization. 2. Outline the potential disadvantages. 3. How might trade unions affect the conditions in a labor market? Source: www.tuc.org.uk/yjoinunion.tuc.org.uk/. 6. Labor Market 165. 6.7 Business Insight, Ryanair. In 2017, Ryanair Chief Executive Michael O'Leary wrote to the airline's pilots to offer them better pay and conditions. The BBC reported on the situation in October 2017. The improved conditions came after the airline was forced to cancel thousands of flights in recent weeks. In a letter to pilots, Mr. O'Leary also apologized for changes that caused disruptions to their rotas and urges them not to leave the airline. The Irish Airline Pilots Association was skeptical, saying the letter gave no details of the cost of the promises. Mr. O'Leary's apology came after he accused the pilots of being full of their own self-importance. But in the letter he urges pilots to stay with Ryanair for a brighter future. Ryanair has been in crisis after the rota changes brought about to comply with new aviation rules led to a shortage of pilots because the airline failed to plan for enough leave. Many of the airline's 4,200 pilots had joined unions over the past 2 weeks over discontent with the disruptions caused by the rota changes. Mr. O'Leary's letter implored the pilot team not to leave the airline and offered them improved terms and working conditions. Ryanair's sweetener included pay increases, loyalty bonus payments, improved rotas, and better compensation for pilots forced to work away from their home base. Mr. O'Leary stressed that Ryanair was a very secure employer in a very insecure industry, and he emphasized that the airline's pilots are the best in the business. And he asked them not to allow competitor pilots or their unions to demean or disparage our collective success. The Ryanair boss also urged the airline's pilots not to join one of these less financially secure or Brexit-challenged airlines. Mr. O'Leary's letter asked the pilots to take note of the recent bankruptcies of Air Berlin, Alitalia, and Monarch, as well as the difficulties faced by another budget airline, Norwegian Air, which has been under pressure to boost its finances. Ryanair announced its first wave of 2,100 cancellations in the middle of September, after it rearranged pilots' rosters to comply with new aviation rules requiring a change in how their flying hours are logged. Towards the end of September, Ryanair announced 18,000 further flights would be cancelled over the winter season. These moves affect more than 700,000 passengers. The airline blamed the flight fiasco on its own mistaken decision to force its pilots to take their remaining annual leave before the end of this year, rather than by the end of the financial year next March. That left Ryanair without enough pilots to fly all its scheduled flights in September and October. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-4152090. Questions 1. What do you think determines the pay of pilots? 2. Why did Ryanair offer pilots better pay and conditions? 3. What might be the impact on Ryanair of a continued shortage of pilots? 166. 6.8 Business Insight, Wages and Rankings in the Premier League. Correlation measures the apparent relationship between two variables. A positive correlation shows that the two variables move in the same direction. For example, an increase in one apparently leads to an increase in the other. A negative correlation suggests that an increase in one variable is linked to a decrease in the other, e.g. an increase in price is linked to a fall in sales. The size of the correlation coefficient ranges from 0 to 1. The higher the figure, the stronger the apparent relationship between the two variables. In the world of football, the salaries of key players can be extremely high. However, there is not always a strong correlation between what is paid and how well the team does, as shown by the report from Deloitte below and illustrated in Figure 6.11. The Spearman's rank correlation coefficient, which measures the relationship between league position and total wage cost rank, was 0.54 in 2015/16, with only 4 clubs finishing within one place either side of where one would expect given their wage bill. This was down from 0.74, and 10 clubs, in the previous season, and is the lowest level of correlation ever seen in our analysis of Premier League finances. The remarkable success of Leicester City, who ranked 15th in wage costs, outperforming their wage spending to an extent never before achieved in Premier League history, and the relative on-pitch struggles of the defending champions Chelsea heavily contributed to this figure, with the latter finishing 10th, 8 places lower. You have been asked to make all the earnings of your staff transparent to everyone. Should you do this? Then their wage costs rank of second. Relegated Aston Villa also finished 12 places lower than their wage costs rank of 8th, further contributing to the low level of correlation in 2015/16. Indeed, had Leicester City not won the league and incurred bonuses as a result, their wage costs would have been even lower, which makes their achievement even more remarkable. 2 of the 3 promoted clubs, AFC Bournemouth and Watford, successfully avoided relegation despite recording the lowest wage costs in the division. This illustrates that there are other factors beyond wage spend which contribute to clubs' on-pitch performance. Source: courtesy of Deloitte. www.deloitte.com/content/dam/deloitte-UK/documents/sports-business-hyphen-group/deloitte-review-of-hyphen-final-pdf. Questions 1. Why might you expect wage costs and the performance of a football club to be positively correlated? 2. What factors do you think might have contributed to the performance of clubs apart from wage costs? Gender equality. An important issue in pay that has been in the media a great deal is that of gender equality. Differences in pay may occur because women in general are in lower roles within an organization, and therefore may be paid less based on the responsibilities of the job. Questions should then be asked about why this is, and whether this is due to discrimination. There may be discrimination where women are just not offered the same amount as men for a comparable job, although this is illegal under the Equal Pay Act. Those involved may not be aware of this discrepancy if contracts are negotiated separately and secretly, or the organization may argue that the jobs were not comparable. A number of high-profile cases have been made public of significant differences in earnings between men and women in the media and film industry. Several male presenters on the BBC agreed in 2018 to take pay cuts to make their pay more comparable with that of their female colleagues. 168. Management task. You are the managing director of a large insurance business. You have reviewed the pay of your staff and have discovered significant differences between the pay of men and women. Should you take action? 6.9 Business Insight, the gender pay gap in the UK. Under UK government legislation, companies with 250 or more employees have to publish the pay of their male employees relative to female. The BBC reported on this in January 2018. Ladbrokes, EasyJet, and Virgin Money are among the major companies that recently revealed gender pay gaps of more than 15% in favor of men for mean hourly pay. Women's hourly pay rates are 52% lower than men's at EasyJet. On average, women earn 15% less per hour at Ladbrokes and 33% less at Virgin Money. All three firms say men and women are paid equally when in the same role. At EasyJet, for example, 6% of its UK pilots are women, a role which pays £92,400 a year on average, whereas 69% of lower-paid cabin crew are women, with an average annual salary of £24,800. The carrier said it had set a target that 1 in 5 of new entrant pilots should be female by 2020. The gender pay gap is the pay discrepancy between men and women irrespective of their job or position. That is distinct from equal pay when companies are required to ensure that men and women carrying out the same or similar roles are paid the same for the amount of work they do. The firm to publish the biggest gender pay gap so far is women's fashion chain Phase 8, with a 64.8% lower mean hourly rate for female staff. Phase 8's chief executive Benjamin Barnett said the figure did not reflect the true story of the business, since most male employees worked in head office roles rather than in shops. Question: what are the consequences for businesses of paying women less than men? Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/UK-425801994. The earnings of senior staff. While there will be economic factors influencing individuals' pay, there may also be a question of fairness. Some managers may be concerned about the ratio of the pay of senior staff relative to more junior staff and may wish to ensure that the gap is not too wide. This may be partly because of public scrutiny and criticism if senior staff are regarded as earning excessive amounts of money. 6. Labor market 169. Management task. Should you worry if your senior managers earn over 50 times more than you junior employees? Can you justify it? 6.10 Business Insight, Executive and Employee Pay. According to a report from the TUC, the Trade Union Congress, which represents many of the trade unions in the UK, in October 2014, executive pay levels in the UK remain excessive. The gap between executive pay and employee pay within the same companies is far too high and is damaging firm performance, employee morale, and social cohesion. Current reporting requirements are inadequate and do not allow fully accurate and comparable figures on employee pay and therefore pay gaps within companies to be produced. Worker representation on remuneration committees should be implemented. This should be mandatory and remuneration committees should include a minimum of 2 worker representatives. Executive Access provides a snapshot of top company directors' pay and how it compares with that of their own employees in the FTSE 350. It finds that median total earnings for FTSE 100 top directors were £3,195,353, while within the FTSE 250 median earnings for top directors were £1,284,361. It finds that the ratio between top directors' pay and average employees at their own companies varies hugely, from 1,601:1 at the top to 3:1 at the bottom. The report also finds that publicly available information on employees' pay is woefully inadequate and that it is currently not possible to calculate robust figures for average employee pay from company annual reports. The report therefore calls for standardized mandatory disclosure on employee earnings to be included in annual reports. It also calls for worker representation on remuneration committees to tackle excessive executive pay and help companies take into account employee pay and conditions within their company when setting directors' pay, as they are required to do by the Corporate Governance Code. Source: www.tuc.org.uk/research-analysis/reports/executive-high-pay-within-companies. Question: do you think businesses should be made to provide more information on remuneration? Business case questions: can you now answer? Is £300,000 too much to pay a vice-chancellor? Is it too much to pay anyone? 170. Minimum wage. Market conditions may lead to a wage that brings about equilibrium in a particular labor market, but which society feels is too low. This desire to see employees earn a reasonable amount led to the government introducing the national minimum wage in 1999. There is now a national living wage for those aged 25 and over. These rates are for the national living wage and the national minimum wage. The rates change every April. The effect of a minimum wage. A minimum wage is the lowest amount an employee can be legally paid. If this is set below the equilibrium wage, see figure 6.12, it has no effect. However, if it is set above the market wage, it will lead to excess supply. At the higher wage, the quantity demanded falls and the quantity supplied increases, compared to the equilibrium wage and output. The impact of the minimum wage is that the number of people employed falls compared to equilibrium, but the wage rate they receive is higher. The impact on total earnings depends on the wage elasticity of demand. If demand for labor is wage inelastic, the number losing their jobs because of higher wages is relatively small and the total earnings increase. If demand for labor is wage elastic, the number losing their jobs because of higher wages is relatively large and the total earnings decrease. The wage elasticity of demand will depend on various factors. How easy it is for employers to switch other resources for employees. With the rise of artificial intelligence, it may become easier in many jobs to use computers rather than people, making demand for labor more sensitive to any wage increases. Wage costs as a proportion of total costs. If labor costs are a significant proportion of total costs, then any wage increase is likely to lead to a bigger price increase for the final product. This then reduces the demand for the product by a greater amount and so reduces demand for employees by more than if wage costs were relatively insignificant. How price elastic demand for the final product is: if demand for the final product is very price sensitive, then any wage increase leading to a price increase will lead to a relatively large fall in the quantity demanded of the product and of labor. Government influences on pay. The government can influence pay through the minimum wage. In the past, the UK government has also tried to limit pay increases through what was called an incomes policy. However, organizations usually found other ways of increasing rewards without an actual pay rise, e.g. additional benefits. Any attempt to limit pay increases or ensure a minimum pay intervenes in the market mechanism and will lead to surpluses or shortages. However, it may lead to a more equal income distribution in the economy and what is perceived a fairer outcome. Earnings can also be influenced by pay awards to employees in public sector organizations such as the healthcare and education systems. Business case questions: can you now answer? Do you think the government should intervene to determine how much vice-chancellors are paid? What about other jobs? 6.11 Business Insight, Ben & Jerry's and Economic Justice. The About Us section of ice cream producers Ben & Jerry's website includes a statement about the company's board of directors. Ben & Jerry's is a wholly owned subsidiary of Unilever, but we're betting you've never met our independent board of directors. 172. It's not a governing body in the conventional sense, but a very independent body that's empowered to protect and defend Ben & Jerry's brand equity and integrity. And our product quality. They also make sure our entry-level folks come into the company making a livable wage. Their mission, preserving and expanding Ben & Jerry's social mission, brand integrity, and product quality, by providing social mission-mindful insight and guidance to ensure we're making the best ice cream possible in the best way possible. All in all, they're an enterprising group of mover-shakers and difference-makers who really know their stuff. Best of all, they're not stuffy about it. Among its values, Ben & Jerry's supports economic justice. It's how we do business statements says. Ben & Jerry's commitment to economic justice starts with our employees. That's why we're committed to paying all of our Ben & Jerry's Vermont full-time workers a livable wage enough to allow for a quality of life that includes decent housing, health care, transportation, food, recreation, savings, and miscellaneous expenses. Every year, we recalculate the livable wage to make sure it's keeping up with the actual cost of living in Vermont. In recent years, Ben & Jerry's livable wage has been nearly twice the national minimum wage, landing at $16.92 in 2015. Source: https://www.benjury.co.uk/about-us/how-were-structured, http://www.benjury.com values/how-we-do-business/livable wages. Question: do you think Ben & Jerry's approach to economic justice is a good one? 6.4 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If men get paid more than women, this means there must be discrimination. B. Labor productivity will affect the demand for labor. C. A minimum wage above equilibrium will not affect the equilibrium. D. A minimum wage below equilibrium leads to excess demand for labor. 6. Labor market 173. Business case extension questions. 1. What factors do you think affect the demand for vice chancellors? 2. What factors do you think affect the supply of vice chancellors? 3. How would you measure the productivity of a vice chancellor? 4. What would you link the pay of a vice chancellor to? 5. Do you think vice chancellors tend to belong to a trade union? Explain your answer. 6. In what way do you think market forces determine the pay of vice chancellors? 7. Do you think the government should set a maximum for the earnings of those in senior positions in universities? What do you think the effects of this would be? Summary. The remuneration of employees is important to attract the right number and caliber of staff. Employees' costs are also a significant cost of the business and must be monitored and assessed to ensure the investment is worthwhile. The pay that individuals receive will usually be affected by the demand and supply conditions in the relevant labor market. Low pay may be associated with low levels of demand and/or high levels of supply. High pay is likely to be associated with limited supply and/or high levels of demand. Key learning points. The demand for labor is a derived demand, it depends on the value of workers' output. The supply of labor represents the number of people who are willing and able to work at the given wage. Wages will often be determined by market forces. A trade union represents employees and protects employee interests. The minimum wage is the lowest amount of money per hour that someone can legally be paid. 174. Quick questions. 1. Why is demand for labor a derived demand? 2. What factors affect demand for labor? 3. What factors affect the supply of labor? 4. How can trade unions influence the labor market? 5. What makes the demand for labor sensitive to wage changes? 6. What is the impact of a minimum wage if it is set above the equilibrium wage? 7. Why do some people get paid more than others? 8. Why does labor productivity matter? 9. What is meant by the gig economy? 10. What is meant by net migration? Do markets work? Chapter 7. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain why markets might not work, analyze how and why the government may intervene in markets, analyze how intervention may affect your business. Why do I need to know about how well markets work? You have a small business producing a range of soft drinks aimed at children. They are tasty but not especially healthy. You have seen moderate sales growth in your local region and are trying to expand nationally. You have had amazing reviews for your products in the media. Customers seem to love them and say they taste very different from anyone else's drinks. You have approached the national retailers and, although they say they like your drinks, they are reluctant to take them. The huge drinks companies are apparently putting pressure on them not to stock your products. If they do, they will lose the ability to sell these much bigger global brands. One of the bigger companies has approached you recently and offered to buy your business at an insultingly low price. Their representative said that you will never be able to grow without our help, we are too big, and if we want to we will get you. In the past you probably would have pushed on regardless, but the recent government sugar tax and the increasing pressure on companies such as yours to change their recipes has made life increasingly difficult for you. Unfortunately, having a good product is not enough to guarantee success in business. You need a whole series of other factors to fall into place, including the distribution. And you need to be able to fend off rivals who may be keen to see you fail. While markets can lead to efficiency and innovation, unregulated they can also lead to exploitative behavior. This is one of many potential failings in the free market that may require government intervention. In this chapter we consider some of the potential failings of markets and how and why governments intervene in them. Business case. Philip Morris International, PMI, is a major tobacco producer selling cigarettes all over the world. However, its chief executive has said that the company wants to have a smoke-free future where the business is made up entirely of alternatives to cigarettes. 176. The chief executive of British American Tobacco, BAT, one of PMI's biggest rivals, says that investing in lower-risk products is important for shareholders, consumers, and society. Tobacco companies are now investing heavily in finding alternatives to cigarettes. They have already developed and promoted e-cigarettes. They are now working on cigarettes that heat but do not burn the tobacco, HNB, in nearly 40 countries. It is claimed that HNB products have between 50 and 90% or fewer harmful and potentially harmful compounds compared with traditional cigarettes. The chief executive of PMI wants at least 40% of its revenue to come from e-cigarettes and HNB-type products by 2025. In part this will depend on how easy regulators make it to launch these newer products and to be able to claim they are safer than traditional cigarettes. Tobacco companies are therefore in the process of producing products that can save lives but which are still addictive and cause fatal diseases. The business case for continuing to sell conventional cigarettes is very appealing in that they are extremely profitable. The average profit margin on a cigarette is about 80%. And the ban on advertising has not necessarily harmed the major tobacco companies. It has reduced their marketing costs and made it more difficult for new entrants to come into the market. As smoking rates decline in much of the West, firms have been able to raise prices for cigarettes in relatively high-income countries while promoting smoking elsewhere. The new alternatives to cigarettes also offer attractive returns. The big established producers were initially slow to get involved in e-cigarettes, but they caught up quickly by buying up brands and now have around 4/5 of the market. E-cigarette sales doubled between 2014 and 2016, although they still make up under 5% of total tobacco revenues. New products are also harder for rivals to replicate than conventional cigarettes. BAT points to $2.5 billion of investments in new, lower-risk products since 2011. PMI has invested more than $3 billion since 2008. Big companies have the resources to seek regulatory approval for new products, whereas smaller firms may struggle to do so. How regulators deal with these products seems to vary. In the US, the main focus of the Food and Drug Administration, which regulates this market, is on looking to reduce the amount of nicotine in traditional cigarettes. This will take years to take effect, giving the big companies plenty of time to make more money. Outside the US, rules vary considerably. In Britain, the Royal College of Physicians has said that e-cigarettes are a sensible, promising way to help smokers quit. Regulators in other countries fear that e-cigarettes and tobacco heating products will make the habit of smoking more acceptable again, and lead to people going on to cigarettes. In 2016, a group within the World Health Organization invited those who had signed its anti-tobacco treaty to prohibit or restrict e-cigarettes. PMI hopes to influence the debate. In September, the firm announced it would give $80 million a year for the next 12 years to a new foundation to research ways to speed the shift away from tobacco, including through the use of lower-risk products. Meanwhile, the tobacco industry is changing rapidly. In July, BAT paid more than $49 billion to acquire Reynolds American, America's second biggest tobacco company after Altria. Even bigger scale gives tobacco firms the ability to increase their profit margins on conventional products, as well as more funds to invest in new ones. In buying Reynolds, BAT. 7. Do markets work? 177. 1. Access both to the American market and to Reynolds' portfolio of e-cigarettes. Many investment analysts expect PMI to buy Altria, which sells PMI's portfolio of brands in America. Source: www.economist.com/news/business/2173288-new-safer-products-such-heated tobacco-and-e-cigarettes-mean-tobacco-industry. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. Why might governments want to intervene in the tobacco market? 2. How do governments intervene in the tobacco market? 3. What are the potential advantages and disadvantages of this intervention by government? Competitive markets. Competitive markets occur when there are many businesses competing against each other. This competition can be beneficial for customers because businesses may try to increase efficiency to reduce price, improve their product or service to gain competitive advantage, innovate and develop new products to meet customer needs more effectively than the competition. Competition can act as an incentive to businesses to keep improving. This is why most governments encourage market forces, because they think such forces lead to progress, greater output, and greater incomes, moving the economy forward. From a business perspective, efficient markets mean more choice for inputs. In theory, then, markets can lead to efficiency and innovation. Management task. You are the manager of a clothes retailer in a newly built shopping center. Other clothes retailers have recently opened up near your store. Why might you welcome this competition? To encourage market forces, governments might 1. Make it easier for businesses to enter markets. 2. Prevent unfair means of competition to ensure that businesses that do compete fairly are protected. 178. However, there are some reasons why as managers, and indeed as consumers, we might worry about the market system and the problems it can bring. Can markets be trusted? While market forces may well help buyers, and businesses are themselves buyers of many different inputs, they also bring dangers. Markets are likely to experience imperfections and failures, and so there are many areas where society might want the government to intervene. Some examples follow. Accuracy. To win customers, a business may deliberately mislead them. They may exaggerate the benefits or performance of the product and not identify its limitations. Governments may want to regulate to ensure that customers and employees are not misled. Vulnerable groups. Managers may deliberately target those who may not be in a good position to make well-informed decisions, such as young children, and therefore behave unethically. They may use persuasive promotional methods and encourage people to overspend or to consume products that are not good for them. This is why the government regulates the advertising of tobacco products and restricts the sale of alcohol to certain age groups. Collusion. Businesses may abuse their market position to collude and fix prices. Businesses may join together to form a cartel, where they act as a monopoly and push up prices. Key concept. A cartel occurs when businesses join together to act like a monopoly. Employee protection. Businesses may exploit staff to keep labor costs down. For example, they may insist on long hours, poor working conditions, and low wages. Governments may need to intervene to allow trade unions to protect the interest of employees or to introduce. 7. Do markets work? 179. Laws such as the minimum wage and equal pay legislation to ensure that people are fairly treated. Management task. Your policy is to pay staff as little as you can. You employ many staff on the minimum wage. You have been criticized in the media for this. You are due to appear on Newsnight on television to defend your approach. What are you going to say? Equal service provision. Businesses will only provide products to those who can pay, and this may be regarded as socially unfair, e.g. in the case of healthcare and transport. A private postal business, for example, would deliver post to those areas where a profit could be made but would not be interested in delivering to the more isolated areas if earnings would be small. A government may want to subsidize the provision of such a service, or directly provide it itself. Long-term planning. Managers may be short-termist in their decision-making. They may focus on projects that bring rewards while they are still at the business, i.e. they may have a relatively short time horizon in their planning and be reluctant to invest in projects that are long-term. There are major infrastructure projects in the UK at the moment, such as a new runway for Heathrow or the high-speed rail link, which need government involvement to get them completed. Income distribution. There will be unequal income distribution. Some people will earn a lot more than others in a free market. In jobs which do not generate high revenues or which have a high supply of labor, perhaps because the jobs are unskilled, wages will be low. In jobs where supply is scarce, such as senior managers, and where their output generates high revenues, such as players in top football teams, earnings will be high. Governments may want to intervene to make incomes fairer. Managers will also have to consider within their own businesses what the differential between senior managers and the lowest paid employees should be. Market stability. There will be instability in markets. Prices will change when supply and demand conditions change. In some markets these changes will be frequent, for example in agricultural markets, where changes in the weather can lead to significant and sudden shifts in prices. This can make it difficult for business to plan, as their costs 180 can change significantly. A government may intervene through what is known as a buffer stock system, discussed in the next section, where it buys and sells the products to remove shortages and surpluses. 7.1 Business Insight. Is capitalism delivering? According to Lord Adair Turner, a former head of the Confederation of British Industry, an organisation that represents many businesses in the UK, capitalism is not delivering on its promise to raise living standards. As reported by the BBC in October 2017, Lord Turner said, "Everybody knows that capitalism is not egalitarian, but the broad promise has been that, over a 10-year period, you can be pretty confident that a rising tide raises all boats and everybody feels somewhat better off, and that's gone wrong." He pointed to a toxic mix of stagnant productivity, falling real wages and rising inequality. The combination of that is a lot of people do not feel the system is delivering for them. This is a big challenge for economists. Why, in a world of apparently extraordinary capabilities of technology, do we have these very low productivity growth rates? The UK economy has grown a bit in the last 5 years and we have created lots of jobs, but they have been low productivity jobs, he said. Lord Turner noted certain sectors such as manufacturing, retail, and logistics have managed to improve productivity through automation, replacing human workers with robots. But those workers displaced by technological change have ended up in low-paid jobs. Delivery cyclists working in the gig economy, for example. I think paradoxically that we should expect to see in a world of huge automation the continued proliferation of low-paid, low-tech jobs, Lord Turner said. We are going to have to face as a society the question of how do we make sure that people have a good enough standard of living to be equal citizens of society even if the wages they get will be relatively lower. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-417444127. Questions 1. Do you think the government needs to intervene to make sure living standards are high enough for everyone? 2. If so, how should it do this? Buffer stocks. Buffer stocks occur when the government intervenes in a market to stabilize the price. In agricultural markets, for example, supply can increase or decrease due to 7. Do markets work? 181. Environmental issues. A crop disease can reduce supply and prices may increase significantly. Next year, bumper harvests cause the price to drop radically. This means that farmers' incomes are volatile and may cause many to leave the sector for a more stable life. To avoid this, after all, governments may be keen to keep a domestic food supply just in case of poor relations with overseas countries. The government may intervene to keep prices stable. When supplies are high, the government may buy up the excess and this can prevent the price falling. This surplus can be stored and sold on the market when supplies would otherwise be short. This prevents a shortage and avoids an increase in the price. Figure 7.1 illustrates the effects of this. In a free market, the price would fluctuate between P0, P1, and P2 with changes in supply. In a buffer stock scheme, the government maintains the price at P0. In a good year, that is, with an increase in supply, the government buys up the quantity Q3 minus Q0, this is the buffer stock. In a bad year, i.e. when supply falls, the government sells the quantity Q4 minus Q0 to increase supply and to keep the price at P0. Of course, the effectiveness of this policy depends on the price the government intends to keep in the market, and the actual supply and demand conditions in the market over time. If it sets too high a price or there are a series of good crops, the government will end up buying every year, accumulating more and more supplies. This incurs the costs of warehousing and the opportunity cost of how those funds might otherwise have been used. Externalities. A major failing of the free market system is that you, as a manager, will focus on the private costs and benefits of your actions, what it will cost you, and what you will earn as a result. You are unlikely to worry about any wider impact on society as a whole. And why should you? After all, if your responsibility is to your investors and they want higher financial returns, then that is what you may understandably think you should concentrate on. This means you will not automatically be interested in any external costs of your actions. So what if you create noise and pollution that upsets and even harms others? So what if your waste pours into the local river and pollutes it? So what if your fishing levels are so high that you are destroying the fishing stock in the sea? There are no private costs to you in these effects, and so there are no reasons for you to measure or care about them. The result of this is that you underestimate the costs of your actions in the eyes of society and are likely to overproduce. It is up to the government to make you appreciate the costs of your actions through taxes, or fines, or even by limiting what you can produce, or how you produce it. If your production generates a cost to society, this is called an external cost. The total cost to society is the private cost plus the external cost. Equally, it may be that your actions have positive external benefits to society. Your new wonder drug reduces flu in the country and earns you money, however, it also. 7.1 Doing the business maths. Imagine the government is operating a buffer stock system to keep the price of a product at £10. Complete the table. You manage a farm in Wales. The government is threatening to withdraw subsidies for farmers. How would you justify the need for farmers to be subsidized? 7. Do markets work? 183. Means more people are at work, boosting the economy as a whole. This means the total social benefit is greater than the private benefit. In this case, private businesses will underproduce because they do not place the same value on what they produce as it has in the eyes of society as whole. In this situation, the government may want to intervene to encourage more production through subsidies, or by directly providing the product itself. The total benefit to society is the private benefit plus the external benefit. Key concepts. Social cost equals private cost plus external cost. Social benefit equals private benefit plus external benefit. A positive externality occurs when the social benefits are greater than the private benefits. A negative externality occurs when the social costs are greater than the private costs. There will be projects where the costs to society are greater than the private costs. This is because of negative external effects. For example, when transport companies decide which routes are viable in the private sector, they would consider only the private costs of operating the routes. However, there are external costs of operating transport, such as pollution and congestion. Where the social cost of producing a product is greater than the private cost, a negative externality exists. These products will be overprovided in a free market. Business case question: can you now answer? Why do governments need to intervene in the tobacco market? The effect of externalities. Negative production externalities occur when there are external costs to society that occur with production, such as pollution. The total costs to society are called the social costs. Social costs equals private costs plus external costs, see figure 7.2. If there is no intervention in a market, the equilibrium is at P0 Q0. However, this does not take account of social costs. Society as a whole would want equilibrium to be at P1 Q1. The government might intervene by taxing your business to raise your costs or by legislating to restrict output. The social marginal cost is above the private marginal cost due to external costs. In the free market, the equilibrium would be P1 Q1, but the socially optimal equilibrium. 184. Taking account of the full social costs would be P2 Q2. In the free market there is overproduction of Q2 Q1, and in these units the extra costs to society exceeds the extra benefit. Economists talk of a welfare loss, as shown by the shaded area. Positive production externalities occur when the benefit to society is greater than the private benefits, see figure 7.3. The demand curve for society is at D1, not D0. This means that the socially desirable output is higher than would be achieved by market forces. To encourage consumption, the government might subsidize or legislate to make everyone consume a given amount of it. The social marginal benefit is greater than the private marginal benefit due to external benefits. The free market equilibrium is P1 Q1, but the socially optimal level is P2 Q2. The product is underprovided in the free market. On units Q1 Q2 the extra benefit to society is greater than the extra cost, and so there is a potential welfare gain by producing these units. 7.2 Business Insight: Disposable Cups. Governments may intervene to make businesses more aware of the external costs of their activities. This may affect the objectives a business sets. For example, some members of the UK Parliament have recently asked for a 25p latte levy on disposable coffee cups, and a complete ban unless there are improvements in recycling. As the BBC reported in January 2018. A report by the Environmental Audit Committee says the tax should be used to improve the UK's recycling and reprocessing facilities. The MPs say throwaway cups should be prohibited altogether by 2023 if they are not all being recycled. In response, Starbucks said it would try out a 5p cup charge in 20 to 25 central London outlets. The government agrees plastic waste is a problem and will seek evidence on a tax on single-use plastics. The UK throws away 2.5 billion disposable coffee cups every year. The British Coffee Association welcomed the report's broad principles, but said a levy was not the answer. A representative said it places an unfair and additional cost on coffee drinking consumers only, despite paper cups only contributing 0.7% of total paper packaging waste. And that the industry should continue to focus on other environmental issues such as cutting water use, carbon reduction, and turning waste coffee grounds into biofuel. Source: BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-425649448. Question: do you think taxing paper cups is a good idea? Management task: the government has introduced a fee for plastic bags. Is this a good idea? Justify your answer. 186. 7.3 Business Insight: a circular economy. Some economists and managers are now considering the value of thinking about business in the context of a circular rather than linear economy. In a traditional economy, managers think how best they can transform resources into outputs and sell their products, but they do not think about what happens to their goods and services once sold. With a growing world population and some natural resources becoming more scarce, there is greater interest in the whole life cycle of products and in how resources can be conserved. One model being put forward is to plan for a more circular economy which aims to restore materials, energy, and other inputs used up in any process. It aims to move away from the take, make, and dispose system by designing and optimizing products or parts of products to be reused. Designers and producers need to think of what happens once their product is about to be disposed of. Examples are described in an article in McKinsey Quarterly of February 2014. Ricoh, a global maker of office machines, designed its Green Line brand of office copiers and printers to maximize the reusability of products and components, while minimizing the use of virgin materials. Products returning from their leasing contracts are inspected, dismantled, and taken through an extensive refurbishing process that includes replacing components and updating software before the machines re-enter the market. By designing the components to be reused or recycled in Ricoh facilities, the company reduces the need for new materials in production and creates a tight inner circle of use that allows it to employ less material, labor, energy, and capital. Green Line products are now offered in 6 major European. 7.2 Doing the business maths. Based on the table, answer the questions below. Questions 1. What would be the equilibrium output in a free market? 2. What about if businesses took full account of the external costs of their actions? Output marginal benefit, pound, private marginal costs, pound, social marginal costs, pound, 10 55 15 20 40 25 40 30 30 30 50 40 20 40 70 50 10 50 85. 7. Do markets work? 187. Markets, where they account for 10 to 20% of Ricoh's sales by volume and earn margins that are as much as 2 times higher than those of the company's comparable new products without a reduction in quality. Michelin offers tire upgrades, maintenance, and replacement to optimize the performance of trucking fleets and to lower their total cost of ownership. By maintaining control over the tires, Michelin can collect them when they wear out and can extend their technical utility by retreading or regrooving them for resale. The company estimates that retreads, for example, require half of the raw materials new tires do but deliver up to 90% of the performance. B&Q is piloting a take-back program for its power tools. Customers can exchange used ones either for cash or a charity donation. The company plans to refurbish the tools it collects in Europe for resale locally or to recycle them and thus recover raw materials that could be used to make new power tools in the company's facilities in China. Our research suggests that the margin improvement potential, primarily resulting from savings in the cost of materials, could be as high as 10 percentage points. Global apparel retailer H&M launched an in-store collection program encouraging customers to bring in old clothes in exchange for discount vouchers on new H&M clothing. The majority of items collected are dispatched to the global second-hand apparel market. Clothes that are no longer suitable to wear are used as substitutes for virgin materials in other applications, for example, as cleaning cloths and textile yarns, or as inputs for damping and insulation materials in the auto industry, or for pipe insulation in the construction industry. Source: H. Nguyen, M. Stuchty, and M. Zils, 2014, Remaking the Industrial Economy, McKinsey Quarterly, February, www.mckinsey.com/business-inability-and resource-insights/remaking-the-industrial-economy. Question: how might the concept of the circular economy affect car producers? Management task: you are the chief executive of a consumer electronics company. You have been urging your managers to think about the circular economy, but have had little buy-in so far. You want to remind your managers why this should feature prominently in their thinking and planning, and you are about to send a memo around. What should your memo say? Key concept: a stakeholder is any individual or group affected by the actions of a business. 188. Public goods. Another problem of leaving markets to themselves is that by allowing businesses and households to pursue their own interests, a situation may arise when certain products are not produced even though people want them. Imagine if the road outside your house was not provided by the government but was left to individuals to look after. You selfishly hope your neighbor will be so keen to have the road in excellent condition that she will pay for it to be maintained. You can then drive up and down it quite happily, benefiting from the road she has built and maintained. The neighbor, of course, knows this and decides not to do anything because you will benefit without contributing, unless she can find a way of not letting you use it. The result is no road, as you are both hoping the other one will pay. That's the danger of self-interest. You can both lose. You want to be a free rider, i.e. benefit from something without paying, and so do not reveal your true intentions. These types of products are called public goods by economists. Public goods have the features of non-diminishability and non-excludability. A public good is non-diminishable because if one person consumes it, it does not affect the amount available for others. Non-excludability means that it is not possible to prevent people from consuming this product. Take, for example, a nuclear deterrent system. If this is provided, it does not matter if the population is 60 million or 70 million. Having more people living in the country does not reduce the protection available to others. Similarly, once it is made available, all benefit from whatever protection there is. You cannot only protect some people. The result of these features is that there is the free rider problem. Even if people want the service, they will want to be free riders and try to benefit from it without paying. If it is not possible to charge people for a service, private sector businesses will not provide it. Management task: you are the chief executive of a bank. In order to recruit some of the best banking talent in the world, you are thinking of paying high salaries and big bonuses. What do you think you should consider before deciding? Key concept: a public good is non-diminishable and non-excludable. Markets can, therefore, bring benefits to consumers, and businesses as consumers, but there are also many failures and imperfections that exist which may require government intervention. There is, therefore, a constant debate between economists, politicians, and other groups in society about the extent to which markets should be left to themselves or whether the government should intervene. 7. Do markets work? 189. Asymmetric information. How well markets work will depend in part on how much information buyers and sellers have. If one party has more information than others, this can prevent the market working efficiently. This was highlighted in a study of the second-hand car market by George Akerlof, details in the Read More feature in this chapter. When you are buying a second-hand car from someone, you do not know as much about it as they do. They know exactly the problems that they have had with it, and it is not in their interest to tell you. Of course, you can limit the risk by getting inspections done by a garage, or the AA, and asking for the service history, but even then you might not get to know all the issues the owner has had with the car. Given that it is in the interests of the seller not to tell you the truth, and given that you may not be able to tell whether they are being truthful or not, you have to assume the car has a fault. This means you won't be prepared to pay as much as you would if you were 100% sure it was fine. In the words of Akerlof, you assume all second-hand cars are lemons, you base your decisions on the assumption they have more faults than have been declared. This means the price you can get selling a second-hand car is too low in many cases, so not enough people sell them and the market is distorted. Differences in the information between buyers and sellers happen all the time. Buying off eBay, renting on Airbnb, buying a new house all bring with them dangers, and this distorts the price. From a business perspective, what you are offering may be regarded as a lemon when it is not. This means you might want to find ways of signaling that your product is not a lemon. You may do this through testimonials, through building the brand reputation so people know exactly what you offer because you do it consistently, or through guarantees. Information asymmetry is not just in the market for goods and services, it is also in the labor market. How do you know how good an employee really is? This means that employees will try and signal that they are not lemons through qualifications and references. Meanwhile, when you are deciding what to pay a new employee, can you believe they are as good as their CV says? Read more. If you would like to find out more about Akerlof's theory, you can read Akerlof, G. 1970, The Market for Lemons, Quality, Uncertainty, and the Market Mechanism, Quarterly Journal of Economics Volume 84, Number 3, August, pages 488 to 500. Too big to fail. One of the interesting aspects of the banking crisis of 2008 was the reckless behavior of many financial institutions. There were various factors at play here, including a lack of regulation. Regulations had been eased to allow the banks to lend more, in 190. The belief that this would stimulate the economy. The problem was that banks went all out for lending and seemed to care little whether households or businesses could pay them back. This focus on lending more and more was exacerbated by the fact that the reward systems for many senior bank officials were linked to the volume, not the quality, of lending. This high-risk lending was also encouraged by a belief among the banks that they were too big to fail. Too many jobs and too much lending relied on them continuing to exist. Without them, economies would come to a halt. So, if you think that whatever happens, someone, in this case, the government, will save you, you might as well take whatever risks you want in pursuit of profit. You don't care if it goes wrong. Post-2008, governments have been keen to intervene in financial markets to ensure that no one bank is too big and, therefore, so that the owners and managers of these banks know that if they do get it wrong, they will not be bailed out. 7.4 Business Insight, Benefits and Problems of the Free Market. At the Conservative Party conference in 2017, the UK Prime Minister, Theresa May, defended free market capitalism, saying that the British should never forget the value of a free market economy. She argued that a free market economy led to a fall in absolute poverty and helped raise living standards in a country. At the same conference, the Chancellor, Philip Hammond, said the market economy frees people and businesses, encourages them to create, take risks, give ideas a go because they can see the results and benefit from their success. Just days before, Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour Party leader, promised that if he got into government he would introduce rent controls. As reported by the BBC, he said the capitalist system still faces a crisis of legitimacy after 2008's financial crash and the time had now come for a new economic model, with a bigger role for the public sector, renationalist energy companies and more government investment in infrastructure and skills. Sources: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-414198858, www.bbc.co.uk/news/UK-politics-4140850. Questions 1. What do you think are the benefits of the free market? 2. What issues that are in the news currently do you think highlight some of the problems of free markets? Management task. In what areas of your economy do you think there should be more intervention by government to help business? Why? 7. Do markets work? 191. What actions can governments take to intervene in markets? As we have seen in the various examples of potential market failures, there are many ways in which governments can intervene. The primary ones are shown in Figure 7.4. Governments may legislate to control behavior. For example, a government might control the promotion of products to ensure that consumers are not misled by advertising. A government might protect employees and ensure they are treated fairly. Governments may regulate behavior. For example, the government might set up regulatory bodies to oversee the behavior of certain businesses. The government has a number of agencies, such as the communications regulator Ofcom, to ensure that business behavior is acceptable. Governments may tax or subsidize. If a government wants to discourage the provision of consumption of certain products, it might tax them, such as diesel fuel. If the government wants to encourage the provision or consumption of certain products, it can subsidize production. Governments may directly provide. If a government feels that the free market could lead to exploitation of consumers, or an unacceptable level of service, it might provide the goods and services itself. In the case of education and health. Read more. Milton Friedman was a very well-known writer about the benefits of the free market. He famously wrote that the business of business is business. You can read more about the benefits of the free market here. Friedman, M. 1962, Capitalism and Freedom, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 7.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. A negative production externality occurs when the social costs are greater than the private costs. B. A public good is both diminishable and excludable. C. A positive production externality means that a product is overprovided in the free market. D. Asymmetric information occurs when one party in a market knows more than the other. 192. The UK government does this because these services have positive externalities. In the case of the police and the armed forces, it does because these are forms of public goods. In the case of energy and transport services, the UK government has provided these in the past to ensure these were available at a suitable price and on a suitable scale. When the government takes over a business or industry, this is called nationalization, whereas when a government sells an industry to the private sector, this is called privatization. There are various scenarios that might lead a government to intervene in a market. Some examples are given in Table 7.1. Key concepts. Nationalization occurs when a government transfers the assets of a business from the private sector to the public sector. Privatization occurs when a government transfers the assets of a business from the public sector to the private sector. Management task. Your company produces alcoholic drinks. It has been criticized heavily recently for producing a product that can cause major health problems. How should your company respond to this criticism? Legislation. Direct provision regulation. Taxes and subsidies. Government intervention in the market. Figure 7.4 Government interventions in the market. 7. Do markets work? 193. Business case questions, can you now answer? How do governments intervene in the tobacco market? What are the potential advantages and disadvantages of this intervention? 7.5 Business insight, nationalization. Different views on privatization and nationalization come in and out of fashion. In the late 1940s and 1950s, for example, there was a desire in the UK for the government to run the key industries in the economy. The government wanted to own the iron, steel, and communications industries, as well as airlines, and even Pickford's, the removal business. In the 1980s there was much more interest in privatization. It was believed that this would lead to more competition, better services, and improved investment as businesses could pursue profits and were run by business people rather than government officials. Industries such as water, energy, and the railways were privatized. In 2017, nationalisation was back on the agenda of the UK Labour Party under its leader Jeremy Corbyn. He argued that services such as rail had not served the customer well, and should be renationalised. A study by David Parker, 2003, on the performance of industries post-nationalisation suggested there was a huge variation in the results. Sometimes investors did well, sometimes there was an improvement in productivity, sometimes prices fell. However, the Table 7.1 Reasons for, and Types of, Government Interventions in Markets. Market failing consequence in a market system. Possible intervention. Monopoly power pushing up prices as customers have few alternatives. Prevent businesses becoming too big. Fine businesses if exploiting consumers' price instability. Difficult for businesses to plan buffer stock scheme. Income inequality. Social unrest perceived as unfair. Use tax and benefits system to redistribute income. Public goods not provided. Social needs not met directly. Provide positive externalities. Underprovided. Perception of unfairness. Subsidize and slash or provide negative externalities. Overprovided. Perception of unfairness. Tax or legislate to limit provision or take over provision. Asymmetric information. Buyers or sellers make the wrong decisions due to lack of information. Legislate for fair information to be provided. 194. How might government intervention affect your business? The impact of government intervention on your business will depend on the form of intervention. It may have negative impacts, including limiting the options available when making a decision, e.g. limiting the options for a takeover or for promoting your product, increasing costs, perhaps through imposing minimum wages or raising taxes on foreign goods, reducing demand. For example, government legislation restricting the promotion of cigarettes has reduced demand for these in the UK. However, government intervention may protect you. For example, it may prevent unfair competition from your rivals, such as larger businesses, undercutting you to force you out of business. It may encourage competition amongst your suppliers, leading to better services and lower prices. Read more. If you are interested in how privatized businesses perform relative to state-owned, you could read Parker, D. 2003, Performance, Risk and Strategy in Privatized, Regulated Industries, the UK's Experience, International Journal of Public Sector Management Volume 16, Number 1, pages 75 to 100. Results were not guaranteed. In part it has depended on how the nationalized industry has been run. There is a difference, for example, between the government providing a service where consumers can still switch to something else and the government having a complete monopoly. Source, D. Parker, 2003, Performance, Risk and Strategy in Privatized, Regulated Industries, the UK's Experience, International Journal of Public Sector Management Volume 16, Number 1, pages 75 to 100. Questions 1. Would you prefer to be a manager in a private sector business or a public sector one? Why? 2. What services does the government provide in the UK? 3. Do you think there are more services it should provide? Why? 7. Do markets work? 195. Should the government intervene in markets? As a manager, you will almost certainly be in favor of some aspects of government intervention. You may value the legal protection you have when dealing with other businesses. You may be delighted that bigger competitors cannot use anti-competitive practices to remove you from the market. You will enjoy the benefits of interventions that help the economy grow and so boost demand. However, you may object to some aspects of intervention that you see as bureaucratic, perhaps some elements of health and safety, or expensive, perhaps some parts of employee protection, or that restrict you, perhaps restricting what you can say in adverts. It is unlikely that you will welcome all forms of government intervention. It is also unlikely you would want none. What you will do is try to shape policy through your own vote, through lobbying your local MP, and by joining others in your industry to address issues specific to your industry or region. 7.6 Business Insight, Hotel Booking Sites. The UK's competition regulator, the Competition and Markets Authority, CMA, exists to make sure that markets work efficiently. It has the right to investigate businesses that it suspects might be abusing their power. In 2018, the CMA announced it would investigate any hotel booking sites it is concerned about to see if consumers are being misled. It said that it was concerned about the clarity, accuracy, and presentation of information on some sites. The investigation was to consider aspects of the site such as hidden charges, search results, and the presentation of information on sites. The CMA is also concerned that businesses use pressure selling techniques, creating a false impression of availability or rush customers into making a booking decision. According to the CMA, about 70% of people who shop around for accommodation use hotel booking sites. Source: https://www.gov.uk/government/news/cma-launches-enforcement-action-against-hotel-booking-sites. Question: why might hotel booking sites need to be regulated? Management task. You are an independently owned bookseller. You are concerned by the growth of some of the major chains in your industry, including online retailers, and you believe that customers are suffering. What arguments might you make to the government to persuade it that it should take action to protect you? 196. 7.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. A government will want to tax products that have positive externalities. B. A government is likely to directly provide some public goods. C. A government may use a buffer stock scheme to stabilize the output produced in a market. D. Nationalization occurs when a government transfers a business from government control to private control. Management task. To attract new customers to your credit card business, you often offer low interest rates. These are lower than the rates charged to existing customers. This practice has recently been highlighted on a popular consumer radio program. Should you change your approach? 7.7 Business Insight, Limits on Energy Prices. In 2017, the UK government announced it was considering limiting the prices charged by gas and electricity companies. The government's energy regulator, Ofgem, would use its powers to restrict prices increases by energy companies. Around 12 million people are on energy companies' standard variable tariffs, SVTs, which tend to be the most costly tariffs. According to a BBC report, the Competition and Markets Authority has said consumers have been collectively overcharged £1.4 billion by energy providers. The companies themselves disputed this, one representative saying that the figure was equivalent to the industry's entire profit, so it was not possible for companies to have overcharged by such a sum. He also said that a price cap would restrict competition and limit choice for consumers. Source: https://www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-415092232. Question: do you think the government should limit price increases by energy companies? What might be the consequences of this? Summary: markets can be glorious things. They can provide an incentive for business to compete more effectively and be innovative with each other, which is good for consumers, and for you as a manager when your business is consuming other products such as supplies. 7. Do markets work? 197. However, markets have limitations and failings and so require some degree of government intervention. As a manager, you will be affected by legislation, taxes, and direct intervention by the government. You will operate in a regulated arena. Quite how regulated it is, and how much governments want to be involved, depends in part on government policy and the perception of how many failings there are in the market. In recent years, Several trends: reckless unregulated lending bringing the financial system close to collapse, scandals involving pay discrimination, and low wages in the gig economy have led more people to question whether markets are indeed regulated enough. Key learning points. Competitive markets can lead to efficiency and innovation. Markets can lead to many failures and imperfections. Some products may be over or underproduced in a free market. Governments may intervene in several ways, such as legislation, direct provision, taxes, and subsidies. Business case extension questions. 1. Analyze the factors that influence the demand and supply of tobacco. 2. The consumption of tobacco creates a negative externality. Show the impact of this on the market and explain how it creates a market failure. 3. Discuss the ways in which the UK government intervenes in the market for alcoholic drinks. Do you think further intervention is likely? Explain why. 4. Research a current market failure. Show why and how the government is intervening to remedy this failure. Quick questions. 1. What is meant by a public good? 2. How does a negative production externality affect a market? 3. How does information asymmetry distort a market? 4. How might monopoly power distort a market? 5. How does a government use buffer stocks to stabilize price? 6. What is the difference between nationalization and privatization? 7. How do markets lead to income inequality? 8. Why might prices in a market may be unstable? 9. How might governments intervene in markets? 10. What might happen if managers think their business is too big to fail? Chapter 8. Different market forms. Why do I need to know about different market forms? You have been running a taxi business in your city for the last 15 years. You have had to bid for the contract from the council every 3 years, but you have always been able to submit the best bid in terms of what it would cost the city, the level of service provided, and the safety of passengers. The contract means that you are the only taxi business within the area that is allowed to be flagged down by people. Other car hire businesses have to be pre-booked. You have done very well financially in the last few years and have been planning on even higher earnings in the future. This optimism led to your investment in more cabs last year. But 6 months ago, Uber arrived in your city and overnight the competitive landscape changed. Because passengers order an Uber car via their phones, this does not break your contract with the council, and so you are suddenly facing a lot of competition. The number of passenger journeys booked with your business is falling dramatically. Some people may welcome competition. You don't. You need to call an emergency meeting with your managers to see how you can fight back. You had been thinking for some time of an app to allow your customers to book more easily and to show them where their driver was. This is suddenly looking essential. You wonder what else you are going to need to do now that Uber are here. You wonder, will you be able to find a way to get the council to force Uber out? There are many different market forms. In some markets, there are many businesses competing with a similar offering. In others, there may only be one provider in a given region. Differences in the market forms will affect the prices charged, the quality of service, and the degree of innovation. Market forms are not static, they will change with new competition, new laws, and new technology, enabling competition from different types of providers. The changing shape of markets will affect both customers and businesses. Once great businesses may collapse and new business champions emerge. Some markets may disappear and others grow from nowhere to be huge. In this chapter we look at models of different forms of markets that help us anticipate what might happen in the short run and long run to prices, quality, innovation, and output. These models help shape government attitudes and policy in relation to different market forms. 8 different market forms 199. By the end of this chapter you will be able to Explain what is meant by a competitive market. Explain why competition may be desirable. Explain why competition may bring dangers and unwelcome consequences. Analyze the appeal of monopoly position for businesses. Analyze the possible effects of a monopoly position on consumers. Explain what an oligopoly is and how this affects the decisions of businesses. Explain what is meant by a monopolistically competitive industry and the implications of this. Heineken 18, Carlsberg 12.1, China Resources Enterprise 11.8. These huge market shares of the top producers have been gained through their own expansion and the acquisition of other brands. In 2017, AB InBev actually joined together with SAB Miller, creating an even bigger organization that provided nearly a third of all the beer sold in the world. However, there are also an increasing number of tiny craft breweries, microbreweries, starting up in many markets, as shown on the map in Figure 8.2. The Economist reported in December 2017. These new small, craft producers have been rapidly taking market share away from the big established brewers. Since 2010, the number of microbrewing businesses in Europe has nearly tripled and is now over 7,000. The success of small-scale brewing is due to a change in taste so that consumers are increasingly looking for more distinctive, local products rather than mass-market brands. Microbreweries are relatively cheap and easy to establish. They can be housed in industrial estates, old plant works, farm sheds, and even campsites. Britain has well over 2,000 microbreweries. Forecasts for the craft beer industry look good and are expected to grow revenues by around 10% annually until 2021. Sources: www.statista.com/statistics/257677/global market share of the leading beer companies based on sales/ https://www.economist.com/graphic-details/2017/12/28 Europe's microbreweries are barreling along. Understanding markets. Managers will want to assess different markets to decide whether they want to compete in them. To evaluate how attractive a market is, a manager might be interested in various factors. Size of market. The overall size of the market may be measured by the volume of sales, i.e. the number being sold, and the value of sales, i.e. the value of the revenue earned. It is possible for the volume and values of sales to be moving in different directions. For example, if there is a move towards the premium end of the market, the volume of sales might fall, but with higher prices the value of sales could rise. Market growth. Market growth is measured by the percentage change in sales over the year. The growth of a market is significant because it can influence the degree of competition. If a market is growing, all of the firms in the industry could potentially sell more. If, by comparison, sales were falling in a market, then one firm can only sell more if another one sells less. This can lead to very aggressive competition between businesses. Market share. The market share of businesses in the market. Market share measures the sales of one business as a percentage of the market as a whole. Economists often measure the concentration ratio. This measures the market share of the largest n number of businesses. For example, the 5-firm concentration ratio measures the combined sales of the largest 5 businesses as a percentage of the total market. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. 1. Why do you think the global beer industry is dominated by large brewers such as AB InBev? 2. Why might AB InBev have wanted to join with SAB Miller? 3. What might be the possible consequences for the consumers of having a few large businesses dominate the industry? 4. Why might craft brewing becoming more popular? 5. How can craft breweries survive against the large breweries? 202. Measuring market growth and market share. Market growth. Market growth is measured by the percentage change in the market size. To calculate the percentage change, use the equation. Change in value divided by original value, times 100. For example, if the market was worth £250 million and then grew to £300 million, this is a growth of 300 250, divided by 250 times 100 equals, 50 divided by 250, times 100 equals 20%. You may need to calculate how big the market is if it grows by a given percentage. For example, imagine a market has a size of £400 million and then grows by 5%. You need to calculate 5% of £400 million. 5. 100. £400 million, £20 million times equals. The market size now is £400 million plus £20 million equals £420 million. If the market growth is negative, this means it is actually shrinking in size. Market share. Market share is measured by the sales of one product or brand or company 100. The total sales in the market, times. For example, if sales of a product were £200,000 and the total sales in the market were £500,000, this means market share equals £200,000 divided by £500,000, times 100 equals 40%. Key concepts. The size of a market can be measured in terms of the value or volume of sales. The market share of a business is its sales as a percentage of the total market sales. The N-firm concentration ratio shows the market share of the largest N firms. Management task. You are considering entering the banking sector. This is already dominated by a few businesses. Outline the challenges you might face entering this market. 8 different market forms 203. 8.1 Doing the business maths. A. Calculating market growth. Times change in size of market. Original size of market 100. For example, imagine that market size was £40,000 and is now £50,000. Equals plus times equals market growth £10,000, £50,000, 120%. Complete the table. Original market size, pound. New market size, pound. Market growth, percent. 10,000, 12,000, 60,000, 62,000, 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 490,000. B. Calculating market share. Time sales of a business. Total sales in a market 100. For example, imagine that sales made by a business were £5,000 and total market size was £20,000. Equals times equals market share £5,000, £20,000, 125%. Question. Complete the table. Sales of one business, pound. Total market size, pound. Market share, percent. 10,000, 120,000, 60,000, 620,000. 204. Competitive markets. Competitive markets occur when there are many firms with a relatively small market share. Businesses will compete with each other to win the available demand. This can lead to businesses improving the quality of their offering to attract customers. Analyzing the business data. In 2017, the market shares of the leading supermarkets in the UK were as follows. Tesco, 27.8%. Sainsbury's, 15.8%. Asda, 15.3%. Morrisons, 10.4%. Aldi, 7%. Co-op, 6.3%. Lidl, 5.2%. Waitrose, 5.1%. Iceland, 2.1%. Ocado, 1.4%. Questions 1. What is the 3-firm concentration ratio for this industry? 2. What is the 4-firm concentration ratio for this industry? 3. What do you think is the significance of your results? 8.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. If the market share of a business increases, it must be selling more. B. A 5-firm concentration ratio of 20% means each business has a 20% market share. C. The size of a market can be measured in terms of volume or value. D. If the market is growing, the market share of your business will fall. Research task. Using Mental, research a market of your choice. Produce a market summary showing the size, the growth, past and projected, and the market share of the major competitors. Summarize the key segments and trends in the market. 8 different market forms. 205. Investing in innovation to add additional features to what they do, in order to distinguish themselves from other firms, developing new approaches to increase efficiency and keep costs down, enabling lower prices. Competition can therefore drive innovation, creativity, better quality and service, and lower prices. This can be good for customers. This is why governments often try to promote more competition in markets by encouraging startups and trying to ensure that a high level of competition exists. In the UK, the Competition and Markets Authority, CMA, is a government body that aims to ensure that markets work well and that they have competition within them. 8.1 Business Insight, Food Delivery. The food delivery business was experiencing high levels of competition in 2018. Uber Eats had a presence in 20 countries and was operating in around 100 cities, providing nearly a tenth of Uber's overall revenue figures. However, it was still not profitable and had low profit margins and high competition. Facebook had launched its food delivery business in the US in 2017, and Amazon's restaurant delivery service was launched in 2016. Smaller rivals such as Postmates, Deliveroo, and DoorDash were fighting for market share. Uber Eats did have an advantage in that it was able to use its fleet of more than 2 million Uber drivers around the world who could carry either passengers or food. This should have meant it could offer greater convenience for customers and faster delivery, but even so, profits were hard to earn. Question: what impact do you think more competition will have on the food delivery business? Who is your competition? One of the classic mistakes in business is to define your competitors as simply those who produce similar products. A bus operator competes against other bus operators. Except it isn't like that. Imagine you have to go somewhere in town. You might catch a bus, walk, cycle, drive, or get a taxi. All of these methods of transport are competitors to the bus operator. What matters in business is what needs and wants you are fulfilling and what are the different ways of meeting these. If a business focuses only on those who produce the same product, they will miss out on many of their competitors and may lose their market. A marketing guru, Theodore Levitt, called this too narrow focus marketing myopia. Read more in this chapter. To truly understand your competition, you must understand the benefit your product provides and what else might perform a similar function. Are customers going to the cinema because they like watching films, or because they like going out with their friends? If they don't go to the cinema, do they go to a cafe or restaurant instead? If so, these services are competitors with the cinema. 206. Read more. You can find Levitt's classic article here. Levitt, T. 1960, Marketing Myopia, Harvard Business Review Volume 38, Number 4, July/August, pages 45 to 56. Business case. Alphabet is the organization that owns Google and many other businesses such as Chrome, Android, and YouTube. In its 2007 annual report, Alphabet said, "Our business is characterized by rapid change as well as new and disruptive technologies. We face formidable competition in every aspect of our business, particularly from companies that seek to connect people with online information and provide them with relevant advertising. We face competition from general-purpose search engines and information services, such as Microsoft's Bing, Yahoo, Yandex, Baidu, Naver, and Seznam. Vertical search engines and e-commerce websites, such as Amazon and eBay, e-commerce, Kayak, travel queries, LinkedIn, job queries, and WebMD, health queries. Some users will navigate directly to such content, websites, and apps rather than go through Google. Social networks, such as Facebook and Twitter. Some users are increasingly relying on social networks for product or service referrals, rather than seeking information through traditional search engines. Other forms of advertising, such as television, radio, newspapers, magazines, and billboards. Our advertisers typically advertise in multiple media, both online and offline. Other online advertising platforms and networks, including Facebook, Criteo, and AppNexus, that compete for advertisers with AdWords, are primary auction-based advertising program. Providers of digital video services, such as Facebook, Netflix, Amazon, and Hulu. Companies that design, manufacture, and market consumer electronics products, including businesses that have developed proprietary platforms. Providers of enterprise cloud services, including Amazon and Microsoft. Digital assistant providers, such as Apple, Amazon, Facebook, and Microsoft. Competing successfully in our advertising-related businesses depends heavily on our ability to deliver and distribute innovative products and technologies to the marketplace so that we can attract and retain users, for whom other products and services are literally one click away, primarily on the basis of the relevance and usefulness of our search results and the features, availability, and ease of use of our products and services. 8 different market forms. 207. Perfect competition. Economists often imagine a world in which there is perfect competition between firms and use this to examine the outcomes. This model shows the consequences of high levels of competition in a market. Perfect competition makes the following assumptions. There are many businesses competing against each other. The products of the businesses are similar, so customers are not loyal to one brand or product. Customers can switch easily between products, so that if the price of one company's product was higher than prices elsewhere in the market, that company would lose sales. Customers have perfect information about what is on offer and so will be aware of any price differences. These assumptions create a perfectly competitive market. Businesses will be competing for customers, but given they have the same products and given that customers know this, they will end up charging the same prices as each other. In this market, businesses cannot afford to be inefficient because that would lead to higher prices and then they would lose their sales. Any one business is known as a price taker, as it has to accept the price that is prevalent in the market as a whole. That price is determined by the overall demand for the product and the overall supply from all the businesses in the industry. Any change in output by one business is so small, relative to the total output being produced, that it basically has no effect on total supply and so does not change the advertisers, primarily based on our ability to generate sales leads, and ultimately customers, and to deliver their advertisements in an efficient and effective manner across a variety of distribution channels. Content providers, Google Network members, the parties who use our advertising programs to deliver relevant ads alongside their search results and content, as well as other content providers for whom we distribute or license content, primarily based on the quality of our advertiser base, our ability to help these partners generate revenues from advertising, and the terms of our agreements with them. Source: abc.xyz/investor/pdf/2015_alphabet_annual_report.pdf. Business case questions. 1. Why is it important for Alphabet to define its competitors? 2. Why does Alphabet have so many competitors? 3. What is the impact of competition on Alphabet? 208. Price. Imagine the total world output was 1 billion units and your business decided to produce 2 more units. This would have no noticeable effect on the world supply and therefore, assuming demand conditions are the same, the world price would stay the same. Given that, in perfect competition, the individual business is a price taker, see figure 8.3, it can sell as much as it is possible to sell at the given market price. This means that price equals marginal revenue. For example, if every unit is sold at £10, the extra revenue from selling a unit is £10. Key concept. A price taker has to accept the market price, it cannot charge less or it would make a loss. If it charged more it would lose its customers. The model of perfect competition can show the effect in competitive markets of changes in demand conditions. If demand increases, this will increase prices. This will in turn increase the profits made by firms that are already established in the industry. This profit will be above the levels that established firms need to keep their resources in their present use. This abnormal profit will attract new competitors into the industry. The abnormal profit acts as a signal to firms in other industries to enter this industry. With more firms producing, the price will be driven down in the industry. This will continue until the profits are just sufficient to cover the costs, including the opportunity costs. Once normal profit is being earned, there is no incentive for more firms to enter the industry. With normal profit, the rewards to the businesses are just sufficient to keep resources in their present use. Quantity, millions of units. Q1. Industry firm. P1. D. S price, pound. 00. Quantity, hundreds of units. P1. Firm is price taker. P equals MR. Price, pound. Figure 8.3 Perfect competition makes a firm a price taker. 8 different market forms 209. Short-run and long-run equilibrium in perfectly competitive markets. It is assumed that businesses in perfect competition want to maximize profits. This means they produce where marginal revenue equals marginal costs, i.e. there is no extra profit to be made. In the short run it may be possible for these businesses to make abnormal profits, i.e. the price is greater than the average costs, but this leads to entry of other businesses into the market, increasing the total supply and bringing the price down. Figure 8.4 shows the adjustment process from short-run abnormal profits to long-run equilibrium in a perfectly competitive market. The firm is initially making abnormal profits when the price is P1. This acts as a signal that attracts other firms into the industry, thereby shifting the industry supply curve to the right. With more firms in the industry, the price falls until normal profits are made at P2. We can see the effect of high levels of profit attracting businesses to shift resources into new areas to try and earn higher rewards all the time. When a particular business idea becomes attractive, new businesses set up to try and benefit from it. Just think how many coffee shops have opened in your area in the last 5 years. When fidget spinners took off as a craze, how long did it take before the shops were flooded with them? Similarly, when demand falls, businesses will make a loss, where the price is less than the average costs, and leave industry. We see pubs closing down every week these days, as fewer people go out to them to drink. Figure 8.5 shows the adjustment process from short-run losses to long-run equilibrium in a perfectly competitive market. The firm originally makes a loss at the price P1 because this price is less than the average cost per unit. This leads to an exit of firms from the industry. The industry supply curve shifts to the left. This increases the price until only normal profits are made, P equals AC. At this point there is no further incentive to leave the industry. 8.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. In perfect competition, A. There are many buyers and sellers. B. Each business sells differentiated products. C. It is difficult for businesses to enter and exit the market. D. Each business is a price maker. How to prevent entry into a market. While competition may be attractive for consumers, from a business perspective it means you are constantly competing with other businesses. What you might want to do is prevent other firms from entering the industry so that you can make high profits and hold on to them. To stop other businesses entering, you will want to develop barriers to entry, see figure 8.6. This means you can earn abnormal profits without them being reduced through greater competition. Barriers to entry can be put in 3 general categories. Structural barriers, innocent entry barriers, occur due to differences in the structure of businesses. For example, the existing businesses may operate on a large scale and therefore their unit costs are so low that entrants, who are likely to be operating at a smaller scale initially, cannot compete. Strategic barriers may be adopted by existing businesses to prevent others entering a market. For example, the existing businesses may set lower prices than they should charge in order to deter entry. Limit entry pricing occurs when an established business sets a price specifically to prevent market entry. Entrants realize that if they enter and drive down the price further, they will make a loss. Developing a strong brand loyalty means that customers stick with you even if the price is higher. Potential new entrants may see that they would struggle to gain enough demand for entry to be profitable and worth doing. The costs of attacking existing players and gaining your own customers may be too much to make entry likely. The economist George Stigler defined a barrier to entry as a cost of producing which must be borne by a firm which seeks to enter an industry but is not borne by businesses already in the industry. Details in read more in this chapter. See gaining control of resources may stop other firms entering a market. For example, a supermarket business may try and hold the best locations in any given area to make it difficult for others to enter, or a business may try to control the supply of natural resources. Statutory barriers are legal entry barriers. Examples are patent protection given to new inventions, or licenses given to limit the number of black taxis in some cities. Alternatively, domestic businesses within an industry may also seek to have the government take protectionist measures to prevent or make it more difficult for foreign firms competing in the country. Business case questions. Can you now answer? Why do you think the global beer industry is dominated by large brewers such as InBev? Barriers to entry. Structural, strategic, statutory. Figure 8.6 Barriers to entry. 212. 8.2 Business Insight, Uber. In 2017, Transport for London, TfL, announced that the ride-hailing app business Uber would not be issued with a new private hire license. TfL decided that Uber was not fit and proper to hold a London private hire operator license. It stated that it could not renew the license on the grounds of public safety and security. Uber said that this showed that London was closed to innovative companies. TfL had been concerned that Uber was not carrying out suitable background checks on its drivers or reporting serious criminal offences. Uber was given 21 days to appeal against TfL's decision. Around 3.5 million passengers and 40,000 drivers use the Uber app in London. Uber operates in over 600 cities, more than 40 of them in the UK. Uber's view is that this resistance to its service is promoted by the traditional black cab drivers in London. To drive a black cab, drivers must pass a test, called the knowledge. Supporters of Uber argue that the company has brought much more competition into the transport market in London. They also claim it has forced the black cab companies to improve their service by introducing mobile phone booking and cashless payment. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/UK-England-4135860. Questions. What do you think we learn about the benefits of competition from the Uber example? What do you think we learn about the dangers of competition from the Uber example? 8.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. Barriers to entry may include A. Patents. B. The introduction of trade restrictions on foreign competition. C. Limited brand loyalty. Key concept. Barriers to entry are features of a market that make it difficult for other businesses to enter, e.g. legal barriers that allow only existing providers to deliver the product or service. 8 different market forms. 213. Management task. You are a steel producer. You have managed to get your government to protect your industry. Explain the effects of this protection on your industry and the economy as a whole. 8.3 Business Insight, Airbnb. Even when you may think you have barriers to entry, competitors may find ways around them. Airbnb is an excellent example of disruptive innovation. The established operators are content with a business model that has worked well for them. When along comes a new form of competition, in this case, a business providing accommodation that has no rooms of its own. By using technology to match suppliers and buyers in an easy-to-use, reliable, and user-friendly way, Airbnb has disrupted the accommodation market globally. It has also brought down prices, putting pressure on traditional operators to cut their prices. Source: www.status.com/chart/12655/is-really-cheaper-than-a-hotel-room. Question: Is Airbnb a good thing? 214. Monopoly. If a business dominates an industry in terms of its market share, it is known as a monopoly. In theory, a monopoly has a 100% market share. It is the sole provider of a good or service. At one point in the UK, for example, you could only get a telephone from British Telecom. It was the monopoly provider. In reality, we often regard a monopoly as a business that has a large market share even if it is not 100%. Under UK law, a monopoly has a market share of 25% or more. Of course, what is critical in this definition is what we regard as the market. Imagine you are thinking of going on your weekly shop, if you have a weekly shop. How far would you travel? The market that is relevant to you might be the shops within, say, a 20-mile radius. If this is an area where there are several Tesco stores and few other shops, you might say that Tesco is a monopoly in this region. This does not mean that Tesco is a monopoly in the UK as a whole, or in Europe, or the rest of the world. Key concept: a monopoly occurs when one business dominates a market. 8.4 Business Insight, Zildjian. Anyone who plays drums will know the name of Zildjian. This company dominates the cymbal industry across the world, with well over 50% of sales. The business was founded nearly 400 years ago, in 1623, in Istanbul. It is still a family business but is based in Norwell, Massachusetts. The appeal of the cymbals is due in part to a secret production process that creates the alloy of copper, tin, and silver that gives the Zildjian cymbals their famous sound. As the BBC reported in June 2012, at the Norwell factory, there's a special room that only a few people have access to, where the alloy is mixed by a trusted handful. Even the company's head of research and development doesn't know what goes into the mix. The family also has an interesting approach to management. Every Zildjian who wants to work in the family business must get a college degree, preferably in business. They also must intern while in high school or college, to get a taste of the company's standards. Another rule requires family members to work elsewhere to get experience outside the company. Source: BBC, www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-18261045. Questions: What do you think are the barriers to entry into the cymbal market? Do you think Zildjian is likely to continue to dominate the cymbal industry? 8 different market forms. 215. Why would you want to be a monopoly? If managers can help their businesses to gain market share and become a monopoly, this means they will have more power. As a major player in the market, they can demand lower prices or better payment terms from suppliers. They can bargain for better deals from any media business they are using for promotion. They may be able to set the prices in the market. Monopolies and demand. A monopolist faces a downward sloping demand curve. To sell more, given existing demand conditions, the price has to be lowered. Assuming one price is charged, this reduces the price on the last unit and all the ones before. Revenue has been sacrificed on the earlier units, meaning the marginal revenue is less than the price, as shown in Table 8.1. Imagine a business sells one unit for £10, to sell two, it lowers the price to £9. The total revenue is 2 times £9 equals £18. This means the extra, marginal, revenue is only £8, because total revenue has increased from £10 to £18. Why is this? The business earns an extra £9 on the second unit but has lost £1 on the first one. £9 £1 equals £8. The more units that are being sold, the more the price reduction on earlier units will take effect and the more marginal revenue will fall below the price charged. The marginal revenue therefore diverges from the demand curve. Notice how the marginal revenue at a price of £5 is 0. The reductions in price on the previous units exactly matches the extra revenue from the last unit. At a price of £4 the marginal revenue is actually negative. The effect of the price reduction is so great that total revenue falls. Figure 8.8 shows how marginal revenue is below the demand curve and diverges from it. To profit maximize, the business produces where marginal revenue equals marginal costs. The profit/loss position is then determined by considering the price in relation to the average cost. If the price is above the average costs, this means that there is abnormal profit on each unit. The pink shaded area shows the total abnormal profit being earned. There will be an incentive for other businesses to enter, but they cannot due to barriers to entry. At the profit maximizing price and output there is a welfare loss. This is because the extra benefit to society of units Q2 Q3, shown by the price, is greater than the extra cost. Society would benefit, therefore, from these units. However, the business would end up with lower profits, because to sell them the price would have to be lowered on these units and all the ones before. This potential loss of welfare can be a concern to governments. Governments usually have concerns over monopolies. Many governments have set up organizations to monitor the behavior of monopolies. What worries them is that the monopolist will abuse its strong position in the market and that consumers and the economy will suffer. The predicted dangers are as follows. A monopoly may increase prices, knowing that customers have no choice if they want the product because they cannot switch to another provider. A monopoly may provide poor quality products or service because there is little competition. The business can, essentially, say this is what you get whether you like it or not because customers have limited alternatives. However, there may be benefits to society involved in having a monopoly. It may avoid the duplication of resources that could occur with many providers of the same product. It can lead to high profits that may be used for investment, e.g. in research and development that lead to new products. It may act as a good way of encouraging other businesses to be innovative in order to try and reduce the monopoly power. It may lead to lower unit costs due to a higher scale of output and economies of scale. You are one of 3 large cinema chains in the UK. You are the 3rd largest business in the industry, with 22% of the market. You want to be the biggest. Discuss 3 actions you might take to achieve this. What might happen to you if your business is a monopoly? The effect of being a monopoly on a business will depend on the government and its approach to competition policy. In the UK, the Competition and Markets Authority, CMA, is the body that regulates monopolies. It investigates potential abuses of power and can take various actions. It can prevent a merger or takeover from going ahead or impose certain conditions on such a deal. For example, it may insist that certain stores in particular regions are sold off if the takeover deal goes ahead, in order to reduce monopoly power in those areas. The CMA may also impose a fine for anti-competitive behavior. This could be up to 10% of turnover. 8.5 Business Insight, Google's dominance. The Guardian reported in 2017 on a fine imposed on Google by the EU. The European Union has handed Google a record-breaking €2.42 billion, £2.14 billion, fine for abusing its dominance of the search engine market in building its online shopping service. It was claimed that Google was artificially and illegally promoting its own price comparison service in searches. The Guardian went on to report. The EU regulator is further investigating how else the company may have abused its position, specifically in its provision of maps, images, and information on local services. The Commission's decision, following a 7-year probe into Google's dominance in searches and smartphones, suggests the company may need to fundamentally rethink the way it operates. It is also now liable to face civil actions for damages by any person or business affected by its anti-competitive behavior. As the EU official in charge of competition policy, Commissioner Margrethe Vestager, spelled out the case against Google. She commented that what Google has done is illegal under EU antitrust rules. It denied other companies the chance to compete on the merits and to innovate. And most importantly, it denied European consumers a genuine choice of services and the full benefits of innovation. Source: www.theguardian.com/business/2017/June/27/Google-breaking-for-fine-from-EU. Questions. Why do you think Google's power might need to be controlled? What problems might there be in controlling it, do you think? 8 different market forms. 219. Oligopoly. A market where there are several large firms dominating is a common market structure. It might be, for example, that the 4-firm concentration ratio is 60%. This type of market structure is called an oligopoly. An oligopoly is a particularly interesting market structure because businesses within this market have to be aware of how the other firms might respond to any decision they make. In an oligopoly there is a high degree of interdependence. Any business will consider the reaction of other businesses. This need to consider the potential responses of other businesses means that what happens in oligopoly depends on what assumptions are made about possible reactions. The businesses in an oligopoly may decide to compete with each other, or to cooperate with each other. Collusive behavior in oligopoly. An example of cooperative or collusive behavior would be to form a cartel. This occurs when businesses join together and act as one. For example, the major road construction companies may decide on which company bids for which deal and what price they will set. By colluding, the businesses remove competition and all of them can earn higher profits at the expense of customers. However, cartels are often very unstable. This is because individual members have an incentive to cheat and secretly undercut their rivals in order to increase their own profits at the expense of the others. If discovered, this leads to aggressive competition. Cartels are only likely to work if the actions of competitors are visible and easily investigated by others. 8.4 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. In a monopoly A there is a single buyer. B. Businesses face an upward sloping demand curve. C. Marginal revenue is lower than average revenue. D. Profit maximization occurs where marginal revenue equals marginal costs. Research task. Visit the website of the Competition and Markets Authority, CMA. Research a recent investigation undertaken by the CMA. 220. Management task. You are the manager of a leading national construction business. There are only 2 other major companies that can take on big projects such as motorway repair or construction. A representative of one of the other companies has approached you and suggested the 3 of you meet up to discuss a common approach to pricing when asked to tender for a contract. Should you agree to meet? What might be the advantages and disadvantages of colluding? Key concepts. An oligopoly is a market which is dominated by several large businesses. A cartel occurs when businesses collude and work together as if they are a monopolist. Business case questions, can you now answer? Why might AB InBev have wanted to join with SAB Miller? What might be the possible consequences for the consumers of having a few large businesses dominate the industry? Competitive behavior in oligopoly. The outcomes in oligopoly depend on what you think your rivals are going to do and how you act based on these assumptions. Imagine the following situation. You make 2 assumptions. You assume that if you increase your price, then the other businesses in the industry will not follow. This means that the fall in the quantity demanded is likely to be relatively high because customers will switch to your competitors. Demand is therefore price elastic. You assume that if you decrease your price, then your rivals will follow this price cut, because they do not want to lose sales. This means that the increase in the quantity demanded will be smaller than the price change. In percentages, demand will therefore be price inelastic. These assumptions take a pessimistic view of how others might react, that is, they assume that you will not get away with the price cut, and that if you increase price, then you will be on your own. The kink demand curve is a non-cooperative model of oligopoly because firms are assumed to compete with each other. Given these assumptions, the firm being examined is likely to leave price where it is. An increase in price will lead to such a fall in demand that the overall revenue will fall. A decrease in price will lead to such a small increase in sales that, again, revenue will. 8 different market forms 221. Fall. If revenue is going to fall whatever you do with the price, then why not leave it where it is? Figure 8.9 shows how a kink demand curve arises. The demand curve D2 is price inelastic. It assumes that a price change will have relatively little effect on the quantity demanded because any price change by one firm will be followed by the others, and so there will be little difference between them. By comparison, the demand curve D1 is price elastic. It assumes that a price change will have a relatively larger effect on the quantity demanded because any price change by one firm will not be followed by the others. This means that increasing price will reduce revenue. Starting from P1Q1 in the kink demand curve model, it is assumed that a price increase will not be followed, so D1 is relevant, but a price decrease will be followed, so D2 is relevant. This means a price decrease will reduce revenue. This gives the kink demand curve indicated by the thicker line. The kink demand curve model provides an explanation of why prices in oligopolistic markets are often sticky, that is, they do not change very much. Price competition is not common in many markets because it is relatively easy for a firm to copy another firm's price cut. Many firms prefer to try to differentiate their products, for example, by building a brand or developing some unique selling point and using this as a means of competing rather than using price. It is much more difficult for competitors to imitate a brand image than it is for them to follow a price cut. Management task. You run a cinema chain. You have 2 other big rivals. One has just cut ticket prices. Should you follow and cut your prices? Explain the factors you would consider before deciding. Game theory in oligopoly. Game theory has been used to explain how businesses might plan to act given that they know that, in an oligopoly, whatever they do will lead to a reaction from the other firms. Managers may try to anticipate the actions of other businesses in order to decide what is the best action for them to take. An example of game theory can be seen in the prisoner's dilemma, in which 2 individuals have both been arrested for committing a crime together. The question is whether they should confess to the crime or not, and that, in turn, depends on what they think the other person will do. Unfortunately, they are locked up in separate rooms and cannot communicate, so they have to make assumptions about the other person's behavior. It is assumed that if they both confess, they will be imprisoned for a long time. If they both refuse to confess, the police cannot prove anything and they will be released. The problem comes if one person refuses to confess and the other one does so. The latter person gets a light sentence and the one who refused to talk gets a very long sentence for non-cooperation. The ideal solution, from the prisoner's point of view, is not to confess and then they would both get off. But if you do not trust your fellow prisoner and think that he or she will confess, you are better confessing as well. On this basis, they will both confess because they do not trust each other. The prisoner's dilemma highlights how your decisions about what to do depend on your relationship with other prisoners, or businesses in an oligopoly, and your view of whether you think you can trust them or not. You can imagine the manager of one business thinking carefully about what a major competitor might be about to do and trying to work out the best action in different situations. The prisoner's dilemma shows the dangers of oligopoly from a manager's point of view, a lack of 8 different market forms 223. Trust may lead to an outcome in which firms are worse off than if they trusted each other. Figure 8.10 shows the prisoner's dilemma in a business context. 2 businesses are considering what level of output to produce, high or low. If they both produce low outputs, this will push the price up and both will win. But if one produces relatively little and its competitor produces a lot, this will increase supply and drive the price down. The first producer will do badly because it will sell a little at a low market price whilst its rival wins the market and is selling more. Both businesses will be suspicious and fear the other one will produce a high output. As a result, both producers might flood the market, meaning that both are worse off compared to what they could both have earned if they had restricted output. The matrix in figure 8.10 shows that if both firms produce high levels of output, they will gain £1 million each. If both restrict output, they will earn £2 million each. This model shows the importance of managers' assumptions about what other businesses will do. The past behavior of businesses becomes very important here. How they have behaved in the past may influence assumptions about what they will do in the future. Game theory can become much more complex depending on the assumptions that are made. In figure 8.11, imagine that you are the manager of firm A thinking about your pricing options. Assume that you are pessimistic and look at the worst possible outcome of any decision. If you choose a price of £2, the worst that can happen is that B will charge £1 and you will make profits of £5,000. If you were to charge £1, the worst that could happen is that B would do the same and you would end up with £6,000. If you decide to choose the best of the worst, then you choose a £1 price. This is called a maximum strategy because you are maximizing the minimum outcomes. If firm B were to do the same, it would choose £1 as well and you would both end up with £6,000, whereas you could have had £10,000 had you agreed to charge £2 and believed each other would stick to that price. A maximax strategy occurs when a manager is optimistic and bases decisions on the best of the best outcomes. The best outcome if you choose a price of £1 is that your rival chooses £2 and you earn £12,000. The best outcome if you choose a price of £2 is that your rival chooses £2 and you end up with £10,000. To maximize the maximum outcomes, you would choose £1. In this case, the best strategy, whether you adopt a minimax or a maximax approach, is the same. The business should set the price at £1. Because both assumptions give the same solution, this is known as the dominant strategy. Now let's look at figure 8.12, which illustrates how a business might decide whether it should increase its promotional spending or not. If A assumes B will increase its spending, then its best strategy is to increase its spending and earn £4 million. If A assumes B will not increase its spending, then its best strategy is not to increase its own spending, which would result in earnings of £6 million. This means there is no dominant strategy for firm A. If B assumes A will increase its spending, then its best strategy is to increase its spending to earn £3 million. If B assumes A will not increase its spending, then its best strategy is to increase its spending and earn £5 million. This means B does have a dominant strategy, which is to increase its spending. This means that the best strategy for B is to increase its promotional spending regardless of what A does. If A realizes this, it will also increase its promotional spending, so both will end up increasing their spending. This is known as the Nash equilibrium. A Nash equilibrium occurs in a game involving two or more players, in which each player is assumed to know the equilibrium strategies of the other players. If each player has chosen a strategy and no player would benefit by changing his or her strategy while the other players keep theirs unchanged, then the current set of strategy choices and the corresponding payoffs represent a Nash equilibrium. 8.5 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. In an oligopoly A there are many businesses. B. The 5-firm concentration ratio is likely to be low. C. Businesses may collude or compete. D. The kink demand curve assumes that the price increases of a business are not followed by other businesses. Research task. Research a recent case of collusion and summarize the issues involved. Monopolistic competition. In some markets, businesses are able to differentiate what they offer, but at the same time it may be relatively easy for other firms to enter the market. Imagine you set up a beach bar and it proves successful. Fairly soon you will have beach bars around you. They may have different names and slightly different decor and menus, so it may be possible to charge different prices, but they are competing closely with each other. In this type of market, a business may be able to benefit from abnormal profits in the short run, perhaps when it gains an advantage with a new promotion. However, over time any abnormal profits will simply bring more firms in. This reduces demand for any one business until only normal profits are made, as shown in Figure 8.13. 226. A business in monopolistic competition faces a downward sloping demand curve. To sell more, the price must be reduced. The marginal revenue is below the demand and diverges because the price must be lowered on the last unit and all the ones before. A profit-maximizing business produces where marginal revenue equals marginal costs. In the short run, this is P1Q1 and abnormal profit is earned. The abnormal profit attracts more businesses into the industry, the demand for any individual business falls, and the demand curve shifts inwards until only normal profits are earned at P2Q2. Management task. You want to open a restaurant in the city center. There are already many restaurants based there. You do not want to compete with them on price. How can you compete? What can you do to protect your business from the marketing activities of the existing restaurants? 8.6 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. In monopolistic competition A, there are many businesses. B, each business is a price taker. C, there is freedom of entry and exit. D, normal profits are earned by businesses in the long run. Contestable markets. When thinking about market structure and its impact on the profits of your business, the number of businesses there are now is not the only key issue. What also matters is how many there might be, how contestable is the market. If others could come in easily, then the market is very contestable and those within the industry may keep profits relatively low so as not to attract too much interest. The threat of competition keeps profits down. E-commerce has been a powerful factor. 8.6 Business Insight, Government and Monopolies. In the U.S., the Council of Economic Advisors, CEA, measured the increase in market concentration in various markets and its implications. In The Guardian in May 2016, Joseph Stiglitz wrote, "In most industries, according to the CEA, standard metrics show large and in some cases, dramatic increases in market concentration. The top 10 banks' share of the deposit market, for example, increased from about 20% to 50% in just 30 years, from 1980 to 2010. Some of the increase in market power is the result of changes in technology and economic structure. Consider network economies and the growth of locally provided service sector industries. Some is because firms Microsoft and drug companies are good examples, have learned better how to erect and maintain entry barriers, often assisted by conservative political forces that justify lax antitrust enforcement and the failure to limit market power on the grounds that markets are naturally competitive. And some of it reflects the naked abuse and leveraging of market power through the political process. Large banks, for example, lobbied the U.S. Congress to amend or repeal legislation separating commercial banking from other areas of finance. Joseph Schumpeter, one of the great economists of the 20th century, argued that one shouldn't be worried by monopoly power. Monopolies would only be temporary. There would be fierce competition for the market and this would replace competition in the market and ensure that prices remained competitive. However, today's markets are characterized by the persistence of high monopoly profits. If markets are fundamentally efficient and fair, there is little that even the best of governments could do to improve matters. But if markets are based on exploitation, the rationale for laissez-faire disappears. Indeed, in that case, the battle against entrenched power is not only a battle for democracy, it is also a battle for efficiency and shared prosperity. Source: www.theguardian.com/business/2016/may/13/new-era-monopoly-Joseph-Stiglitz. Question: do you think the government should prevent monopolies existing? 228. In making it easier to start up and compete, increasing the contestability of many markets. 8.7 Business Insight, Price Comparison Sites. There are now many price comparison websites, especially for services such as insurance, flights, and energy. These sites mean it is easier and quicker for consumers to compare the offerings of different organizations and, in theory, will increase competition and push down prices. However, a number of these sites are being investigated by the Competition and Markets Authority. Many of these sites are paid a fee from whoever you end up booking with via their site. This means the costs of the providers is higher, which means you, the consumer, pay more. Also, you are only being given the choice of providers who agree to pay the comparison website a fee. This restricts your choice as a consumer and means you may think you are getting a full overview of the options when you are not. There is also a danger that some price comparison sites may not be completely independent and may direct you to certain providers more than others because there is a financial incentive for them to do so. Question: do you think price comparison sites are good for the customer? Niche markets. A niche market is a small part of the overall market where businesses meet specific needs and wants. For example, within the overall car market there may be a niche for sports cars. Within the music market there may be mainstream pop and more niche types of music such as catstep. By focusing on a niche, businesses may be able to develop their own market and avoid direct competition with the bigger firms. Niche producers will tend to have higher unit costs than the mass producers because of the small scale of production. However, it may be possible to charge a higher price for a more specialized product, enabling niche producers to make a profit. Pricing strategies. In highly competitive markets such as perfect competition, the price is determined by the market. Any one business is so small relative to the market as a whole that it cannot influence the market price. If it tries to charge more, customers will easily switch to competitors who offer similar products. Firms in these markets are price takers. However, if a business is able to differentiate what it offers and have some control over the market, perhaps due to branding or barriers to entry, managers are then price makers. 8 different market forms. 229. Methods of pricing include price skimming, cost plus pricing, and price discrimination. Price skimming. Price skimming occurs when businesses charge a high initial price when a product is first launched. For example, when a new Apple iPhone is launched, there are a group of customers who will be willing to pay a high price to get the product early. In marketing terms, the very first buyers are called innovators and they are followed by the early adopters. Over time the price will be reduced to target other customers, who marketing managers call the mainstream, the late adopters, and the final group the laggards. Cost plus pricing. This is a very common approach to pricing in which managers add an amount, or percentage, to unit costs to set the price for their products. This should ensure a certain profit margin of each sale. However, managers do need to take account of demand and the price elasticity of demand when deciding on the amount to add, in order to ensure an appropriate level of sales and overall profits. Price discrimination. Managers are often selling their products in different markets or in different market segments. This means that they may face different demand conditions. For example, the demand for a good or service in London may be different from the demand for the same good or service in other parts of the UK, or the demand at some times of day may be different from the demand at others. These differences in demand may create opportunities for managers to increase profits. If, for example, you realize that after midnight the demand for taxi journeys is not as sensitive to price as it is during the day, you might increase prices. Price discrimination occurs when managers can separate markets and charge different prices for the same product. It can be used when there is a difference in the price elasticity of demand for the product in the separate markets. The price will be higher where demand is less sensitive to price. By price discriminating and charging different prices in different markets, a business can earn higher profits, as shown in Figure 8.14. For price discrimination to work, the markets must be kept separate, otherwise customers may buy in the low price market and resell the product themselves. Key concept. Price discrimination occurs when different prices are charged for the same product. 230. Markets may be separated by various factors. Time, for example, train companies may charge more during peak time than off-peak, age. It may be possible to charge different prices for those who are retired. Status, for example, you may decide to have different prices for those who belong to your loyalty club system. Online retailing allows managers to change the price of products according to many factors, such as the time of day you are buying, the date, e.g. when you are booking your flight relative to the departure date, and where you are booking from. To determine the profit maximizing output, the manager produces where marginal revenue equals marginal cost. The manager must then decide how much to sell in each market segment and at what price. To do this, managers will consider the marginal revenue from selling another unit in each of the different market segments. If an extra £10 could be achieved selling a unit in Market A, for example, and only £5 could be made selling it in Market B, then managers will naturally focus more on Market A and try to sell more there. Output will be switched to sell more in Market A and less in Market B. This will drive down the price and marginal revenue in A and increase the price and marginal revenue in B. Relocation of output will occur until the marginal revenues are equal. The profit maximizing allocation of sales occurs when the marginal revenues are equal in all market segments. This will lead to a higher price when demand is price inelastic and a lower price when demand is more price elastic. Figure 8.15 shows the effect or price discrimination on profits. If a single price, P1, was charged for the output level Q1, the total revenue would be the area 0 P1 x Q1. If, however, some of the output, Q2, could be sold for a higher price, P2, the total revenue is now the area 0 P2 y Q2 plus Q2 W x Q1. Total revenue has increased, and given that costs would be the same, this means profits are higher. Key concept: to maximize profits, a business that is price discriminating will produce when marginal revenue equals marginal cost and will ensure marginal revenues are equal in all market segments. 8.7 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. Price discrimination: A occurs when different prices are charged for different products. B can lead to higher profits than charging a single price. C profit maximizes when total revenues are equal in each market. D requires markets to be kept separate to prevent resale. Business case questions: can you now answer? Why might craft brewing becoming more popular? How can craft breweries survive against the large breweries? Summary: there are many different forms of market. At one extreme we have a highly, or in theory perfectly, competitive market where in essence all businesses are the same and the customer can move easily from one to the other. Businesses end up making what economists call normal profit, just enough to cover their costs and opportunity costs. At the other end we have a monopoly, which dominates the market and can make high profits, called abnormal profits, even in the long term if it can keep competitors out. In between, we have various market forms such as oligopoly and monopolistic competition. The nature of a market affects how businesses compete and the profits they can make. The shape of a market can change as regulations change to let more businesses compete, as managers buy up rivals or rivals shut down, or as new markets and competitors emerge with new technologies. Managers cannot be complacent. Their market almost certainly will not look the same in 5 years' time as it does now. Key learning points. There are different degrees of competition in different markets. A monopoly exists when one business dominates a market. Perfect competition exists when there are many firms competing in a market with similar products and freedom of entry and exit. A key influence on competition in a market is the extent to which barriers to entry exist. In oligopoly there are a few businesses that dominate a market. This means there is a high degree of interdependence. Oligopolies may compete or collude. Game theory highlights the importance of your objectives and your assumptions about competitors' possible behavior in terms of the actions you take. The degree of competition can influence how businesses can compete, the quality of service for customers, and the profits that businesses can make in the long term. The stability of an industry depends on how easy it is for businesses to enter it. Business case extension questions. 1. Using mental, Compare and contrast two markets that have different market structures. Analyze the differences in terms of the number and size of competitors. Discuss the possible reasons why these differences exist. 2. The brewing industry is undergoing major change with new competition from craft brewers. Research another industry that is undergoing major change. Analyze the changes that are occurring and the implications for the established businesses. 8 different market forms. 233. Quick questions. 1. What is the difference between market size and market share? 2. What is the difference between market size and market growth? 3. Why might managers want their business to become a monopoly? 4. What are the potential dangers of monopolies for consumers? 5. Why might managers want to form a cartel? 6. What are examples of barriers to entry? 7. What is the likely effect of barriers to entry on the market price? 8. What is the difference between collusive and competitive oligopoly? 9. How might interdependence in oligopoly affect the decisions that managers might take? 10. How does the quantity stability of a market affect the likely returns of a business? Strategic planning and the economy. Chapter 9. Strategic planning and the economy. By the end of this chapter you will be able to explain what is meant by strategy and why it matters, explain SWOT analysis and how it influences strategy, analyze how the economy can affect the choice and success of a strategy, explain why economic forecasting can be useful, identify some of the difficulties of economic forecasting. Why do I need to know about strategic planning? You started your property development business in the early 1990s. At first it was small scale. You bought an existing house, renovated it, and sold it on. However, the business quickly took off and you started building houses from scratch. You would find land, develop it, and sell the houses. The business grew fast, and the scale of the developments got bigger and bigger, involving plots for hundreds of new houses in some areas. To keep the growth going and to manage cash flow, your debt increased, but so did your company and its profits. You specialized in upmarket property and for many years had no problem selling the houses you built. Then came the global crash in 2008, and you found that demand collapsed. Potential households were too worried about the financial situation to take risks, and so if they were going to do anything they would renovate their own houses rather than move. You had interest payments to make and houses that sat empty. In 2011 your business went into administration and was sold to new owners. Since then you have started back at the beginning, but your business remains a small local building company. Looking back, you clearly made the wrong strategic decision. If only you hadn't undertaken major expansion just as the economy went into decline. Managers have to make important long-term decisions. These make or break the business. Get it wrong and the business is in trouble. That's why you need to get it right. In this chapter we look at how managers might make these crucial decisions and why understanding the economy matters when they do so. 9. Strategic planning and the economy. 235. Business case. Monarch, the UK's fifth biggest airline, went into administration in 2017, leaving 110,000 holidaymakers needing to be brought home. Monarch reported a £291 million loss in 2016 and employed about 2,100 people. Its managers blamed the problems on terror attacks in Tunisia and Egypt and increased competition pushing prices down. It had also been hit by the weak pound, which increased the fuel costs as fuel is priced in dollars. The weak pound also put people off from traveling abroad from the UK. The airline carried 14% or more passengers in 2016 than in the previous year but earned £100 million less revenue. Monarch's owner, Grable Capital, had been trying to sell part or all of its short-haul operations so it could focus on more profitable long-haul routes. The Financial Times reported in October 2017. Like its peers, Air Berlin and Alitalia, which both entered administration this summer, Monarch has been unable to compete in Europe, coming up against much larger airlines who have much lower cost bases. Low fuel prices have encouraged stronger rivals to flood the market with capacity, putting pressure on weaker operators. Monarch had somewhat lost its way in recent years, trying to reinvent itself as a low-cost carrier but in a market already well supplied by dominant players like Ryanair and EasyJet, says John Strickland, an aviation consultant. Under Graybill's ownership, Monarch ditched its long-standing business model as a charter airline and repositioned itself as a budget carrier that would compete with EasyJet and Ryanair for holidaymakers. It cut about 700 jobs, reduced its fleet and scrapped long-haul flights, helping to cut £200 million in annual costs. While the restructuring brought some initial success alongside cheap fuel prices and a weak euro, it helped Monarch deliver its first profit in 3 years in 2015. This was ultimately short-lived. Data from OAG, an aviation consultancy, show how the airline had to move about 213,000 seats from Egypt into other, more competitive, markets, such as Spain and Portugal, taking it head-to-head with the big low-cost carriers, see Figure 9.1. In its annual report, published in July, Monarch said it was once again reviewing its strategy, with a plan to move away from the short-haul market and return to its old long-haul business model. Some commentators say Monarch's failure highlights that there is no place for a mid-market carrier that is not protected by either some geographic or operational quirk. The thing about the airline industry is that airlines that are widely considered to be financially doomed have been kept alive for years and years if someone is able or willing to inject capital, says Gerald Koo, an analyst at Liberum. Monarch was basically in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was subscale and failed to adapt to changes in a tough market, says Mr. Koo. Source: www.ft.com/content/564AB9990-777-1E7-5-27219DF83C97. 236. What is meant by strategy? The strategy of a business is the route it chooses to achieve its objective. For example, you know you want to grow your business, but should you try and do this by selling more of your products to your existing customers? Targeting new customers? Or developing new products? Managers will have choices about what to do with their resources. How best should the resources be deployed to achieve the targets? What if there was more focus on this area and less on that area? Given that resources are limited, managers must decide how best to use them. Strategic choices therefore involve an opportunity cost. If resources are deployed in one area, they cannot be used in another venture. Strategies also involve risk. There is some probability that they will go wrong. When undertaking strategic planning, managers will consider factors such as the initial costs, the amount and timing of the expected returns, the risk. Business case questions. This chapter will help you answer the following questions. Some of Monarch's problems seem to be due to its managers choosing the wrong strategy. 1. What do you think this means? And why do you think it might have happened? 2. What other factors seem to explain the problems that Monarch has had? 3. To what extent do you think Monarch's problems were of its own making? Objective strategy. The risks involved could relate to various factors: the waste of money and resources if the project fails, and the financial risk if it causes problems due to cash flow issues or debt levels, the damage that might be done to the brand image and reputation of the business, any legal action that might be taken if the project creates legal problems, such as safety issues with the product. Every strategy will have some form of risk. Managers must consider the risk they may face relative to the rewards. They will also consider their own appetite for risk, i.e., their willingness to take risks. Key concept. A strategy is a long-term plan that sets out how a business will achieve its objectives. Features of strategic decisions. Strategic decisions could include taking over another business, entering a new market, or investing in new product development. Typically, a strategic decision will have three main characteristics. It will require a large investment of resources. It will involve making decisions that cannot easily be reversed. Given the scale of strategic decisions, significant resources need to be committed to them. Once resources are committed, it may be difficult to switch them to something else. Once you have invested in your new product, you cannot easily stop and use the funds elsewhere. This means strategic decisions have high levels of opportunity cost. It will include a high level of risk. The risk is not only because a strategic decision does usually involve a high level of resources, but also because strategic decisions tend to be ones that do not happen regularly. A decision to target a new region may not happen often. A decision to take over a competitor is not a regular occurrence. This means that the decision makers may not have huge experience in this specific area or much familiarity with the key issues in this decision. This in turn means that the decisions involve a high level of uncertainty. 238. Forms of strategy. One way of categorizing strategy was developed by Igor Ansoff and is known as the Ansoff matrix, shown in Table 9.1. Details of Ansoff's book are given under Read More in this chapter. Ansoff's approach categorized strategy according to the product being offered and the market being targeted. For example, the following are ways that Coca-Cola might apply the different strategy categories. Develop its marketing around its existing products in existing markets. It could, for example, develop new promotional strategies to sell more to its current customers. This is called market penetration because the aim is for its existing products to gain a bigger market share. 9.1 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A strategy is usually a short-term. B. Low risk. C. A plan involving a high level of investment. D. A plan made by junior managers. Business case question, can you now answer? What was Monarch's strategy in recent years? Table 9.1 The Ansoff matrix. Existing products, new products. Existing markets, market penetration, new product development, sell more in existing markets to existing customers, e.g. through greater advertising. Develop new products for existing customer, e.g. extend the product range or widen your offering to customers. New markets, market development, diversification, offer existing products to new market segments, e.g. different age groups or different countries. Offering new products to new customers. 9. Strategic planning and the economy. 239. Develop new products for its existing customers. This could, for example, be new flavors, new sizes, or new brands to get current customers to buy more overall. This strategy is called new product development. Take its existing products and target new markets. These could be new in the sense of new regions. For example, if there were countries where Coca-Cola was finding it difficult to access, it could focus more on these. Alternatively, it could target a new market segment. For example, if Coca-Cola found consumption did not exist amongst older consumers, it might put more resources into targeting this new group. This strategy is called market development. Develop new products and target new markets. For example, Coca-Cola might develop new products and target new regions with these. This strategy is called diversification. Read more. If you want to know more about Ansoff's work, you can read Ansoff, I.H. 1965, Corporate Strategy, London, Penguin Books, especially pages 100 to 16. 9.2 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. A. A new product development strategy involves new products in existing markets. B. A diversification strategy involves new products in new markets. C. A market development strategy involves existing products in existing markets. D. A market penetration strategy involves existing products in new markets. 9.1 Business Insight, Coca-Cola's brands. Coca-Cola Classic Sprite Zero Schweppes Lemonade. Coca-Cola Zero Sugar Lilt Schweppes Cordials. Diet Coke Lilt Zero Schweppes Slim Line. Glacia Smart Water Oasis Schweppes Sparkling Juice Drinks. Glacia Vitamin Water Oasis 05 Alive. Glacia Vitamin Water 0 Minute Maid Kia Ora. Fonda Roses Kia Ora No added sugar. 240. Strategies and risk. When assessing these strategies, Ansoff considered the risk involved. For example, market penetration may be seen as low risk in the sense that the business already knows the customers and the product. However, the danger is that if anything happened to hit demand in this market, the business could be vulnerable. By diversifying, the business could be spreading risk in that it now has another customer base and product. However, there is an inherent risk in developing products where you may have had no experience and in targeting markets you do not know. Question. Coca-Cola has many brands in the UK, as listed above. Why do you think this is? Management task. You have a well-known sportswear clothing brand. You are considering moving into the gym and fitness club market. What might be the arguments for and against this? 9.2 Business Insight, Electric Cars. Senior managers will constantly be scanning the environment to see where the business should be headed next. As the internal and external environments change, so too will the organization. For example, Sir James Dyson, founder of Dyson, recently announced he wanted the company to develop an electric car to add to its portfolio of vacuum cleaners, fans, and hair dryers that the company already manufactures. He plans to invest £2 billion, $2.7 billion, divided evenly between battery technology and vehicle development. A traditional car maker typically spends £1 billion on a new chassis or platform alone. This shows that the barriers to entry in the battery-powered vehicle business are much lower than those in the market for cars with complex internal combustion engines, which would cost far more to develop. However, success may be more difficult. Dyson says that he has assembled a team of over 400 people and aims to launch a vehicle in 2020. Dyson is likely to aim first at the luxury market, which is where the electric vehicle producer Tesla has already been operating. The company will face challenges in the car market. Established global car companies sometimes produce in excess of Fanta Zero Powerade Apple Ticer, Dr. Pepper Powerade Zero Honest, Dr. Pepper Zero Schweppes Water Fuse Tea, Sprite Schweppes Mixers Honest Kids. Source: www.coca-cola.co.uk/drinks. 9 Strategic Planning and the Economy 241. How you might choose a strategy. The strategy of a business depends largely on the internal strengths and weaknesses of a business, the external opportunities and threats that exist. A strategy may attempt to address each of these factors. A business may build on its existing strengths and leverage these, for example by extending the brand into a new market or, as Dyson hopes to do, using its technical expertise to develop a new product. A business may work to overcome its weaknesses. For example, if the business has a weak online presence, it might take over another business that has a strength in this area. A business may exploit its opportunities. For example, if there is a growing demand for the product in a particular overseas market, this might be the time to expand there. A business may aim to protect itself against its threats. For example, if the business was vulnerable to government intervention in its market to regulate pricing, it might look to adjust to prices downward slightly to avoid further government scrutiny. 10 million vehicles a year, this scale brings them financial protection and the chance to spread huge development costs across a large portfolio of models. And there are other challenges. While the market for electric cars is growing, so are the competitors. Jaguar is due to launch the I-Pace, a competitor to Tesla's Model S, and Porsche, Audi, and BMW all have electric models that will arrive by 2020. They may be joined by others from a host of startups. Getting to the buyers will be costly. Tesla has had to spend heavily setting up its own retail network to sidestep the established dealerships of big car makers. The badge on the front of a luxury car is all important. A brand shared with washroom hand dryers may fail to entice consumers. Source: BBC, https://www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-413999497. Questions 1. Why do you think Dyson has chosen to develop a car? 2. Do you think this was a good move by Dyson? Management task. You run a coach company around the major cities of the UK. The market is stagnant, and you are looking for growth. Produce an example of 4 different strategies, according to Ansof's model, that you might adopt. 242. Strategic planning. Strategic planning needs to take account of the external environment in which it operates. This is because these changes open up new opportunities and create new threats. The external environment can be categorized in terms of micro and macro environments. The micro environment is the immediate environment of the business, such as its suppliers, distributors, and rivals. This can be analyzed using Porter's 5 forces model, discussed in the next subsection. The macro environment is the wider external environment of the business, such as the economy and the population of the country. A business cannot directly control these macro factors but has to anticipate how they might change. The micro environment. The micro environment can be analyzed using Michael Porter's 5 forces model, illustrated in figure 9.2. The relative power of these forces can help explain why some industries appear to be more profitable over significant periods of time than others. The effects of these forces are listed in table 9.2. The 5 forces may be explained as follows. The power of buyers, customers. If you are dependent on relatively few customers, then these buyers will have the power to push down prices, and this will reduce the profits of your business. Firm. Entry threat. Supplier power. Buyer power. Substitute threat. Rivalry. Figure 9.2 Porter's 5 forces. 9 Strategic planning and the economy. 243. The power of suppliers. If, for example, your business has relatively few suppliers, they will have power over you. This means they may be able to push up their prices so they gain more profits at the extent of your business that is buying from them. This reduces the profitability of your business and increases the supplier's profitability. The degree of rivalry in an industry. This describes competition between providers of the same type of good or service, such as 2 smartphone producers. The greater the rivalry between businesses, the more profits have to be shared out and the lower the profitability of any one business. The ease of substitution. A substitute is an alternative way of meeting a customer's requirement. For example, you might put your drink in an aluminum container or a plastic container. If it is easy for buyers to find alternative ways of meeting their needs, e.g. catching a train instead of a bus, then the businesses in the industry will have less ability to push up prices and this will restrict their profitability. The entry threat. If it is relatively easy for other businesses to enter the industry, this means that the existing businesses will not be able to make particularly high rates of profit. If they do, other businesses will enter the market to benefit as well, and this brings down any one firm's profitability. Read more. You can read Porter's classic article on the 5 forces in Porter, M.E. 2008, The 5 Competitive Forces That Shape Strategy, Harvard Business Review Volume 86, Number 1, January, pages 78 to 93. Table 9.2 The effect on profitability of a change in the 5 forces. Force effect. Buyer power. High buyer power reduces profitability as buyers push prices down. Supplier power. High supplier power reduces profitability as suppliers push up their prices. Rivalry. High rivalry reduces profitability. Profits have to be shared out. Substitute threat. High substitute threat power reduces profitability as customers will switch to alternatives. Entry threat. High entry threat reduces profitability. High profits encourage more entry so that profits have to be shared out among more businesses. 244. The macro environment. The macro environment includes changes to the law, changes in the social environment, and developments in technology, which can all affect the business in many ways. There are various frameworks used in business to categorize these macro factors, such as PESTEL, political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal. If you do not regularly review the external environment, your business might experience strategic drift. This occurs when the strategy adopted falls behind the market trend. For example, Tesco carried on opening hypermarkets at a time when the market was buying more online. The company had to take stock and review its strategy. Nokia was slow to see the appeal of smartphones and lost its mobile phone dominance to the iPhone. 9.3 Quick check. For each of the following statements, say whether it is true or false. The 5 forces in Porter's model include A. Supplier power, B. Retention threat, C. Rivalry, D. Complement threat, E. Buyer power. Management task. What can you do to make the 5 forces in your industry more favorable to your business? Key concepts. The microenvironment refers to the immediate environment of a business, such as its suppliers and distributors. The macro environment of a business refers to factors outside of a business's control, such as the political, economic, social, and technological environments. Strategic drift occurs when the strategy of a business is no longer suitable given its strengths and weaknesses and the environment in which it operates. Research task. Select an industry and undertake a 5 forces analysis of it. Decide whether each of the forces is high or low and justify your decisions. 9. Strategic planning and the economy. 245. Management task. What would you say is the biggest issue in the external environment facing UK businesses today? Justify your choice. 9.3 Business insight. Toys R Us. If your strategy goes badly wrong, your business may end up having to close down. If the business cannot pay its bills, it is illiquid and may declare itself bankrupt. For example, Toys R Us recently filed for bankruptcy protection in the US and Canada in an attempt to restructure its debts. Toys R Us had been a major retailer in the US toy market, but it has struggled in recent years against online companies such as Amazon. Toys R Us has nearly 1,600 stores and 64,000 employees. The BBC reported on the Toys R Us bankruptcy in September 2017. The bankruptcy filing is more evidence that traditional retailers are struggling in the US, as online retailers continue to capture market share. But the company is also looking to achieve high online sales to secure its future, with recently launched web stores for its products. Global Data Retail estimates that in 2016 about 13.7% of all toy sales were made online, up from 6.5% 5 years ago. The past decade has seen a dramatic change in the domestic toy market, with new channels, increased competition, and new technology all having a deleterious impact on the sector and traditional toy stores. Unfortunately, Toys R Us has not responded effectively in terms of its strategy to these challenges, said Neil Saunders, Managing Director of Global Data Retail. Toys R Us wants to use the bankruptcy process to restructure and make the company viable over the long term. Enormous debt levels are its most immediate problem. Various lenders, including a JP Morgan-led bank syndicate and some of the company's existing lenders, have committed more than $3 billion in new financing to turn the company around. Source: www.bbc.co.uk/news/business-413162005. Question: why do you think Toys R Us allowed itself to get in this position? Business case question: can you now answer? Some of Monarch's problems seem to be due to its managers choosing the wrong strategy. What do you think this means? And why do you think it might have happened?